ladies and gentlemen, and of course, today's going to be the round 2, day 2. I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro John, alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Super Johnny John. And Johnny, considering today is also going to be the continuation for Group 6 and Group 7s, what are your thoughts on that? And main thing, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling super awesome. I mean, it's an exciting day. We had an exciting set of matches yesterday as well. And today's expectations, I mean, are especially going to be from all of these undergods. Especially as you mentioned, Group 6 and Group 7 will be stepping in front of us yet again today. In Group 7 in particular, we saw the fearless Marathas, GENxFM, take the first position away from Orangutan by the end of game number 3. I want to see if they can hold on to that spot today. And as for Group 6, I mean, there are a few names we'll be keeping our eyes out on, but all of that will be spoken about later.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, all of that will be like a continuation that's going to be happening today. But as I mentioned too, yesterday these guys played 3 games. Today, 3 more games are left over. In total, every single group will be playing 6 games. And the main goal has to be to step yourself inside the top 7. If you're going to be placing yourself in the top 7, that also means you will be moving forward inside the rounds of the BGIS itself. Yeah. But Johnny, any extra things that you would like to add on, especially for teams like Claw Esports?
I mean, Claw Esports, to be fair, our expectations were massive. Again, considering this is one team that we did see earlier in the grind, and then later on they came back through the open qualifier. So we expected the massive improvements to be there. And to be fair, improvements have been there. They have been a little bit consistent. But again, for them, it's not about beating the undergods now. It's about taking on the top-tier competitions, teams like Orangutan. Can they take them on?
Yeah, you know what? I hope they will be able to take him on as well, because as we move on forward and take a look at the prize pool graphic that's in front of us, 2 crore rupees on the line, as we all know, and the champion team getting 75 lakhs all to themselves. And underneath the graphic, you can also see a couple of special prizes like the MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star, MVP of Final, Best IGL as well, Johnny. So much money, such big numbers on the line. I'm pretty sure it's another factor that adds on a lot of pressure on these new teams. And speaking about the new teams, right? Yesterday, XYLE Esports, one of those teams that was actually able to stay so consistent in all the 3 games. And somewhere down line, though, they're lacking when it comes to the elimination aspect of the game.
I was just about to say the same thing as soon as you mentioned XYLE Esports. Positional play, that was brilliant. I mean, we saw how they started the day off on Vikendi, and then on Miramar, how they played around with things was quite phenomenal. But if you remember, Miramar, they got their first few finishes when the last 3 teams were remaining. And that was something, it was unheard of before, a team just surviving this late into the game with all 4 of their players, by the way, and then securing the eliminations extremely late. But still, that sort of went on to prove that XYLE Esports, as far as their rotations and positional aspects of the game are considered, as far as stealth is considered, they are quite good.
Hey, but you know what, Johnny? We've been speaking about these rounds over and over again, and I think so we need to explain the audience a little bit more better. As we all know, we continued, or we started off the journey from the grind itself inside the BGIS, and then the round 1 we saw last week. Now we're currently inside the round 2. After this will be the round 3, where teams will once again be narrowed down a little bit more. Round 4 will be there in the front. Then comes the lower brackets. Another chance for a team to actually bounce back.
I can't wait to see how round 3 and round 4 transition is going to go. That will be intense, because once teams start moving towards the lower bracket, the extra bit of pressure is added upon them. But before that, I think this is how things started. This was the eligibility criteria for teams just to register.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to make a comeback, or if they wanted to make their presence known inside the BGIS, this was the eligibility criteria. They at least needed to be Platinum 5 and also level 25, which is not a lot. Any single person that can actually plays the game for a daily basis, even for a couple of hours, should be able to get this much amount of ranks and also the level easily in their hands. But as I mentioned, the journey started off with grind. 256 teams were invited, from which only 64 teams managed to qualify inside the BGIS itself, from which top 32 teams moved on forward inside the round 3, and the bottom 32 teams moved on forward inside the round 2.
Now, those top 32 teams that did finish, that are waiting in round 3, they're just doing that. They're just waiting to see how the competition is unfolding in front of them. The bottom 32, they are in the midst of their matches right now. It's going to be quite critical to see which teams do make it across, because this has been the trend in BGI so far, that no matter how big of a name you were in the past, there is still a possibility you will get left behind because of the sheer number of teams that showed up. I mean, look at this. In-game qualifiers, 2,048 teams made it through to round 1, out of which only 512 are there, and that includes the 32 bottom teams from round 5 of BGI is the grind.
That's like a quarter of the teams only moving on forward inside the round 2. Now, that is a big narrow down coming in from the in-game qualifiers itself. Only 512 teams moved on forward, but then even from the round 2, as you guys see, as you mentioned as well perfectly, only 512 teams were able to move on forward inside the round 2 itself, from which 480 teams qualified in from the in-game qualifiers itself.
That's the tricky part, because we keep saying 512, but only 480 teams made it through to the in-game qualifiers. 32 teams were
even
already there. Exactly, it was even more brutal. But now, I think as we move forward, this is to be expected, right? It is one of the biggest tournaments in the country with one of the biggest prize pools ever seen. And that sort of has to be a cutthroat competition.
Exactly, and not just that, only 224 teams move on forward inside the round 3. Even more narrower. So you guys need to understand, there's not a lot of time left, but a lot of teams indeed, and that's why the format is just so brutal. So it's up to you guys how you guys actually perform and make yourself known inside the upcoming rounds. Now, the best part about this entire format has to be the lower brackets. Another chance for the teams that were not really able to perform inside the round 4 itself. They will have a second chance to sort of make a comeback and maybe name like a comeback story onto themselves.
That is quite true, but then again, I mean, in lower bracket, you will be facing the teams that were already in an advantageous position before, which, I mean, if you look at it on paper, would mean that they were better than you beforehand as well. And facing up against them in a high pressure situation, I mean, when you are in a low bracket position, this has been the case historically. Teams with more experience do tend to prevail. And this time, I think that is what will be the tough battle for all of these underdogs to beat those experienced teams if they make it to the lower bracket.
Hey, but you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the points distribution. This is how these guys will be able to accumulate points and situate themselves in a better spot in the overall standings. The first spot, of course, getting 15 points, which will be the most positioning points you can get inside a game, and also the chicken dinner positioning. Then the second one getting 12, third one getting 10. But the most thing that stands out from this graphic has to be each finish equals 1 point. That's why these teams are actually forced to duke it out inside the Battlegrounds. And as I mentioned, today will be the continuation day for Group 7 and Group 6, and we're going to kick things off with Group 7 with kicking things off on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, points are accumulated on the maps these teams play. So here are the maps that are going to be played today. As you mentioned, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. And then we go back to Group 6, where we have Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel being played by the teams of Group 6. So I think we're going to focus on teams from Group 7 now. And as we were talking about it, one of the most outstanding performances from this particular group yesterday came from GENxFM. The fearless Marathas, as the name suggests, were absolutely fearless, going up against anyone they saw.
Exactly, and GENxFM, considering it's also one of the underdog teams, that just impresses us even more. Being able to participate inside for the first time and still able to dominate this well the competition, it's just sort of something that you do not really see that often.
Yeah, and especially one of the key players, in fact, two key players from this particular team, Madrik and Moksh, was so phenomenal with how they started the day in the very first game of Vikendi. We remember, even though they did not walk away with the win, they had so many eliminations for themselves, and I think it was that elimination counter that kept them on the first position.
Madrik, a really good name that you actually brought up from GENxFM. And this guy was also there inside the top 5 Rebels, too, a lot of the times. Madrik, in general, this guy's got a really big hand behind the entire team's succession. He's also quite good when it comes to the mechanical prowess, too. He's talented in all the aspects. I really just want to see how the transition's going to be happening inside today's day. Maybe sometimes things can lag down. Maybe GENxFM, they're just ready and packed up.
True, I mean, they have to be ready. With what they showcased yesterday, we have seen that this team definitely has a lot of potential in them. Now it's time to be consistent, because this is kind of the same conversation we were having yesterday. Things were kind of easy in round 1. Yes, you had to be in the top 3 to qualify for round 2, but then again, you only had to perform in 3 games. Now you have to be consistent in 6 matches, but you have to stay in the top 7. So there is a little bit of a trade-off. Let's see which teams capitalize, which teams get left behind. But one team in particular that I also did expect quite a lot was Xzor Esports. They haven't really shown up as much as I expected them to.
Hey, I mean, speaking about another underdog team that was actually quite impressive, has to be 28MS. This team was showcasing a lot of struggles, but at the same time, the results were there. The individual players were able to survive to the late game. They were trying their best to get some points accumulated. Even in the last game, too, you saw that one single guy from 28MS. And then a game before that inside Miramar, too, there was one last guy who was surviving. And Orangutan, too, one of those teams that was surviving to the late game, but still not able to get their hands on the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think first it was Ipman in game number 1 and Jerry in game number 2 were there for survivals. But that's the problem. It's a team game. You need to make sure your numbers are always going to be present, especially in late game situations. No matter how hard you try as a solo player, you will get taken out and you won't be able to accumulate as many points as you want to. And that can be a detrimental factor at the end of the day in terms of the overall ranking. Because, again, top 7 make it through. Not top 8, top 7.
Ooh, I mean, top 7. Look, this time it's sort of like a good thing for the teams that at least top 7 are moving it forward. Because in the round 1, there was only top 3, and then the top 96 from the overall standings of 2,048 teams that had a chance to move on forward. So that format was a little bit too brutal, but this time at least things are laid back.
So in both, I have a question for you now. In both the groups, we have these teams that have names that suggest like, all right, these teams are just going to go all in, but we haven't really seen them. In Group 6, that is 4 Dominators, absolutely no domination from them yesterday. In Group 7, it's TRex, because TRex, historically, I mean, we all know were the deadliest dinosaurs alive. this time this team is like, well, we haven't really seen them in midst of any fights.
I think so. You're just doing what you're doing over here is just rubbing the salt on their wounds right now at this point in
amping
time.
them up.
I don't think so, Johnny. You're just rubbing the salt on their wounds. But you know what? I've also heard that soon enough, the first match is also going to be starting in front of our screens, and this is where we'll see the players once again get another chance to sort of make a comeback for the teams that are especially on the latter half of the board. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The big bird's going to hit the skies as the plane flight path starts all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Severny, and this plane flight path is actually quite good.
Yeah, it is quite good. It's quite central, right through the center of the map. Well, almost through the center of the map. It will allow the teams to drop wherever they please. And yesterday, one interesting thing we noticed was the fact that there weren't a lot of drop clashes happening in both of these groups. But today, it's day number 2, last 3 games for each of these teams. Especially for the teams on the latter half of that leaderboard, I want to see, are they going to go for those risky plays, those early game fights? Because if you remember, in one of those matches, we even did see the top dogs of the lobby get taken out super early. But this time around, it's just XYLE Esports taking an early exit towards that military base. And XYLE Esports is one of those teams that we have been quite vocal about. We have seen them perform in round 1. We expect quite a lot, but yesterday wasn't that great of a day for them in terms of those elimination numbers. Now, today, I think that is that one aspect of the game they need to work upon. And if they have figured out how to secure those finish points, then maybe XYLE Esports will take the podium qualification spot, because that is what we expected when we saw this group in particular.
I mean, XYLE Esports was one of those teams that managed to get 41 points inside the round 1 without any chicken dinners too.
Yes.
So that is an impressive stat that these guys managed to put up. And so far, even inside the overall standings of round 2, this team's doing a phenomenal job. And yeah, the similar circle that we saw yesterday to kick things off today's day as well. This time it's Group 7. Who's going to be facing the brunt?
I mean, talk about the brunt. I mean, I think it's going to be teams up north, especially the 4 teams heading towards that northern Georgia and Georgiapol area. I believe one of the teams, the lads from the side of COBRA Esports, they will take control of that hospital position, but the other 3 teams will be forced to duke it out towards that Georgiapol Containers, Georgiapol City, and the northern Georgia City positions. In Severny also, we do see a slight drop clash happening, but that, I believe, can be avoided, so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Team Seal going up against Xzor Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting kerfuffle that's happening. And for Xzor, too, they've just dropped inside this entire vicinity, trying to get their hands on some suitable weapons. And Wave OP getting his hands on the M16A4. Not really the suitable weapon you would want to have inside these type of moments, because an automatic weapon would, of course, help you a bit more. And considering every single player, as we all know, just trying to settle down for now, I don't think so we're going to see any fight happen, at least for the next minute.
True, true. I mean, you will wait and see if you can find better weapons. You can find those throwables, which will be quite important in these apartment clashes. But,
oh, wow.
Yeah, if one of your teammates is going to drive the buggy like that, you better take the wheel away from them.
Well, I mean,
See, he
Esports, he did. Yeah, he's like, all right, this time I'm going to be the one to drive, because clearly you do not have a driving license, so it's just better if I take the wheels in my hand. But Claw Esports, another one of those teams that we're having a conversation in the pregame segment. Yeah. Now, expectations from my side today, I want to see Claw Esports on a bit more domination. I want to see them claw their way back inside the top 3.
Yesterday they were quite slow in the early game stages in all of the matches, right? And we know for a fact this team does have a lot of firepower in their lineup, especially Zeref and IGL were 2 of those players who we did see during those round 1 matches in particular were quite prominent in every single gunfight this team ran in. And that is something we want to see again. But unfortunately, I mean, fortunately they are playing quite decent. They are quite consistent in terms of securing those placement points. It's just those firefights that need to be taken care of. On the other side, this is one position that I would love to see what happens over here, because as we discussed, 2 teams towards northern Georgia, 2 teams towards that Georgiapol City and the hospital position. A rotation clash in a circle like this with 4 teams towards the northwestern part of the map is unavoidable. The question becomes, who goes where and where do you decide to gatekeep? What do you think is would be the ideal position? Because for me, that would be Ruins.
I would say right now, for any of their teams, the position, like, it should not be the gatekeep at all. It should be for you to actually make it inside the southern side.
There's a big area of the main island still in the zone.
No, trust me, Johnny, this circle is going to shift down south. If it actually does take another shift, though,
I say this moves up north.
That's a big gamble you're taking, because yesterday, too, the same circle happened. and the circle actually formed down south. Now, I understand that might just be the possibility, but still, I would say it's better if you just try to make yourself down south, then it's better if you try to figure out a way. Then if the circle takes another shift, then that's where you try to shift up north. But it's always tougher to breach down south.
See, I know you have had correct predictions since yesterday about the teams, about the zones, and I think you might be right as well. Because look at what has happened. You know where OG drops, right? Ferry Pier is their preferred drop location. And in the first zone, within the first few minutes, they've already rotated towards that southern shoreline of the military island. So I think what you are thinking, the same thought, the same approach, OG might be willing to take.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best thought you can take as well. OG, they just do not want to be the one on the receiving end. Instead, it's better if they just find themselves in a bit more comfortable spot inside the southern side. And, of course, if you're going to situate yourself for the best possible outcome in the upcoming future, then it's going to give you the most amount of best things possible. And not just that, XYLE Esports is one of those teams that has been immaculate when it comes to the positioning game so far. Now I want to see where this team will be positioning themselves in the upcoming stances.
I mean, so far they don't really need to move. They have the entirety of the military base in their control, and that's a massive looting position to have in the early game stages. There's no one there to contest them. Even the players from the side of Orangutan wouldn't dare move up north, because military base, if you are moving in late, it becomes a very difficult position to contest and retake away from the opposition. And OG, we saw this yesterday, they don't like to go for those early risky plays. But Flanker Esports, what are they up to? Brought a US to get this boat. Are they going for a water rotation? I think they might be.
It's the safest route you can find. So you might as well try to go for the water rotation. I mean, look, we know we've got the map feed. We know that there's no one camping the bridge right now. True. But if you take a look at it as a team's perspective, that's probably the safest route that you can opt for.
But also being in the water, you don't really have a position from where you can fight back. That is just my perspective, though.
But again, this early in the game, who's going to be camping the shorelines?
You never know.
It's highly unlikely, though. Look, you might as well take a little bit of possibilities than actually trying to go for a head-on collision.
You remember yesterday's game number 1, Villains actually moved out of the military base super early to camp the bridge. They did that within the first 2 minutes. I mean, luckily for them, Villains aren't here right now, but imagine if someone had those notorious plans running through their heads again.
And then you take a look at a complete opposite side of the spectrum, and you take a look at Skulltz Esports, who actually rotated quite late, but still had quite a perfect rotation inside the military island, who paved their path perfectly in the southern side. But for now, I'm going to hold on to that thought as we've got two teams, Team Seal and even Xzor Esports. Finally, the battle just clicking in. As Team Seal looking to swing back into action, but no, the shotgun this time is going to click in even better in the close ranges. Player 2 starting to follow up from the back lines, tosses a couple of more utilities, but unfortunately for Player 2 is out in the open as well. Position quite exposed, and Player 2 needs to close on the distance a bit more. Now the player's way too low, and yeah, Lupshay, he finds that glimmer and shuts the player down. For Team Seal, they're in a big world of trouble, but for Xzor Esports, they're in a really good spot.
I mean, this was a hunting party out there to hunt the seals, and they have been wiped from existence in this map. I thought that nade was good, but unfortunately it connected on the wrong side of the ridge and in fact fell back upon his teammate, forcing them to take that extra bit of damage. But Xzor, this northern Georgia fight was such a difficult position to be in, but now that they have dealt with it, I think they can focus on their early game rotation, and it should not be too difficult for them considering there's no one else apart from them on the northern half of the map. 28 MS official on our screens now, Necro. Now you were talking about this team quite a lot. Where do you think they might end up in this game?
20 at MS. They always have that one last guy surviving till the end inside the top 3 all the time.
It's always one guy.
At least that's what happened in the previous 2 games that we witnessed for this group. But speaking about this fight once again, Johnny, Xzor Esports, they did quite a phenomenal job in taking this high ground away, but I would still say for the team that was right against them, which was Team Seal, a little bit of map knowledge was lacking, surrounding awareness was lacking.
Surrounding awareness, the fact that the first knock was secured by the players of Xzor Esports as well. And then Xzor did not really hesitate in moving towards the ridge, as you said. That high ground position was actually quite advantageous. You need to have vision on the other side, otherwise you can't even really line up utility. But look at this, Flanker Esports flanking the zone itself, as they have gone for a water rotation, and I think you might be right, Necro. The zone might eventually move down south towards that military base, but where exactly on the military base will also become a question. Does it move towards the Novorepnoy Bridge or towards the shorelines?
A little bit closer to the Novorepnoy Bridge, and also a little bit closer to the shorelines as well. And for now, we've got TRex chiming inside a fight, shots taken, but the opponents, they're going to have a smooth sailing out of that spot. No problems whatsoever. TRex, though, hope right now is only the hope to actually wrap up a couple of more points. Oh, this is the bad time to step out. Caught so much damage on himself, but if he would have stayed there, pinned up, maybe there could have been a chance where he could have actually got a couple of more points. But I like the replacement. I like the repositioning from Demon Gods.
You can't really play from those rooftops anymore. Once you've given away your position, it's important to secure the first knock if someone's trying to cross the Novoripnoi bridge. Because now you saw the hills towards the left, not even the hills, the small little ridges towards the left-hand side. As soon as Demon Gods got control of those ridges, TRex were in a world of hurt because they can't unprone anymore. As soon as they're unprone, they're going to be in the line of fire, and Demon Gods will be able to flank them from 2 different directions. And TRex Esports, they don't necessarily want that, but look at this. What happens? I mean, they let go of Demon Gods, but now they catch a hold of Admin Esports.
Panther, Johnny, this guy took a bit too much damage.
Yeah.
1 single second more, if he would have went for that spray, he would have been knocked out. And so Admin Esports, a really good cover 5 for that player who was falling down, but unfortunately not able to get the resurrection back up onto that player whatsoever. TRex Esports so far doing a phenomenal job, but now a lot of teams are starting. Yeah, exactly. A lot of teams starting to breach in from that military circle or from that military bridge, and this is where once again Panther's going to find a clear line of sight onto that player, but a lot of shot missed. It's a little bit too tough to connect those sprays.
Again, the same thing happens. I mean, this is a textbook approach for crossing the Novoripnoi bridge. Whoever crosses first is going to move down towards the right-hand side, take control of that, and then try and see if there is fire coming from those buildings. You're going to try and take control of this gas station position and try and see if you can push the teams back, or at least get your teammates in safely by providing just a little bit of suppressing fire. And COBRA Esports, they've done it perfectly. Demon Gods, they have done it perfectly. Admin Esports kind of failed. They lost 1 player in that crossing.
Oh, but GENxFM and Xzor Esports, the fight's brewing up soon. It's loading. It's on the way. GENxFM, for them, they're having a perfect control for now. But Xzor Esports, they're probably thinking of breaching in through the bridge lines itself. For GENxFM is probably going to be the Guardian Angels. And they're just waiting for someone to step in.
GENxFM is actually holding the bridge in a very weird manner. They have 3 players on the northern side. They have 1 player, and that's just Madrek all alone, who has moved over towards that military base. It will be extremely difficult to take on this 3v4 situation, but let's see. It's the fearless Marathas. They are absolutely fearless, and Moksh might be the man leading the charge for his team in this fight.
Next circle shift.
Ooh, nice.
On the board, and as I said, somewhere close to the Novoripnoi bridge. The next circle shift, I'm expecting it to be a little bit northern one.
Look who's in the center. Like always, it's ZODS Esports, man.
This
amazing positioning.
This team, I mean, they knew that the circle's going to be shifting anyways in their court, so they do not really need to make a lot of moves whatsoever. And what we just saw in front of us, one player solo just caught out in the open, got eaten alive, devoured the competition. And once again, this fight resumes. Xzor Esports against the players of GENxFM, and there's only one man who's isolated in the name of Moksh. A lot of things against him. Also tossing out a couple of utilities, and what a perfect nade that was. Wave goes down. Another one cooking up in his hands, and maybe if this one too finds the connection that he needs, can definitely swing things back in his favor. For now, both the players from the side of Xzor, they're quite softened up, and this is where Moksh knows that it's now his time to punch against the opposition. Finds one. The second one, though, gets the trade up. Xzor Esports once again back inside the fight.
Xzor, they are in a world of hurt at GENxFM. They need to put additional pressure on the players of Xzor, because Moksh did a brilliant job securing those 2 opening knocks for his team. But now, can GENxFM capitalize on this? That is the question. Shubham lines up.
No.
It bounces back.
Oh, deals a little bit of damage onto himself. This is not too good for the players of Xzor. These are the signs where Xzor are actually cracking down under their own pressure. Xzor, they need to find a retaliation pathway from this entire fight. Another nade tossed in the front lines. It's actually going to blow up on the face. GENxFM once again on the receiving line. But I like that split the plays coming in from the side of GENxFM. One guy in the back lines is doing a phenomenal job in providing that cover fire. But GENxFM, they're also on the verge of losing out on this entire fight. Now it's down to a 2-on-2 scenario. Lukshay going for the resurrection onto the fallen comrades. And Xzor actually out and over. They swing back in the advantage.
I mean, they do have the advantage considering Moksh and the teammate that came to give him the rest have been finished off. Madrek actually had to come back from that military bridge to try and save his teammate, and Ray is still holding that watchtower position, by the way. So Xzor, they have managed to bring their numbers back, and all of a sudden Necro, GENxFM, they are in the worst position in this fight. The unfavorable spot. It's a 2v3 where they sit at a massive disadvantage.
Oh, but Maverick is still up and alive inside this fight, and there's a chance he might be able to pull things back into his team's court. GENxFM
hey, who's
already.
crossing?
It's the players of Xzor. Oh no, it's someone else actually.
It's U4G?
Yeah, it's U4G. They took advantage of the fight that was going on, and they knew that, okay, it's the best possible time to cross the bridge, and all the 4 players just crossed on over already to the southern side. GENxFM, though, the votes continue for them. The problems keep on continuing as it's only down to the one last guy alive, Nerve, and he's also going to start to move away. He knows that it's better if he takes an exit from this entire fray.
Ray, I think he's going to have to play for survival from here on out. He does not really have a lot of options available. He can't take the fight against the players of Xzor, considering he is stuck in a 1v3. And even if Xzor crosses over, now they know where this last individual from the side of GENxFM is. So they will definitely try to gatekeep him. But again, a brilliant move from the players of U4G. How can we forget about them, Necro? The first 2 games, they were so phenomenal. Let's not forget, the first game of Vikendi from this particular group, U4G went on to beat Orangutan in a 4v4 to secure the chicken dinner win.
Yeah, but then right after that game, U4G were actually able to get their hands on the revenge. They were on the redemption arc against OG, so they stole that chicken dinner away. And considering OG, they were able to take down U4G, so that revenge was successfully done too.
Yeah, for OG.
Yeah. And Orangutan, for now, we've got them in front of us. In the back lines, there's a team, and that is actually quite close too. So Vizgod needs to be aware that there's a threat line around quite close. So he had his backs turned against that threat. U4G just unleashing hellfire against the opponents for now. And that too, the opponents are in the name of Demon Gods.
Demon Gods, they have lost 1, but the trade was brought back. U4G, Prithvi was taken down, but should be an easy revive considering they have quite a wonderful dip to work with over here. Not too far away from the zone as well, but oh no. Counter from the side of Demon Gods out in the open in the UAS, and the tandem fire from the players of U4G just managing to blow up that UAS, securing an easy knockout in the open. That's an extra free point.
Yeah, U4G, though, I got to say one thing. I like the team play that's coming into play from this side. Yeah, they still need to breach inside the safe zone, so that's another concern for them, but hopefully the problems are not going to be there when they try to do so. All the 4 players sitting inside one single vehicle, Johnny, and you know I never have good feelings about 4 players in one single vehicle. You never know, but a big spray is going to be coming into play, and Orangutan, another big risk taken. Believe's car is almost about to blow up, and it actually blows up too. Believe taken down from the game.
He got baited by the players of MASHROOM boys. He thought he was going to run over the opposition. Well, think again, my good friend. The lad did such a brilliant move. You know what he did? He got in the buggy right next to him, avoiding the car entirely.
Yeah.
And Believe got baited, ran into the shots being fired from the other lads from the side of MASHROOM boys. His Tesla was blown up. And now MASHROOM boys, they have an advantage, and OG will be in an additional pressure level situation. They don't have all 4 of their players, and there's no way they can bring Believe back into this game. But what is happening to U4G? Behind the silos, they're going down.
I told you all the 4 players play together a little bit too much, but considering one of the guys from the side of U4G is actually a little bit separated out, so that's going to give them a bit of an advantage. Captain is the man who's not exactly with the rest 3 players, and Orangutan, considering they've got the high ground advantage to play with.
Can't cross to go for the revives. I think Captain, for him as well, to be able to survive, it's going to take a miracle for him to move forward in this game. Look at that. Stark is going to get finished off. The question is who takes the point. It's going to be Ash from the side of Orangutan. And with that, OG has moved their finish counter up to 3 finish points secured in this game. But also, with just 3 players remaining, can they secure the win in game number 1? The zone takes a massive shift towards the southeastern part, and now it's Claw Esports. Out of everyone, Claw is there, sitting at a massive advantage. It's not just because of the zone. They also have a slight bit of high ground to work with.
Yeah, I mean, having that high ground to play around with, Claw Esports looking pretty good, and even the BGMI gods sort of favoring them. And even Flanker Esports, another one of those teams that is looking in a pretty good spot. Now, all the players of Flanker Esports need to do is pin that spot down and not let anyone breach in from the southern side of that circle. For now, XYLE Esports wanting to take quite a desperate rotation. And Johnny, he gets blown up, and the entirety of XYLE Esports, they crumble down.
Felt like Drift City over there as soon as the tires from that vehicle were blown up. Where's does see the buggy move out of that storage area, but lets the player leave peacefully. He has other things to worry about, like Captain, the last surviving player from the side of U4G. OG just giving too much attention to that one last surviving individual, but now they readjust their focus, turning things around and trying to see if they can get those extra points of the fights that have broken out on this hill slope. And from the distance, nice spray down by Ash. Managed to pick off the last player from the side of ZoDxofficial. That's an extra point.
Yeah, B-Soul too getting taken out from the game, and yeah, even the last guy from U4G is going to say goodbye to the game. Orangutan, for now, they're doing a great job in recovering the fact that they lost belief quite early up inside that entire southern side, and now even other teams on the receiving end. MASHROOM boys not too much in a good spot considering Flanker Esports is the one that's going up against them. It's all down to Dark OP, the last glimmer of hope life. Molotov tossed in, and Dark OP maybe just walking inside that Molotov a little bit more steps to the left, and Dark OP might just catch himself on fire, but no, that's not the case. Instead, the players of Flanker Esports, they're getting shot at from the back lines.
This is quite an awkward circle, to be very honest. I mean, it's towards that southeastern part of the military base. And military base, yeah, there's a lot of cover to work with, but outside the base area, it's quite open, quite exposed. And that is why we do see a lot of these teams go for those desperate rotating attempts where they are just taking out their vehicles and trying to make a run for the circle. But shots on towards Ash. He panics for a second, readjusts his focus, and takes cover on the right side of the buggy. Necro, I have a feeling OG is not going to win this game.
Yeah, no, they won't be. And that's why OG, they're trying their best to get as many elimination points as possible and also trying to play the survival game at this point in time. Admin Esports getting taken down from the game. The last man also gets wrapped up. OG too. They were in quite a world of hurt, as it's all down to even the last guy from the side of OG. Mafia Officials, a team that has got all the 4 players up in life, and now every single team at this point in time, they're just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and as soon as the next circle shift is going to happen, it actually favors the players of OG.
No. Ashy's quite exposed, AK knocked out. Bunty from the side of Mafia Official. They're looking to finish off Orangutan. Force them on the 6th placed exit in this matchup. Ash, does he have a first aid or any healing utility to work with? That is going to be so important for him. Just a few pixels exposed, and still Mafia, they're not letting him go. They're not letting him breathe for a single second. What would you do in a situation like,
oh, it's done. It's done. That pixel being exposed for a little bit too long, and all he does is switches his focus onto that player and takes him down. That little glimmer was more than enough to shut him down, and now OG, their position was compromised and also stolen away instantly
and
by Mafia.
They had a prime spot to work with, because remember we were talking about Claw Esports a few moments ago. Well, Claw, they ran out of numbers, their numbers were picked off, and they were forced down this hill.
Mafia once again up against the lads in the front lines. MASHROOMs again in the receiving lines. Mafia Officials, so many shots taken, just trying to mow down lawns, and finally they find the opening that was desperately needed. One more man to go. MASHROOM boys almost on the verge of crumbling down and also get eliminated, but Mafia, they make a really big mistake on tunnel visioning the opponents, and this is where COBRA, they got a chance to strike.
Getting flanked by Flanker Esports, that has to be the worst. I mean, their name says it all. Kaneki, I don't think there's going to be an option for Mafia Official to bring him back with the amount of utility that's going to be lobbed upon him. Look at this. They climb up the slope to line up the nades. And as I said, Kaneki is going to get finished off. Flanker Esports, they found their opening inside the zone. Quite brilliant.
Remember one thing that I always say, Johnny? In the late game circles, it's better if you're not going to be on the center of the circle, because you're probably going to be the center of attraction. And that's what is happening with the players of Mafia. Right now they're in this max center, and that's why every single team knows that these are like a couple of free elimination points if they can get their hands onto that back, because Mafia cannot deal with all the teams at the same time. They need to at least have one team on their target first. They need to prioritize team by team. And right now, the main priority for them is COBRA Esports.
The priorities, I feel like, are split, because a few moments ago, as we saw Kaneki take control of this eastern side ridge, He was picked off by Flanker Esports, but that has also forced Mafia, all the 3 players, into one corner. I think now they might actually be able to work with something and secure the win of this game, considering they're the only team present with 3 players left. All the other teams are just there with 2 each.
I mean, for now, Flanker, they know that things have sort of settled down. As long as they're making it inside the circle, that's all that matters. And also the circle shift is actually going to be favoring the players of Flanker too. Yeah. It's moved up a little bit closer to them. All they need to do is crawl and creep their way inside the upcoming circle as well. For MASHROOM boys though, this might be a little bit of a run they need to execute. At least Dark OP's got his hands on the buggy.
Did you notice something? We are in the top 4 and it's all undergods that are present. There's not a single big name. Claw Esports is out, Orangutan is out. It's all new players, new faces that have taken on one of the trickiest military-based circles and have managed to conquer it.
And this is what you like to see.
Always.
Undergods slowly and steadily stepping things up. We wanted to see a comeback story in the overall standings. We wanted to see at least some teams bounce back from the latter half of the board. And today might just be the day for Group 7. MASHROOM boys, Dark OP wanting to make it. He's actually creeped and crawled his way up quite close. And as I mentioned, for MAFIA officials, the main prime target for now is COBRA Esports.
Oh, that was too close for comfort. But Bunty now he knows exactly where the opposition is. He's going to lob a nade of his own. Before that, secures the finish of Hattori. COBRA down to their last player, whose name apparently is Claw now. And he is hiding inside that smoke. That is exactly where the nades and the Molotovs are going to be lined up. The nade does a little bit of damage. The Molotov is going to be good as well. And then another nade lobbed right inside the depth of that smoke. I don't think Claw is going to stay alive for long. He's trying to climb up the slope, but his fate has been seen.
Yeah, guys getting bombarded, but somewhere else on the line, or somewhere else on the map, even MASHROOM boys, they get compromised. And now it's only down to the last 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. And even Flanker Esports, they get eliminated because they only had one last guy up and alive. And this is where Mafia officials, they come out on top. Johnny, you wanted to see an Undergod team kick things off. Even I wanted to see an Undergod team kick things off, and this is the perfect start you can ask for.
Exactly, considering Mafia official yesterday did not have that great of a day. Today, starting things off right off the bat with the chicken dinner is actually quite impressive. But equally impressive coming in from Flanker Esports, COBRA Esports as well. Because all of these teams, I mean, as we mentioned, undergod teams making into this difficult of a position. Imagine OG took control of the zone solely. Ferry Pier to the southern shoreline and then moving up north. But they made the mistake of underestimating the rest of the competition and they had to pay the price. And congratulations to Mafia official. An impressive win, I have to say.
I mean, I think so. It was Believe who sort of underestimated the competition right there. Going up against the players, the MASHROOM boys. He got a little bit too ahead of himself. A little bit of more greediness, I would say, from the side of OG. And that's why Belief got taken out quite early inside the game, too. Maybe hopefully in the upcoming stances, this is where Belief has learned from his mistakes, and in the upcoming 2 games, he's not going to be repeating the same mistakes. But, ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left. ठीक है
अरे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
यस लेट्स गो
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
अब तुम्हारी बारी
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 today from Group 7 was quite impressive, especially from all of these underdog teams that we have been talking about so much, with MAFIA official out of everyone walking away with an impressive chicken dinner. But now, as we move on to match number 2, we also have the second caster being changed, where we have Salty joining us on the panel. And the first things first, Salty, what's happening with OG, man?
I mean, to be honest, they tried their best. You know, of course, they tried their best. But it wasn't the best of games. You've got to give him some time to just kind of get warmed up, you know. Erangel, for sure, we were aiming for a chicken dinner, but at the end of the day, I feel like top 5 finish, top 6 finish with decent amount of finishes, still fine.
Didn't you enjoy the final top 4 teams fighting it out? I mean, Mafia official, they were so impressive. We were talking about how in the center of the zone, they had all the attention upon themselves, but still they managed to deal with all that pressure quite brilliantly.
Exactly, and the best part about this entire final circle was the fact that it was completely dominated by the undergods. Every single one was just new faces, just like you mentioned during the cast as well. New faces, new teams, and how beautifully they handled that unorthodox circle. And to be honest, just like you said, I enjoyed it to perfection. And this place, the bridge, was absolutely hot throughout the entire part of the game itself.
Not just one bridge, it was actually both the bridges. Towards the military bridge, we did not really see those bridge camps, but in fact, the fights happened on the northern side of the bridge. And it was kind of, I'll be honest about it, I felt it was a misplay from GENxFM. Because had they just pushed on Mox securing those knocks, had they pushed in all together, even Ray, there was no reason for Ray to stay on that lighthouse for so long. Yeah, I understand one of the players from the opposing side is holding the backline. You have those vehicles to work with for a reason, right?
Yeah.
You need to provide support for your player. Mox did a brilliant job securing the 2 opening knocks, but GENxFM, they did not really capitalize at the moment. And then we saw similar plays being made by teams who were desperate to push towards those endgame situations, moving towards that southeastern hill of that military base, outside the military base to be a little bit more precise, but not a lot of them made it through. In fact, I believe only 1 or 2 teams made it through.
Exactly, and it's because of the rough terrain. Of course, the military base comes with enormous obstacles, and of course, throughout that entire terrain, you've got multiple teams trying to rotate in just one single pathway. So it's going to be obviously difficult, and of course, continuous hardships after hardships, which just made life difficult for every single one.
Simple question, favorite team from this game?
I think I was looking forward to Orangutan, but Mafia with the chicken dinner, it has to be Mafia official.
Right. I mean, yeah, Mafia, they did a brilliant job as we keep talking about it. And I think one of the most difficult things for them to actually pull off was take the zone control away from OG and the players of Claw Esports. Because Claw actually took the same position super early in the game. It was just the fact that Claw's numbers were dwindled down a little bit early because of the amount of pressure that was being brought upon them from every single direction. They were surrounded in the mid-game stages and they weren't able to survive. Had they survived just by keeping their heads down, maybe it would be Claw walking away with the win and not Mafia official. I think Claw would definitely realize this as well.
That is one of the drawbacks of trying to go up early, right? You either take two approaches, either try and get all the attention towards yourself or try and be anonymous and just strike when the iron is hot. Seems like Claw, they just mistimed the whole thing.
I asked Necro the same question, what would he do in a similar situation? I know for a fact, being an aggressive lad, Necro would just push in. What would you do in a situation like this? Because it is a very tricky zone. When you step outside the military base, there is no cover to work with.
Exactly.
Zero cover.
Yeah.
You saw that hill, not even trees on that slope to work with. Once you reach the top, there are a few trees, but even they are separated by quite a decent bit of distance, because of which a lot of teams were struggling to even move an inch.
Yeah.
What would you have done in a situation like this if you were the player, the IGL of Claw Esports?
To be honest, see, me and Necro, you put us on a pedestal. It seems like we're both 21-year-olds. We're both, our blood is boiling at this point. We're both aggressive as possible as we can. So pretty much I would have done the same thing. Just go in, try and get as many finishes as you possibly can before you actually take the burn.
Talk about finishes and securing them. Let's have a look at the rebel of the match. We do have Dhruv FTW, ladies and gentlemen, from Xzor Esports, and we have to talk about Xzor Esports now for sure, because this team might not have survived for a long time inside of the game, but they were responsible for a lot of early game action, starting all the way from that Northern Georgia fight, moving down the military bridge and still taking on those collisions. Xzor in the early stages was brilliant, but because of those early fights, their rotation was delayed.
Exactly, you lose players in the process, of course. 5 finishes at the WD top, closely followed by COBRA Esports Hattori. Now, this team has been consistent yesterday. This team came in with that same consistency today as well. This is something which I like about these teams. In spite of the breaks, they're not letting it hit their momentum. They're still keeping up the ante. And COBRA Esports, if they do it consistently for the next 2 games, I believe they will have their position set inside the top 7.
Hey man, I mean, apart from them, we do have the winners of the game being represented by Bunty of OP, but let's have a look at the rankings of this game, because at the end of the match and at the end of the day, only the points matter, right? MAFIA Official are there with 26 points to their name, 11 finishes. I did not see when they got those 11 finishes, but I think dominating that mountain, that hilltop, did allow them to be in an advantageous position, and they were able to capitalize on that quite nicely. So kudos to MAFIA Official. Even more brilliance being displayed on them, not just playing for placements, but securing those eliminations and securing them in their corner. COBRA Esports did finish 3rd, got eliminated in the top 3, but had 8 eliminations more than Flanker Esports. And Flanker Esports, I have to say, we have noticed this since yesterday. Their rotations are the best.
Yeah, but also look at Xzor Esports, right? You mentioned they could not survive a lot, so therefore only 1 position point to work with, but 11 finish points. That contributed a lot to their success, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the overall standings. And all of a sudden, GENxEsports, they've lost their lead at the top, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Orangutan has to thank Xzor for that, for picking off GENxFM super early in the game in that Northern Military Bridge fight. And now with only 2 games remaining, the question is still, will we see an undergod team outperform one of the best teams in the country?
Claw Esports, 29 points in the 8th spot, and U4G Esports, 30 points in the 7th spot. We know, as a matter of fact, Johnny, that the top 7 qualify, which means there's basically a difference of just 1 point between those two. Who is going to cross that finish line? 2 games left. We're going to find out.
1 point difference between the 7th and the 8th position. There's 3 points between 7th and the 9th. There's 6 points between 7th and the 10th, and just 8 points separating the 7th position team from the 11th position, Xzor Esports. And Xzor today are looking phenomenal with how they have played their game. Look at this. In 4 matches, they have just had 2 placement points,
they don't
2
care.
position points, and 20 finishes. If this performance gets them through, I mean, I'm going to be super impressed, but even that is an understatement now.
To be honest, for sure, everybody is going to be impressed by their gun game. But when you're also getting 20 finishes, it's also sort of your responsibility to sort of transition that into position points as well, right? I mean, you're winning all your duels, then where are the position points going? But, however, with the way they've started this game, with the way they've started the day, I'm kind of expecting them to kind of take it up from here. They've got a platform for themselves. Now they've got 2 more matches to go. Miramar as well as Sanhok. With good performances, Xzor might just push through.
all Xzor has to do is survive more than like 15 minutes inside of the game. They do all of their hard work within the first 15 minutes, and I feel after that they are like, all right, our match is done. Let's just let the other teams play. But hopefully the other game is a little bit better for them, because it is going to be quite an interesting position to be in as these teams get ready to jump into that next map of Miramar.
Exactly. Now, this is a map where they have to be a little more disciplined. I feel like early collisions might just be there, but in spite of those early skirmishes, there's going to be that massive mid-game stage where you just have to focus on placing yourself inside the circle and the rotations.
I want to talk about a team that you might not necessarily be too excited about, but I mean, they have performed quite well since yesterday. U4G Esports, Salty, what are your thoughts on them?
I mean, to be honest, yeah, the momentum was there. They had a good run of form, but the fact that they come in today, they get a good performance outright from the start itself. It looks good, right? In terms of the overall standings, it does look good. But 2 more maps to go. Like I said, there's barely any difference between the teams, and there are so many teams trying to throw in that jab.
Yeah, I would say U4G, they need to pull off a move just like they did on Vikendi. Just have one solid performance, and that will secure your spot in the top 7. It will give you an additional bit of safety cushion to work with as well. So in case that last game does not really go your way, you still know for a fact that you have made it through to round 3, and you will be moving forward in this tournament.
Exactly. But I think Miramar, just like you said, Miramar is going to be that map itself, right? This is the map where everything sort of settles. Yes, there are going to be those, late game jitters on the map of Sanhok. I still feel there is going to be massive changes, at least in the 6th and the 7th spot of the overall standings, in spite of the rest of the pack being settled down. So majority of the table will be sort of settled down on the map of Miramar. We'll know who is going to proceed forward. But of course, those 6th and the 7th spot, you never really know.
But would you like to say that, which team would you say would win this game?
Difficult question, but I think it's going to be U4G.
U4G?
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite interesting.
Yeah,
rooting for the rivals
yeah,
now,
yeah. I think... See, I mean, I've mentioned this yesterday as well. As a caster, my job is to sit on the fence. I'm not going to be, favoring anyone at this point. But U4G, they played really well. They kind of deserve that little bit of credit, and they deserve that credibility. On Miramar, they might actually come up with good performances. But for the audience as well, right, it's sort of a little... jarring to a point where 3 games are played on one day, 3 games are played on the other day as well. It's a little jarring for the players as well. It's more like a test match. You finish a day, you go to bed, and then you come back the next day. But it sort of tests your mentality. One good day is not going to see you through. You have to be consistent, and you have to be good overall.
I mean, and I think from a team's perspective, it does give them the opportunity to go back after they're done with day 1, 3 matches, go back, review those games, review the mistakes that were made, and try and make sure that the next game, they don't necessarily step into the same shoes, make the same errors. Because the next day is what could be your last day. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have Miramar on our screen, which is about to begin in the next few moments. And here we have the plane.
Here we have the plane, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it starts from the right-hand side of El Pozo, moves towards Puerto Parazo. Now, this is where the flight path actually gets pretty interesting, because extremely skewed towards the southern side of the map. Majority of the teams will try and move maximum towards water treatment or Cruz de Val. Towards Campo Militar or Tohoya Moada, if you want to go over there, maybe you'll have to take those intermediate drop locations. But a couple of things I want to point out, of course, is going to be the change in drop locations. Now, we know as a matter of fact that there is one team who has announced their drop locations on social media, be it Orangutan. They wanted to go towards Al-Azhar, but that would not be a possibility. I think they might actually change their drop location, move towards Chumasera.
So yesterday's impressive Miramar performance came from XYLE Esports, but as you mentioned, I mean, Al-Azhar right now is a little too far away from that flight path trajectory. So Orangutan, as you mentioned, might be looking to drop on their secondary drop location, but that won't be easy. Because another thing we noticed yesterday on this particular map was a massive cluster towards the southern half of the map. And that made things a lot more interesting, a lot more intense. So let's see how this one is going to go about, especially in the early stages. But again, we do see quite interesting start to the game where we have U4G going all the way towards Trailer Park. And, things are not looking good for OG Salty, I'm going to be honest. I mean, when they drop down south, it's a northern flight path. And look at this, 3 teams dropping towards this position. ZoDxofficial are here. Orangutan, just 2 players managing to pick up weapons as well. UMP to work with. AK with the M16.
finds the opening as Sonic is going to be put down on his knees. Can Orangutan recover? Can Beast Soul recover? Or the lads from TRex Esports, who are just patiently just waiting in a corner, are they going to be the ones capitalizing and securing the points from this fight? What is going to happen?
Nobody's going to be safe, Johnny. Nobody's safe at this point. Orangutan, they dropped in early. They got hold of that M16, and AKOP was brilliant in that regard to secure the first knock at least. But I feel like that knock needs to be converted into points right now. WizGod with a beautiful nade was brilliant, but trade comes in. Orangutan is still trying to hit back. It seems like B-Soul, they're just not ready to die down.
Well, they're not ready to give up yet, but OG as well. They have taken a lot of damage on two of their individuals, where WizGod was knocked out. AK is there, barely with a sliver of HP. And out in the open they go. A massive blunder. TRex Esports hope, giving hope to not just his team, but to the lads of ZoDxofficial as well. Now that the opening is there, can one of these individuals capitalize? TRex Esports, they protected their numbers all this time, but will they be able to walk away with this fight with the points in the bag? WizGod and Belief, this time they're not willing to give up for their team. The last two players still left standing.
Last two players, and look at this. Team T-Rex, they're looking to converge upon them from multiple directions. Only one player being knocked out. And I love what T-Rex did over there. They just waited for B-Soul to get eliminated. They waited for that entire fight to die down between Orangutan and B-Soul. And they knew that their chance to strike will come, especially when Orangutan would be softened up. And it seems like this time, they certainly are. 2v3 is the situation if Hope gets taken up.
I mean, it will be a 2v3 situation, but with how the players of OG have positioned themselves in the amount of utility that they have, I think it will be very tricky for T-Rex to go for a push. Hope, Peace one more out in the open, tries to go for a duel, but Peace, Believe, just being a little bit more precise with his weapon, does manage to secure the trade knock. Now, at the end of OG, ladies and gentlemen, in the early stage of the game, as TRex Esports just rip them apart with the claws that they have, and they do this without losing a single player. They have 5 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, 5 eliminations, 1 from B-Soul, and majority it was Orangutan, and beautiful placement by T-Rex as well. The way they kind of waited for that entire fight to die down. They did not even lose a player in the process, and this is the best part about it. We saw this entire fight, 2 teams just wiped out in such quick fashion. T-Rex Esports, a team which sort of did not perform throughout the entire first day. Now they show up, and now they decide to wipe off 2 of the best teams in the lobby.
I mean, apes versus dinosaurs, we know who's going to win, right? Who is the actual apex predator win?
Maybe.
It's the T-Rex.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe if T-Rex were still alive at this point, hopefully they would have won in this battle, but sadly they're extinct.
They did win. They are all 4 of them are alive. What are you talking about, Salty?
For sure, for sure. You know, kudos to them as well. Their positioning was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, true,
I mean, Abyss in this location, I think majority, Orangutan was just, left off guard. AK as well as Ash, they did not expect Abyss to be in that position to come in for that flank. And when the 2 knocks were confirmed, you knew that this fight was done and dusted.
Also, to be fair, if 3 teams drop into such a small cluster of compounds, it is guaranteed that 2 complete squad wipes are happening. Yeah. There is no escape for anyone. You can't avoid it. Either you take the opposition down or you are getting taken out. It's one or the other. And I think OG, they tried their level best. Even B-Soul, for that matter, they tried their level best. But T-Rex, they were just a little bit more smarter than the other 2 teams.
And also the fact that they kind of dropped in the periphery. It's always important for you, if you actually find teams dropping in the same location, to try and get as far away as you potentially can. Get yourself the compounds which are at the periphery of that complex, or whatever you want to call it. That kind of gives you that little bit of an extra time to work with, a little bit of a mental reset, and also an exit strategy, most importantly. If you want to get away from this particular fight, T-Rex could have easily fallen back if they had that mental approach. But this time, they wanted to go in aggressive, which is a good thing. And they got benefit out of it as well. And the best part is, they did not even lose a player in the process.
So, here's a bit of an FYI for everyone. I mean, all the new viewers that are tuning in today, just drawing up references from what happened on the same map yesterday. Differences differences that are clearly visible. First of all, the 3-team drop clash towards Chumasera, that wasn't there. There was a massive cluster towards the south, but somehow teams did avoid the collision against each other. One more thing. Yesterday, no one went to El Pozo. This time, there's Flanker Esports that's present towards that northwestern city. No one went towards that prison, Los Higos Island. But that is where XYLE Esports have decided to play from. And it's an important game from XYLE Esports as well, because as Necro and I were having the conversation about them earlier during the day, this team is very consistent in terms of their placement, but now they are also the team that's the furthest away from the zone. So how will they make that northern rotation? I have no idea, but that story will unfold in front of us as we speak.
I have one complaint against XYLE Esports though. Their gun game has been kind of holding them back for a very long time right now.
It's not holding them back. We know for a fact. We've seen them in round 1. They were quite solid in their gun game, but I don't know. The round 2, I think they're just protecting their strategy, not letting the big names see what they're capable of.
FYY, gun game is in strategies.
What anyway. Is FYY?
FYI, yeah, I just kind of slipped my tongue over there anyways. But yeah, I mean, speaking of XYLE Esports, I mean, one big reference is that they kind of threw the game on the map of Erangel, to be honest. I still remember the fact that it was a 4v3 fight against COBRA Esports, and COBRA Esports barely were like a two-man unit over there. One player was just softened up to about like 10-20% of his HP, but still, in spite of having the man advantage, in spite of having the height advantage, it could not win that particular fight. Now, when you lose fights from that situation, in my opinion, personally, it's like a criminal offense. You're not supposed to do that, even if you're an underdog team at this level.
Agreed.
And XYLE Esports, if you constantly see the way they've garnered those points is basically through placement. Yeah. Now, if they can pick up their gun game to a certain level, maybe get those 4 or 5 finishes consistently, maybe it is the confidence which they are lacking. Maybe they'll get the confidence back. Maybe they'll come back to their whole form itself, and they'll start blowing, teams like they did in round 1.
I do agree with you. I mean, maybe they're lacking a little bit of confidence in the sense that at this point, there's too much to lose. We talked about this yesterday. You have moved one step closer to that 2 crore prize pool, one step closer to that grand final, right?
Yeah.
And as soon as you keep inching closer, you do not really want to fail. And that is, I think, that is their position. They want to protect themselves. They want to make sure they make it to the grand finals one way or the other. But talk about getting somewhere one way or the other. I want to see what Demon Gods will do to get out of this tricky position that they found themselves in, where they want to enter the zone, and they have in fact entered the zone, but they can't really move any bit further because there's a team blocking their way in the form of Admin Esports.
Not just Admin Esports as well. COBRA Esports just slightly northward of this team as well. So even if they decide to leapfrog Admin Esports, I'm pretty sure they're going to find multiple teams in the process. And that just means that they have to play the waiting game. They will have to play the waiting game, figure out where the next circle pops out, because we haven't yet seen that hard shift coming in. It might just come in from the 3rd stage. We've seen that 3rd stage hard shift being extremely detrimental to so many team success. So maybe if Demon Gods can play that little bit of a waiting game, might just be successful.
Did see that buggy roll from the corner of my eye. Yeah.
I mean, usual instances, usual scenes. These teams, for sure, they have their driving licenses, but it seems like off-roading is just a whole different ballgame.
See, had it been Sanhok or Erangel, it's completely fine to drive like a maniac, but on Miramar, where the map is so much open, a single error in judgment, even if you are in that vehicle, could result in you getting taken out and you putting your team at a massive disadvantage. You have to be very precise traversing this map. And you have to be extremely careful with how you move around, no shenanigans whatsoever. But
using certain vehicles for specific purposes. I mean, we've seen buggies just flying in the skies and players tumbling down like nothing else. So for sure,
and this is something that players have started to do on Erangel, where they're going to just use the max boost of the buggy, make sure to take the leap and just park the buggy on rooftops now. That is the new trend inside of the game. If you guys haven't tried it out, go ahead. It's super fun. Just try and land a buggy on top of a house. You'll know what I'm talking about once you succeed.
You know, speaking of landing something on top of the house, it seems like Xzor Esports on top of their head might just be a huge bounty, because team number 11 is closely following by Prithvi, has been charged in by that Molotov, but Shubham wants to close in. One player is down from the side of U4G, and Johnny, it seems like this team is in a massive world of hurt.
Yeah, we saw an impressive clutch yesterday from Prithvi. Can he pull it off again? The first knock has been secured and he finds the second, but only with a sliver of HP. No time to heal the first wave. He was trying to pop it off, but no! He does it again! What is this man made of? Proving to be an unfinishable beast. Prithvi finally gets an opportunity to get his HP back up, and it looks like all of a sudden Xzor Esports, they are on the verge of getting wiped out. They've lost 3 players. Lakshay for the win. Well, there's absolutely no way for him to win this game.
Xzor Esports had such a massive advantage in that fight. They had the man advantage right from the start. It was a 4v3 and then 2 players, in fact 3 players charged in towards Prithvi. Look at this replay once again, right? The AKM, it's not even the DBS, that's a one-pump jump. This man just deliberately made sure that he connects every single bullet. And the last one, the best, because he barely had a sliver of HP and connected every single shot at the skull.
Absolutely phenomenal. Now, this is what you call an individual moment of brilliance, where one individual just outshines everyone else, looks like an absolute god while playing the game, and this is the moment we all keep hoping are going to happen to us, but yeah. Prithvi is just built different.
It's rare, but it's beautiful to watch.
Yeah,
it's so beautiful to
That
watch.
is why it's beautiful. I mean, you won't really see anyone pull these moments off. Had it been a DBS, we would not have been this excited. But he pulled it off with an AKM. And especially in close quarters, the AKM hip fire, it's quite easy to control this way. It's quite easy to aim the crosshair right on the opposition's head. But to have the presence of mind to make sure that you are pre-aiming precisely from behind that rock and all the small little details, the minute details of that firefight. But talk about things being minute, and it feels like this small little delay that was there for the players of TRex might result in XYLE Esports just making sure that once again these T-Rexes are going to be extinct.
They are on the right side of the circle at least. And they will try and ensure that they gatekeep the likes of T-Rex, to be honest, because XYLE Esports, great positionings for them. But look at Johnny, this man wants to do something different. Why did he take that rotation? I have no clue, but at least to be a distraction because Hope gets taken down.
Yeah, that was a bait. See, anytime you see a lad like this out in the blue in front of, in the faces of the opposition, it's one of two things. Either he's too greedy and he's going to hear a few different words from his IGL, or it's going to be a bait and 3 different players on top of that hill just ADSing already scoped in on that particular position, ready to take the opposition down. And apparently that was the game plan for XYLE Esports. They managed to secure 3 finishes for themselves, and now they find themselves in a much better position where they have, as you guys can see, the northern part of El Pozo under their control, and there's no one on that western edge of the circle. So they should be safe for at least the next 3-4 minutes.
I love how they just did not waste any time on getting further finishes from the side of Team T-Rex. They know, as a matter of fact, that they are softened up. They are on the same rotation path. The blue zone was approaching, and they were like, they transitioned from a finish to rotation in extremely quick fashion, and that gave them that little bit of a real estate and the advantage.
So this hasn't happened in a while to me, but crater fields, that massive little crater dip. What are your thoughts on that? Because my personal opinion, that's the worst position inside the game to be in. It's like a massive bowl and you're just waiting for everyone to take you down.
I hate dips, to be honest. Dips is probably the worst place you want to be in, especially in terms of the utility game in the final circles. It's almost impossible to survive with so many nades and Molotovs with just being flooded in. And Mafia, it seems like they are right across moving in that direction. But the circle has actually moved a little bit northward, and now U4G and Team Claw, they will be fighting for that piece of land on top. The topography is going to play a massive advantage for both of them.
That is actually quite true, because that's an unavoidable fight for U4G and Claw, both of them. U4G, to be fair, they have a little bit of an advantage considering they are on top of that hill a little bit early, and Claw is going to have to take an early uphill fight. But that's a story for another time. So far, GENxFM, the Fearless Marathas, it feels like they're trying to finish off the players of COBRA Esports, but the hilltop situation is not looking too good for Vish. He knows the opposition is there on the other side, but he does not really have vision of him.
It's such a weird fight, to be honest, because none of them have any extra motivation, right? They're not really doing this to garner real estate. They're just doing it to gather control of the southern fringe of this entire circuit. It's going to be interesting to watch how they actually execute it, but GENxFM Esports, from Flanker Esports mid-rotation, and they've cut off one of their players. But it seems like the knock was stolen up by admin. And they still have 0 finishes in their bank. This team needs to rack up a lot of points because it seems like GENxFM, they've sort of lost momentum since yesterday.
Well, they have lost a lot of momentum. Even game number 1 wasn't going their way. And this one, Mox.
Oh no.
He was so phenomenal yesterday, today as well. I mean, just the final 2 clips remaining on this Carl of his. The 6x scope has helped him out all this time, but still no finish is secured. Even that knock wasn't his. That knock came from someone else.
Just take a deep breath, my man. Just take a deep breath.
He's running out of ammo on both weapons.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the case for majority of these players because they try and stock up on utility, especially on a map like Miramar. You need a lot of those smoke grenades, but a lot of these shots being fired and not connecting for sure is going to hurt Ray. But elsewhere, it seems like COBRA Esports, they are starting to screw their venom, Johnny.
Well, they are starting to spew their venom, but how deadly are these Cobras? That is what we want to know. So far, not as much as we expected, but look at this, the players of Seal against the fearless Marathas, and the nade did look quite decent, but the Seals fall back a little bit, and all 4 of these players are sticking together. Now, it might not really be a position they want to be in, but it is forced upon them. They don't really have a lot of options available. Mox did manage to secure the opening knock, but now he has been traded out. So now what will the reaction of the rest of the players from GENxFM be? I feel they need to go for a push right now. 1 brilliant nade, 1 good gunfight, and they will have 4 players down in just 3 to 4 seconds. They can just mow them down like a lawnmower.
To be honest, I have a little bit of a different opinion because they're trying to push up, they're trying to move away from this strength spot. They have the high ground advantage. Team Seal, they have a massive climb out in the open. Why would you try and push up and give your knock out like that? That just does not make sense for GENxFM Esports. Just try and hold yourself. Maybe try and keep the numbers advantage in your favor. At least Vishu is doing that. The rest of the players need to do something different as well.
That hurt. That hurt me. Quite bad. Seal Esports, Team Seal, just overexposed in that slope. They did have that smoke blocking the front. They did have that thick wall of smoke denying the vision to the players of GENxFM. But what about the backlines? Their backs were also exposed, and COBRA Esports chiming in right at the nick of time do put the Team Seal in a massive disadvantage. Luckily for them, they react in time, and Claw was knocked out. But look at this. XYLE Esports choke player. Well, it feels like he's going to be choked in a corner by Admin Esports. Nowhere left to go. That's it. That's it. That's the end.
Of course, they knew his position, and a double nade was just completely enough to finish him off. Beautifully done. GENxFM got 4 finishes to their name, and it seems like this Southern Warfare has been brilliantly working out for them. They've got control, but it seems like another team is starting to create their presence felt. It seems like Claw Esports, they're extremely close towards COBRA Esports right now.
They are quite close to them. MASHROOM, I almost forgot about MASHROOM boys. Are they still in the game?
Yeah,
they are.
like
all 4 of them.
All 4 of them, and they're pretty healthy. They have this nice little compound inside the circle. But the only point is, like, of course, with so many teams trying to chime in against them, it's going to be a little hard for them to hold this position.
Well, they have been quite stealthy so far. They've managed to just keep themselves hidden. Stage 6, and they just have 1 finish secured. Well, they're going to rack up a few more if they play like this. Taking on the players of U4G U4G Esports now finally, who have made the mistakes of overexposing themselves. Oh, he's climbing on top of the barrels outside. I want to see what that player is going to be. That's a confidence play right there. It might not work out. It does not work out. He's knocked out. But that was confidence right there. I'm happy we get to see this.
Extremely positive, but of course, just like you mentioned, confidence. But also Necro likes to mention a line pretty often. There's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. It seems like U4G.
What a nade.
So many nades and molotovs being lobbed in. Beautiful stuff. And now all of a sudden, MASHROOM boys, they just have nowhere to go.
Yeah, they have nowhere left to go. I mean, Aim God was an absolute Aim God. Not with his weapons, but with the utility. Because he managed to land that nade through a small little gap in that Shack's window. And it connected perfectly. Finished off one player from MASHROOM Boys, knocked out the second. And now MASHROOM Boys, they're down to their last two players. 11, he needs to be extremely careful. He does not have all the ammo in the world to work with, just a limited amount in his backpack, and needs to be quite smart with how he goes ahead and uses it. I know it's going to be quite luring to just empty out clip after clip upon the upon a team that's as exposed as the players of U4G, but then again, you don't really have the option. U4G, they're going to try and protect their numbers, and they have protected their numbers quite brilliantly. This smoke is denying all sorts of vision to MASHROOM Boys. And I think this situation might have just gotten worse for them. They are outside the circle now. Pressure will befall them from U4G, and they don't really have the numbers to work with this. This might be the end of MASHROOM Boys.
Exactly, and we talked about it, right? They were having this control of the clip, of course, with U4G as well as Claw Esports coming in from two different directions. It was always going to be problematic, but at least they have revived one of their fallen brothers. And U4G, they have struck hard this time. Aim God has been knocked out right now. Captain 7, as well as Stark, will still try to cover the distance. They did use the smoke path initially to try and do that, but it was held back really well. Partly because of MASHROOM Boys and partly because of all the third-party presence that is there in the vicinity. And now another one goes down. But it, of course, has to go credit to GENxFM Esports. From the back lines, they're like the guardian angels for MASHROOM Boys.
It's like
a big brother move.
A big brother move, just a second shot at life for MASHROOM Boys that was given to them, a second chance being handed to them on a silver platter by GENxFM, as you said, using that high ground advantage to make sure they have vision and information about the other teams in the lobby, exactly what sort of a situation they have to work with. And it's just GENxFM who have that high ground advantage to work with, by the way. All the other teams are just taking fight against each other on these lower ground positions. And if the zone moves up, then maybe GENxFM will be the team walking away with the win in this game. But look at this. What is Stark doing? He just has one ridge to work with, and he is refusing to give up, which might be the right call, but he also has to clutch out this 1v2 before he can move further in this game. Danish right in front of him. Will Stark connect the shots? Not really. Danish runs out behind the ridge. And while all of this is happening, 11 was trying to go for a revive on his teammate. Does not really succeed. Stark is out of utility. Otherwise, one nade on the other side of the ridge and his job would have been made easier. But it does get easier because Claw Esports show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, but look at this. Just places himself right beneath Admin Esports, and I'm not sure what is happening over there. But Claw Esports still trying to go for this King of the Hill battle against GENx. Ray does find the first knock, and this is where it gets interesting, Johnny.
God, there's so much chaos. Claw Esports wiped out without even breaking a sweat. GENxFM, they take all four of them down, but while they were distracted by Claw Esports, they forgot about MASHROOM Boys, and the boys are back for revenge.
Absolutely. This fight was basically the dictator of who is going to win this entire map itself. It was a King of the Hill battle, basically, between Claw Esports and GENx. And GENx, how beautifully they executed it. Utility usage to perfection. Gun game, absolutely brilliant. And the trade game was on point as well. And now we are left over with 4 teams and 10 players in action, and GENxFM at the top of it all. Only one thing can go away from their control, and that is going to be the circle, which might betray them in the ending stages. But from that, it seems like they have this game scripted in their hands.
Well, it's theirs. This win should be theirs. Danish, not really a lot for him to do, except his fate. Tries his level best to secure the points, but it does not really work out. Kudos to the last surviving player, Stark from U4G. He has made it to the top 3. That means 10 placement points at minimum are heading his way. And also Flanker Esports, I am loving this team so much. You might not see them in the action, but their rotations, we said this, me and Necro, they are the best at rotations in every single map. Even this time they made it to top 3 with 3 players remaining. But can they secure the win? Chances are quite slim. They have 5 eliminations, and also GENxFM, they have the high ground advantage to work with.
I'm definitely surprised about one thing, and that is Admin Esports, who are still present inside the top 5. Now, where did they get taken out? Because it was only Stark who was coming in from behind, challenging them. but it seems like they were taken out by a third party. GENxFM were also busy with Cloud Esports as well, so this is something which does not make sense for me. Hopefully we'll get to see that in the highlights, but it seems like Flanker Esports right now, they are being absolutely ripped apart. I mean, right from top, they have nothing to do at this point.
One of their players was knocked out, and I did not see a revive coming in for that lad, but somehow Flanker Esports have in fact gotten that player back in. ZOD. Z, alright. Z, that's 3 Ds right there.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like ZOD at some point, but
my eyes have gone bad, but well, Thorn is an absolute thorn in the path of GENxFM, and his eyes are completely fine. Sees the opposition, lines up the spray, takes him down like it's nothing for him.
Exactly. Of course, these are young blood, Johnny, and you have aged quite well, so I think it's time. Maybe you might actually...
I need to get glasses.
Yeah, sometimes you possibly do, but a 4v2 situation, Flanker Esports, even they need glasses. I think they don't actually, because they're hitting all their shots.
Well, they have taken down 2 players, and they brought the final fight between them and GENxFM down to a 2v2. Wow. It's only the low ground or disadvantage that can take this win away from them. But I don't think at this point it all matters. Flanker Esports, they're having a pretty brilliant day for themselves. They were in the top 4 in the previous map. Top 5, I believe, in the previous map, and now also they've made it in the top 2. They have 7 eliminations to their name. So overall, it was a wonderful game for them. But look at that, 17 finishes on GENxFM.
Yeah.
This team is, why do we call them undergods? This is the tier 1 team, basically.
So far, so good. They are almost doing it to perfection. But GENxFM, it seems like once again they're committing the same mistake which they almost did against Team Seal. That is, they're overcommitting bodies. In a fight against Flanker Esports, they shouldn't really have peeked out, and now another one goes down. Flanker Esports, it's a 1v2 at this one. Jatubot, if I pronounce his name correctly, he certainly is hitting some awesome shots at this point.
I think Flanker Esports might just walk away with the win. Thorn, look at him climb up the hill. He is not looking to stop. He has made his way through. GENxFM busy with the revive. MASHROOM gets taken out, and out of nowhere, Flanker Esports. My God, what a win! How? GENxFM, they threw this one. They had 4 players. They had numbers advantage. They had high ground advantage. And still Flanker Esports end up winning the game. What just happened?
All right. Let's just calm down for a second. Let's grab a breather, to be honest, because this game did not go according to the script. It did absolutely not go according to GENxFM's script. They had the high ground. They had so many finishes on the back of it. But they were committing the same mistake time and time again. The ball was on the court of Flanker Esports, but they just overextended every single time. Much like they did against Team Seal, losing bodies every single time. It's not going to work out.
I'll give one thing to you, because it was Flanker Esports' move to make it. GENxFM in that top 2 had the numbers advantage. They started off with a 4v3, and still Flanker Esports still figuring out, punishing every mistake and walking away with the chicken dinner. Brilliant. But will this impact their overall rankings? I'm pretty sure it will, but we'll have a look at that after this very short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन भागड़ी की डम कपू उड़ा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना पुर पका पम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS 2023. Of course, that beautiful commercial that we just saw is basically an Indian faction getting added to Road to Valor. It's getting pretty exciting out there, so do make sure that you check it out. Of course, with a small change in panel right now, I have Necro with us. Necro, I want to come back to you, of course, with that game. It was a fabulous game for GENxFM, but the ending was just not right.
Ending, things did not work out for them. But that knock that was found from the side of Flanker Esports, you got to give a lot of props to that one. GENxFM, on the other hand, as you mentioned, it was a phenomenal game for these guys, getting 17 elimination points wrapped up. That is immaculate, but I personally think it was their game to lose, and they actually lost out as well. So GENxFM needs to go back to the drawing board once again and start thinking what exactly went wrong in that last scenario.
To be honest, in my opinion, it felt like they were just overcommitting way too much. Now, both the teams, they did not use their utility, right? In a final fight like that, we expect a lot of utility being flooded in, especially a lot of nades, a lot of molotovs towards Flanker Esports. They could have done that, but they were trying to peek out. And when you peek out from a spot like that, when you have the high ground advantage, only your head is visible, and Flanker Esports did exactly that. They knew it's a 50-50 fight, and their head is visible. Whoever hits their shots first, they're going to win, and it was Flanker Esports.
I mean, look, for Flanker Esports, the only way they could actually win that fight was precision, and they actually did that too. And then later on, as soon as the first knockout was found, the rest of the guys started to push up. One guy was still in the back, though, and then there's one guy who was pushing up close and personal, and as soon as that guy knew that, okay, both the guys are way too low, pushed up, got them both down, and easily were able to get the chicken dinner secure as well. But this is how the action really kicked off in the previous game of Miramar, and we did see the players of OG2 sort of getting their hands on a couple of elimination points, but unfortunately for OG, once again, things are not getting too good for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this is not the ideal performance. This is not the place where they would want to get eliminated in. But you've got to speak about this clutch. This was one of the best clutches that we have seen in the game or in the tournament so far.
1 HP
basically a 1 HP clutch, a 1v3 by a man, and not even with the DBS, with an AKM.
Exactly. I mean, we know AKM, it is one of the most supreme weapons, of course, but if you compare that to a DBS, then DBS would reign supreme anytime compared to an AKM. All you need is one single pump, and if the pump is also on the point-blank range, then the opponent's pretty much done. But still, this man being able to pull that clutch off immaculately, nicely done. U4G is, of course, one of those teams that we all have been looking out for. But another team that I think we haven't really been speaking a lot about has to be MASHROOM Boys. Now, we've been touching upon GENxFM quite a lot. We've been speaking about all the other teams quite a lot. But MASHROOM Boys, they deserve a little bit of limelight too. And they've been doing quite a great job so far inside the games, even yesterday and even today.
Exactly. I think you mentioned the right word over there, and that is limelight. They did not get any screen time. Throughout the initial phase of the game, they did not get any screen time. But when we saw this team, they had such a beautiful position inside the circle, having a compound for themselves, 4 players alive. most importantly. But the only problem was they were being pincered from multiple directions. From one side it was U4G, from one side it was Claw Esports. It was getting way too difficult for them to just hold on to their pressure. And another thing, of course, they had their position inside the tip. GENxFM did try to sort of help them as their big brothers from the top, taking down players. But that was just about it. MASHROOM boys just could not survive for long.
I mean, not just that, then even COBRA Esports was one of those teams that was seen in the late game scenarios. And if you remember that fight that was going on between COBRA Esports, Seal, and GENxFM, I mean, GENxFM were on the top. In between was Seal, and COBRA Esports started to close in from the back lines. And unfortunately for Seal, they were on the receiving lines even from the above and even from underneath them, which was COBRA Esports. So a big sandwich situation. Felt a little bit bad for the players of Seal, but hey, sometimes that's how things and the action actually does unfold. But I would say for Seal, it's time for them to step things up. The problem is their positioning is always a little bit bad, and that's why they're not able to perform too good inside the Battlegrounds.
We'll actually come to this conversation about Seal in a while, of course, but you mentioned COBRA Esports, right?
Yeah.
COBRA Esports, their timing for attack has been absolutely brilliant. Just like a venomous snake, they've been hitting right from the backlines when the opposition really does not expect. You still remember that Erangel game, right, where yesterday they came in from nowhere, and then in Pochinki they were just absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. Speak about being brilliant, another guy who was really brilliant in that previous game has to be Moksh. From the side of GENxFM, he managed to get 5 elimination points wrapped up, but as we move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players from that previous game, this is where we'll see a couple of more players who were able to outshine the competition quite easily. Even Vishu, they're on the top 5 with 5 elimination points wrapped up. In total, GENxFM, they got 17 eliminations.
Absolutely. With Admin Delta, of course, with 4 finishes, Admin Esports and their elimination is still like a mystery to me. We just did not get to see how or when did they get eliminated. I mean, they were inside the top 5, that is for sure. But then all of a sudden, we just witnessed them getting eliminated. But then, of course, there's still Madrick. Now, I know as a matter of fact, you love this guy. You love this player and how he pulls off those crazy finishes. 4 finishes to his name as well. And then, of course, at the end, we've got Bot with 4 finishes.
I mean, not just that, it's time for the icebreaker now. Let's move on forward and take a look at the match scoreboard, because this is where we'll be able to figure out which team exactly managed to score the most amount of points. And of course, I'm not really surprised. GENxFM on the top on the first spot, getting 29 points in total. Then right underneath them is Flanker Esports too.
Absolutely, 24 points for them. Now, the crazy thing about this whole match scorecard, ladies and gentlemen, is GENxFM and Orangutan were the top 2 in the overall standings. This match, we talked about how this is going to affect the overall standings, almost solidifying the teams who are at the very top. And GENxFM, they have built up such a crazy lead for themselves. 29 points is such a beautiful game for them. Luckily, of course, for them, Orangutan could not rack up so many points, so they have got the lead, which I believe is not going to get eliminated anytime soon. But Team Seal, you're talking about this team just 1 point from this game. What do you think is going wrong for them?
Exactly, as I said, the positioning has been a big issue for them. If you notice what I was saying before too. Team Seal, the problem has been positioning. And every single time whenever they try to position themselves, if you remember, even in the previous game of Erangel, that's what exactly happened. The place where they stopped was just heavily filled with a lot of foes, and that's why Team Seal just crumbled down with the amount of pressure that was being put up on them constantly. And this time, too, they positioned themselves between 2 teams that was right above them and underneath them, too. So GENxFM, for them, it was like an easy piece of pie, which they were able to get their hands on. Even COBRA Esports, they were there to get they were there to get the advantage in that scenario. But the only thing I can suggest the players of Seal is to sort of take things a little bit too slow. I think so. There's overthinking a lot of scenarios for no reason.
It's I kind of totally agree with you on that point, to be honest, because it feels like the micro pit stops that they make inside of their rotation, it's been sort of not working out for them. They kind of stop in locations where there are multiple teams in the process. Maybe in the initial stages of the game, yeah, they have those good stops, but when the 4th or the 5th circle pops out, that is where they kind of get clustered. They kind of get into the mix of things, multiple teams just taking third parties. And that is one of the reasons why they haven't really been able to rack up the position points. They haven't really gotten themselves good position and finishes as a byproduct. But with one map left to go, the map of Sanhok, do you believe that Team Seal, they have hopes? Because to be honest, Necro, the cutoff is not very high. It's not out of reach.
They would need a nuclear game, straight up. If any single things they're going to be left out from their hand, then Team Seal will be kicked out of the top 7 as well. Because this time, as I mentioned, this time the cutoff is not that high. Even you said this as well. All they need is one single good game. But considering with how things have been looking like for them, I highly doubt we're going to be able to see that nuclear game from the side of Team Seal. But other teams, they've still got quite a good chance. And I really do want other teams, too, to sort of step up to the occasion, because they know that Mid-pack is, as usual, going to be really fragile. It's their time to step inside the action and make sure that the final game is being played as safe as possible. That means no early skirmishes.
No early skirmishes. Of course, on the map of Sanhok, we expect that little bit of aggression. And me and Johnny, we were having this conversation that with so many teams who are just in that 8th to the 12th position, I believe that there's basically almost no points difference. They are trying to just throwing jabs at the team who is at the 6th and the 7th spot. We saw a match prior, of course, that 30 point was the cutoff. And then up until the 12th or the 13th spot, it was barely like around 22. We did not get to see the overall standings in this match, of course, after this match. Kudos to production for that, just building up the suspense. But the final game, ladies and gentlemen, is in front of our screens. Sanhok and Necro, do the honors, please.
The final game for Group 7 is in front of us as the plane fly path starts all the way from Nakam towards Camp Bravo. And as I mentioned, teams will need to try and take things a little bit more slow. Now, there are a couple of things they can try to resort to. Of course, one of them being the med strat, which will be a little bit tough to get your hands on as many loots as possible, considering the plane fly path is heavily tilted on the southern side. And usually southern side is the side where teams tend to drop on towards the hill med strat, but this time we do not really see a lot of presence towards that southern side. The main reason, as I mentioned, because of the plane fly path.
Yeah. It seems like Mafia is actually going towards docks. Now, one of the reasons you would actually go to docks is those isolated compounds nearby. And you try and scatter yourself for those med hits and everything else. But it seems like in the village of Painan, there is an early skirmish in Necro. It seems like U4G Esports, they're on the hunt right now.
Yeah, U4G, they're doing quite a phenomenal job inside this fight. And they were also the one to be in the advantage in this one. Off the bat, Aim God getting that man down too. U4G off to a fantastic start inside this entire battle in Painan.
3 finishes for them, but it's not the end of problems because it's just not 2 teams in the vicinity. There are 3 teams, in fact. Team TRex is also involved into the mix, and it seems like Karthik from Team Demon Gods is going nowhere. He wants to seek revenge for the rest of his lads, and he might just be able to. If they do not pretend or if they do not have information about his presence, he will be able to take off the exits for multiple teams. Whoever, in fact, wins the fight between T-Rex. What will T-Rex engage? That is a question, Necro, which needs to be answered.
For T-Rex, even they are in quite a situation where they need to take things a little bit slow. And we know, even for them, the qualification's on the line. I'm not exactly sure what position they've got in the top 7, but if they are in the top 7, then one thing is for sure, that their position is quite vulnerable, quite fragile. They need to take things a little bit slow, safe and sound, and if they do get a little bit of eliminations here and they're quite free for them, then they should go ahead and pounce on the opportunity. But if they need to breach inside a compound and take down a team, that's when T-Rex should rethink their decisions once again.
Absolutely. And U4G is certainly not a team who is easy to go up and just finish off in a 4v4 battle. Of course, look at this. Once again, this man, Prithvi, be it the AKM or the UMP, he just absolutely shines every single time. He knows his hip fire so well that he's every single time he's just precise. It is going to hit the skull. It is going to break the skull open. It's going to crack any level 3 helmet, whatever you put on.
Shotguns in the close range, I mean, they're going to give you the maximum advantage. That's what it's meant for.
Yeah, but of course, this time it was the UMP, and last time it was the AKM, this time it was the UMP. This man just knows how to use those weapons.
I mean, two of the guys from the side of them, they had 2 shotguns available. So that's where I think they got the initial couple of knocks secured. And then, of course, UMP, as I mentioned early off, they were the lucky bunch who managed to get their hands on a couple of more better weapons compared to the opponents. And Demon Gods, unfortunately for them, things really did not kick off the way they wanted to. But it's completely fine, though. There's a chance they can also try and recover from this scenario. It will be a little bit tougher compared to all the 4 players. If they were alive inside the game, that things would be a bit more easier. Before Karthik, he's got a big burden on his shoulders. And T-Rex out in the open. Flanker Esports, a chance to capitalize. And I think so. This guy from Flanker Esports is actually not going to go for the shots, holding on to his trigger, but still rethinking his options.
Scout, basically his mission is to try and seek information from who is present inside of Painan. So far it seems like Karthik will have a massive job on his shoulders. The AKM! Wow! That was brilliant.
Yeah, Karthik managing to get those 2 elimination points wrapped up. What a good pre-fire that was. Karthik shuts down the 3rd man too. Karthik been able to get 3 elimination points.
Oh my!
Also on the verge of clutching it out, and that's what he does. Takes down all the 4 players, all by himself. A one-man army.
A one-man army. This man just dismantled the other team. TRex Esports. They did not have information of where Karthik was. They just sensed their presence. The footsteps been given away. And how beautifully he isolated these fights, taking them one by one. And once again, the AKM, ladies and gentlemen, sings the songs of death.
Oh my god.
It seems like the old bird just never dies. No matter how many metas come and go, be it the Uzi, be it the UMP, be it the DBS, the AKM is still a weapon that can do so much damage, and Karthik just showed that.
Not just that, even COBRA Esports now could potentially be on the receiving end. Authority's got his hands on the DBS for the close. Bounces out, goes for the strikes, is not really able to get those point-blank range in his hands, and unfortunately, the pellet's not exactly landing on the opponent's chest, and that's why now Hattori is being forced to push up against his opposition. But this time, the shot connects, shuts him down, slaps him right on his face, and now he's going to be the one to reign supreme inside this fight, at least for now, though. Where's the backup from the side of COBRA Esports?
Far behind, Necro. Far behind. There is a massive difference between these two players, but I don't think that's going to matter, to be honest, because BSOL Esports, even they have been hurt quite a lot. They tried to overextend, they tried to bounce on that individual guy, and that has costed them. Once again, due to a close range brilliance. It seems like Hattori, of course, once again did try to spray down. Did a lot of damage onto Zeus, but he will finally manage to find that revive. I hope that LoL and Hattori, they kind of come together. Maybe they find the two finishers from BSOL in tandem, but they have to work together.
Speak about working together right now, COBRA Esports, I mean, they've already made things so difficult for BSOL. And considering they've also got the advantage inside the fight, they're looking to sort of eliminate the entirety of the opponents too. But even COBRA Esports, they cannot really overstep on the boundaries. Yeah, the players of BSOL are a little bit tired, they're a little bit too softened up, but still there's a chance they can fight back from this situation. So you might as well not underestimate your opponents a little bit too much. Shots taken against them. It's the players of admin who've taken advantage of this entire scenario. The third party comes into play, and that's it for the players of BSOL. Even they get taken out of the game. Even COBRA Esports LOL gets found. Admin Esports, they're here to claim all the points.
Exactly. I mean, out of nowhere, they just came in and just chimed in. In terms of getting so many finishes out of it, we were talking about a 2v2 being happening, a fight sort of starting to prove up, but it seems like Admin Esports, they just wasted their party. LoL, of course, will get completely eaten up, but it seems like there is another fight which is building up. Sanhok has been an absolute blockbuster right from the start, and this time it's Xzor Esports versus XYLE.
XYLE taking so many shots upon themselves, and this time Xzor, of course, having that upper edge in the entire scenario. They've got the high ground to play with, a really good utility tossed onto Shubham. Gets chipped down to half HP, another nade being primed up to perfection. Nade tossed a little bit too long away. And that's why XYLE Esports, the man who is in the front lines, is going to be safe, at least for now.
At least for now. That is the keyword right there. Still holding his presence, does have the UMP and the M416 to work with. If he had a DBS at this point, Necro, I would have started believing, because we've seen so many clutches today.
Still though, XYLE Esports, man in the close, he needs to keep his position anonymous. And now Johnny from the back gets knocked out. Really good fight from Xzor Esports. Shubham was able to get that opening, and now he knows that there may be a potential threat even in the back lines just lying around, so he needs to look at the back lines too. Xzor Esports, they cannot completely tunnel vision against the player of XYLE. Alci's still in the front lines, and he's not revealing his position just yet.
And I love this about them. XYLE Esports, in spite of taking so much damage, they just keep their anonymity as a strength, as a backup. They know that massive movements are being made from the other side, Xzor Esports, but still just trying to hold their ground, just trying to be silent as long as possible is going to be their strength. And Shubham, it seems like he sort of sense somebody's there, and they're eventually going to find out. There is a massive raid in this compound. One player, of course, is going to be knocked out, but that's it. That's all she wrote for him.
Wow, that was a really good spot inside the closet room. Those pre-fires that came into play. Nice stuff from Xzor. Shutting down the opponents just like that. And then now they also know where exactly the last man is. Opens up the scope. Shuts him, almost shutting him down. He's quite softened up, and that's why the last man is also trying to keep his position just pinned down behind that cover that he's got. But for how long he's going to be behind that cover, that's my question.
Not for long. Seems like Xzor Esports, they know everything. And they certainly will find that little piece of finish point that they can. But so far, it's been such an action-packed Sanhok map so far. We were expecting not so many early skirmishes, but it seems like we are having fight after fight after fight. And once again, it seems like XYLE Esports, they have their eyes set on admin.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity, and they want to capitalize on it. They want to seal the deal against the players of admin. Admin was the one who third-partied in the past, and now this time, it's karma hitting them. Admin, two of the players were knocked out initially, but now they've only got these two players up and alive. Rock gets knocked out. Rohan is way too low for comfort. Another nade tossed in, and the deal is going to be sealed by the players to seal.
Great wordplay right there, Necro. It seems like you're starting to actually develop a good sense of humor as well alongside your good casting, but it seems like admin esports.
Should I take that as an offense or?
Nah, that was a compliment, to be honest.
No,
that's going to help you in multiple aspects of life where you certainly.
It seems like you're trying to say. It seems like you're trying to say my sense of humor isn't too good. Hey, listen, man. I know, I understand. You were the one who pulls a lot, who's like the magnet. But relax, all right? You got a good physique. I understand that.
But at least you've got a good sense of humor. But coming back into the game.
Yeah.
It was a good half. It was a good first half, to be honest. So many eliminations, so many. It seems like almost half the lobby has been wiped out.
Indeed it is. And U4G this time, they're going to be the one to set their foot inside Pinehead. Captain moves up ahead. Still the guy from Demon Gods is somehow alive. Yeah, exactly. The last glimmer of hope. He managed to get so many elimination points. He was able to actually completely wipe out a team in the front lines. But this time, a battle breaks down against the players of XYLE Esports. The last guy, he gets eaten alive, devoured. Not even standing a chance against the opposition.
Xzor Esports, all of a sudden, they just looked supercharged at this point. I think you would know more about this. You've got a default engine, then you put turbochargers onto them. They just become even more powerful, isn't it?
Yeah.
It seems like Xzor Esports, they've just got so much power and so much confidence in them right now. They're just finding out those players, spotting them, and beautifully executing them out of the lobby, sending them back to Spawn Island.
Spawn Island?
Not on Sanhok, yeah. I mean,
it was back to lobby, my friend.
I tried to sell that joke, but it did not work out.
Yeah, you see, you know what? I agree. I've got a better sense of humor. But you know what? Moving on forward, we've got Claw Esports in front of us. Look at this replay, though. How Xzor really just started to pick apart the players of XYLE Esports. I mean, initially one knockout was found, then later on inside the compound, too, they were able to take down another team. And then the last guy was all by himself, which was Alcy. They pushed inside the compound too, took him down. That's how the entirety of XYLE crumbled down. But even Team Seal, I like the fact that they're starting to chime inside the action, also coming out on top. That's what Team Seal really needs. As I mentioned in the pregame too, they desperately need a nuclear game, and they're maybe on the verge of doing so.
Exactly. That is what the Marine Seal does. Just goes in aggressive and gets all those eliminations that is required. And it seems like they're en route. Team Seal will find out how far can they go, of course, but right now,
yeah,
it's going to be a little bit empty because we've seen so many eliminations happen in the early stages of the game. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of silence, but as soon as I say that Claw Esports, one of their players get taken down.
Indeed, they do. IGL's going to be the man who gets taken down. And GENxFM too, another one of those teams that has been quite dominant today.
Third party?
Yeah. Ray was catching a bit too much hurt, but eventually got his hands on that cover that was desperately needed. GENxFM, once again, they're quite one of those teams that is unsettled inside the lobby and also quite quick on the feet. I think so that's one of the reasons that's keeping them ahead of the competition.
Great mental boost from the game of Miramar, to be honest. This team has really developed. I mean, first game was not according to what we saw. We were expecting this team to sort of bounce back, and now they did. And this time, it's actually Orangutan, and believe once again, the first one to get taken down. This has been hurting Orangutan every single time. Of course, the man who is in charge of getting the first contact, but never really could find it for his team so far. And that is one of the reasons why Orangutan, they have been suffering throughout the day.
Yeah, suffering. The only thing that can save them is a little bit of bits and pieces of some information. And right now, OG, they would want to collect those info in that scenarios, but maybe the opponents can try to press on up a little bit more. Xzor is actually one of those teams that is just on a massive tear. They do not care who's standing against them. They would challenge a fight.
Like I said, this team is supercharged at this point. They are super science basically in the Sign world. They will try and get you every single time. Orangutan, they still try and fight back using the smoke clouds. It was a great attempt to try and build up that little bit of a time to give them that little bit of a space so that they can find that revive, become a 4-man team once again, and reset for the fight once again. Shubham, he's got his eyes set on AKOP. The flank has been spotted, and it seems like it's not the ideal situation for Orangutan. One of the reasons because of which they're falling back and disengaging from it.
Yeah, OG just moving away from that spot. It's better if they do so because they know they've already lost out in the opening. Man, Believe is usually the only guy who loses his life while trying to find that opening. I don't understand what's going on with Believe. Maybe Salty got to go back and have a talk with him, man.
Well, I'll try my best. Apart from that, I mean, speaking of the circle itself, I mean, the circle, we just got to see the map, and right now, it is in an extremely dicey position. Orangutan, they had to make this rotation as well. This was extremely important to come towards the southern island where there is majority chunk of the circuit. And in doing so, they are inviting trouble towards it because GENxFM, they are right hot on their tails.
Yeah, GENxFM, this team too, they've been feeling themselves after that previous game of Miramar. And now as they do find the players of OG in the receiving lines, they know a lot of hurt has been dealt against the players of OG. The armor has definitely been shredded by the amount of bullets that were being pierced through that armor. And GENxFM, of course, having the high ground advantage too once again inside the fight. But hopefully the history would not repeat itself, right?
Hopefully. I mean, that is all that we can possibly hope for. High ground advantage on the map of Sanhok. It's not that important as much as your anonymity is, your positional play, and your information. GENxFM, they have to be extremely wary of their surroundings, and so far, they've done it. So far, they've got proper map awareness, and they know exactly where the oppositions are. This is why I say, right, this mid-pack, this mid-game stage is where you start gathering information, develop that virtual heat map on top of your head, where how teams are going to move and which positions they are going to hold, which are going to be the dead spots inside the circle, and which are going to be the spots where you can try and establish a little bit of a control. I think this is going to be the time where Claw Esports also need to move in. Now, there are multiple teams who are still yet to cross. We do have a little bit of a map feed for us, because of which we can say that U4G is still yet to sort of solidify their position. But apart from that, there is a massive cluster at the center.
Let's speak about the center. I mean, the team that's right in the smack center for now is Team Seal. At this point in time, every single person, every single team is just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and as soon as that happens, they will start making some moves on the board once again. Just waiting for that repositioning to come into play. MAFIA officials, in the previous game, they were doing quite a great job, and yeah, a little bit of rash driving from this guy. Not even rash exactly.
Not rash.
Yeah, maybe just...
He lost control, yeah.
Maybe he had his map open in front of his eyes. Usually that does happen, right? Well, when players are using the vehicle, they open up the map to sort of mark a better positioning inside the circle. And considering the upcoming circle shift 2 is in front of us, and as I mentioned, Seal, they're in the prime spot. Now all they need to do is readjust a little bit more better in the upcoming stances.
To be honest, this is where things actually start getting so much more difficult for the teams in the southern territory. Orangutan, as well as U4G, as well as multiple other teams, be it Claw, be it Mafia, all of them will try and huddle up in that southern part of the circle, which is already being marked by Team Seal. And this means that there are going to be so many collisions. Of course, Painan is being favored by the circle. There will be teams, they will hold that territory up until the very end. But this hard shift, this certainly is going to dictate the pace of the game, Necro.
GENxFM in a big receiving lines. They're getting shot at even from the back lines for now. It's the players of OG who are now starting to knock on their doors, and GENxFM, they push up close and personal against the likes of Xzor. Xzor, this team's been on a tear throughout the entire game, but this time, GENxFM, they're starting to lose out on the fight. Smokes, though, he managed to retaliate back for his team with the TBS in the close. Of course, it's going to give him the maximum advantage, but still, it's the players of Xzor who are on an absolute tear and a domination.
9 finishes for them, of course, and I like this split, right? 2 players up front just trying to desettle, and then Lakshay from the backlines. It's not over for them as of yet. Orangutan, In spite of being a 3-man squad, they're still not afraid of pushing up. 100 meters is what they still have to cover. They still have to enter the circle, but they've been marked up by multiple teams. Number one, of course, is going to be seen. And we can see so many players just trying to take down Westgod, who was trying to make those micro movements.
Oh, Xzor.
And of course, up front, it's going to be Xzor.
Yeah, Xzor. They just know where every single team is positioned, and they're just straight up pouncing on top of them.
Yeah,
easily. Not even struggling a bit in these fights, and now this time it's going to be the players of MAFIA officials on the receiving lines. Kaneki gets knocked out. It's Zeref who puts that nail in the coffin. And Kaneki still wanting to go back to safety, crawling back to safety. It's next to impossible to get the man back up on his feet, but Zeref is actually going to let that happen. For Zeref, the main priority is to heal himself back up.
27 first aid hits, to be honest. This man is already playing for that heal battle. He knows exactly that maybe inside the final circle he might not find space. And this is one of the reasons why he is going to hold the back lines. But for that, of course, he needs to take down Rate, if I'm not mistaken. His position from Mafia, I think that might just be devastating for them because he needs to stay alive for being in that heal battle, of course.
Speak about the heal battle once again. Pineout, this is being like a hot spot for a lot of the teams. It's like a tourist spot. And even the players of Demon Gods, they were quite struggling in the initial phases. Karthik is the only man that's left alive so far.
He's still surviving?
Yep. He's just keeping himself anonymous. But now the players of U4G definitely have heard the footsteps, so they know there's someone in the front lines. But they just do not really have the guts to pounce on top of that guy because they do not exactly know how many players might be in the future. So it's just better if you just try to play things a little bit slow and safe. Somewhere else on the map, another fight brewing up.
Yep. Seems like Mafia official, they will find Zeref and all those first aid kits. I think Pirate might just be able to get...
he will!
Pirate will get hold of every single one, and this man might just be able to play the heal battle. This was brilliant. This was genius.
Yeah, and he's also dropping down his loot. You can hear the sound. He is actually going to go for the med strat. That's the safest option that you will have inside the late game in Sanhok. And now it's also the players of OG that could be on the receiving end, but unfortunately for the team that's in the front, both the players are quite softened up. MASHROOM boys, they need to make something happen desperately. For OG, they need to land their utilities exactly on the mark. Ash is going to get knocked out by the play zone soon enough, and that's what exactly happens. The play zone's going to knock out Ash, not being able to survive for that long.
Yeah. And now without the XYLE Orangutan, they have a task in hand. They'll have to find those position points. To be honest, their qualification is secured, so they're not going to get brownie points for being top of the group, but we mentioned it yesterday. A team like Orangutan, they really want to set a statement, at least for their familiar foes who are waiting for them in round 3 to top the group and come up with an extremely strong position. But it seems like Wizgod is definitely not in a good position because he was caught off guard.
Yeah.
He has been gunned down immediately.
I mean, it's clearly visible. The players of OG, they're now desperate. And Zor, they're just on a tear. They're here with their mouth open, and they're looking to devour anyone, eat them alive. And for now, the opponents in the front, in the name of Seal, could be on the receiving line once again. Luxia is still just eyeing out for the back lines. He knows he's somewhere down line, has a little bit of presence of mind, knowing that there might just be someone still lurking around from OG because the last guy, he was knocked out.
Exactly. Team Xzor, to be honest, they have put up their best foot forward. This team, after this performance, if they don't qualify, they are going to be massively unhappy, but it seems like there is another fight which is starting to brew up. U4G right from up top, it seems like player 3 found the early contact and now they're ready to pounce Necro.
Yeah, and this is where Xzor, they actually lose out on their first ever man inside the game. But they've already managed to wrap up so many elimination points, so that's complete fine for Xzor. They can afford to lose out on that player. Still though, 2 players are up for Xzor, so they can try and reposition themselves in a better spot in the upcoming moments. And that's what Xzor is trying to pull off. They know it's better if we just try to keep our position anonymous instead of going for the fights over and over again. Even Luxia gets knocked down. Xzor, this is the time where they might just crumble down.
Exactly, it seems like the last player is also going to bite the dust, and that is all she wrote for him. Xzor Esport just could not carry on that momentum. The finish game, the aggression was absolutely brilliant, but in terms of positioning, possibly could have done a little bit better, but they were completely betrayed by the circle. And now we have the top 2, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be 28 MS and Team Seal, and we have a 3v3 in our hands.
Yeah, I mean, we've got top 2 in the stage 6. This is quite insane, and now Team Seal already getting the opportunity against the opponent's player 2, doing such a phenomenal job finding those 2 openings, and now the third man 2, he knows where they are, and this is where the last man 2 gets wrapped up that easily. Team Seal just tearing down the competition, raining down terror in that last circle.
Absolutely just wreaking havoc in that final circle. They had good positioning, to be honest. The circle was favoring them, but spotting those players and immediately taking them down, that was some sort of brilliance.
Stage 6 and already the game's over. I mean, that was a quick game of Sanhok, Salty. We did see the players of Xzor just on an absolute tear in the initial phase. They were actually the team that was just raining down death and destruction. And then later on, even Team Seal sort of just rised up to the occasion. We mentioned this. Seal needed a nuclear game. They actually got that too in their hands. Now I just want to see the overall standings and find out how the overall picture's looking like.
To be honest, you were talking about a nuclear performance. I think 2 teams actually showed up. Rightly mentioned, it's going to be Team Seal as well as Xzor. And Xzor, they have so many finishes to their name as well. It seems like they've had a massive jump on the overall standings. We'll have to wait to find out who is qualifying and who is not, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, all of this is going to happen on the other side of a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back extremely soon.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले. डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है. एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो. ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो.
खत्म कर दो।
Guys, even Ranveer Singh is actually playing BGMI. So what are you guys waiting for? Go ahead and download BGMI for yourself from Google Play Store, Apple App Stores, and also make sure to play pure. But you know what? Let's get back inside the previous game's conversation, Johnny.
Yeah.
What a magnificent game that was. A lot of teams just on a tear, raining down terror inside the lobby. Team Seal, Xzor, Esports off the bat, just getting so many eliminations wrapped up. And then we also saw 1v4 clutch coming into play from the side of Demon Gods Karthik.
Yeah, and it was one of the first few things in the match.
Yeah.
We began the game with a clutch play, and then in the end, I noticed the surprise on your face when we saw just two teams remaining as soon as there was the 7th stage of the game starting. And yes, I do agree with you. This was extreme chaos at its peak on this particular map, because you never see a game coming to an end at stage 7.
I mean, look at with how things really started off. U4G. I mean, they were the one who managed to almost wipe out the entirety of D4G, or the Demon's God. But then, unfortunately, for them, there was one last guy alive still in the late game situation. Demon Gods, as we knew, Karthik was the man who was there up close and personal against the players of TRex. And him pulling off this 1v4 was something that just kept me on the edge of my seat. I was so pumped when I saw this man just clutch it out like that. Single-handedly just manhandling the team in front.
Yeah.
You do not really see that happen often.
I like that you use the words manhandling them, because that is exactly what he did. It felt like T-Rexes, they had no opportunity to outplay him at any given point during that entire fight. And
Yeah.
Karthik knew exactly what needed to be done, and he delivered quite perfectly for his team. But then again, I mean, Necro, you have to agree, we were let down by a lot of big names in this matchup.
That is true. Even OG not being able to perform. GENxFM too, speaking about another big name. Actually, they're not exactly the big name, but considering with how they've been performing, they've sort of made that spot in our hearts for themselves. But OG, I had a lot of expectations from them not being able to perform. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not just you. They have a massive fan base in the backlines that's rooting for OG. I mean, it's one of the biggest names in the country at this point. And as we said, I mean, millions of people are rooting for this team to succeed. They are supporting them. They're cheering them on. But still, I mean, expectations from this team are not to be in the top 3, are not to just qualify to the next stage willy-nilly. If OG is playing in a lobby like this, people expect them to win their games. People expect them to walk away with those chicken dinner finishes, which up until now hasn't happened as frequently as we would hope for.
Johnny, there's a big question going on in my mind, and this is also a question for all the viewers that are watching at the home. I mean, calculate the points and let me know if OG has qualified or not.
Why do you want to calculate? I mean, we're done with our matches.
Yeah, we're done with our matches, but still, I just want to find out right now. I mean, yesterday, OG, they were quite consistent, but today it's been the opposite. They're not able to carry on the momentum forward.
Are you trying to hint the production to show the overall rankings right now, Necro?
I mean, even no matter how much I try to hint, they're still going to be sticking to the ROS, the run of show, so it doesn't matter. Pratyush over there in the back, he will slap me down, if I try to do that. So it's just better if we stick to the rules and move on forward. Soon enough, we'll be able to take a look at the MVP of that previous game because, once again, has to be someone from Xzor or Team Seal. I think so has to be someone from Xzor.
It has to be, but with what that final play in the map looked like, I mean, in the bottom of our hearts, we want the lad from Seal Esports to walk away with the MVP, Team Seal, because that final play where he just ADS'd right on top of those two players, I mean, he knew their positions because both of them were quite excited about taking that final fight as well. So their information about their position was already compromised, and he knew exactly what he had to do. As soon as they popped their heads, he knew, like, all right, I have my teammates backing me up. I know I can go for a risky move by staying out in the open and just trying to force the fight. And luckily for him, it worked out. Otherwise, had the plan backfired, our conversation right now would have been completely different. We would be talking about Xzor.
I mean, look, Xzor, it's completely fine even if they did get eliminated, right? Because they managed to rack up a lot of points and whatsoever. Even they also caught the players of OG trying to make it inside the circle. And I think so Xzor is one of those teams that the Prime Award should be given away to them because OG, they sort of lost because of Xzor.
And it's quite contrary, this performance from Xzor, because remember how we started our conversation about Xzor during the start of the day. As to yesterday was not a lot of finishes from them. We did not see them be a part of a lot of fights. Their positional play was brilliant. this game in particular, they combined both the aspects. Their positional play was already quite phenomenal, but the level of aggression they walked into the match with was also quite exciting to witness.
I mean, in the previous game of Sanhok, was that really positioning when you're just pushing down the teams where you just hear the gunshots? It's not exactly
kind of
positioning,
I guess.
No, you're just straight up forcing your gun barrels in the opponent's throats and just taking them down. But then we also need to elaborate a little bit more on that last guy from Demon Gods, Karthik. Being able to get that 1v4, he sort of kept his team alive till the late game scenario, but still not late enough.
The name says Demon God right there. I mean, he was an absolute demon, played like a god in that particular fight. So to be fair, he lived up to all the hype, but we do have the rebel of the match, and this one is taken away by Team Seal Blackie with 6 finishes to his name.
I think so from Xzor. The eliminations were equally divided on all the aspects, on all the teammates, I would say. So that's why maybe one guy was not really able to have the pop-off performance. All the guys were doing a fantastic job in that firepower aspect, but soon enough we'll be able to take a look at the eliminations from the opponents too. And yeah, Xzor, they've got 2 players, Lakshya with 4. You've also got Shubham with 4 elimination points. As I mentioned, every single player was able to get the elimination on the similar level. That's why you're not really going to be seeing the players of XR having a massive pop-out performance. But Karthik, a big man who deserves a lot of limelight.
Yeah, I mean, Karthik was brilliant in how he played this matchup. So there is special props that are due towards him. But along with that, I have to say Lakshya as well, from the side of Xzor, has been quite consistent, not just in this game, but throughout. That first Erangel, you remember that Northern Georgia fight? He was the man responsible for pushing the players of Team Seal. I believe it was the team that they wiped out. So this is kind of a revenge play from Team Seal against the players of Xzor. But still, Lakshya and Shubham, and of course, Dhruv as well from the side of Xzor is one of those players that I would like to mention. I mean, he is the unsung hero in this game.
Yeah, and then another team that I would like to mention over here that tried their best to sort of make things happen for themselves, but were not exactly able to do so. I would say MASHROOM boys, but still them being inside the top 4 in the match standings. This is sort of surprising for me. They managed to get 10 positioning points and 12 total points. I mean, this is what MASHROOM boys are really known for, slipping under the radar. Even I was not able to spot them inside the top 3 because the game was just so quick and it rolled out so fast.
But the question is now, was this performance too little too late? Because MASHROOM boys now, I mean, what happened to them in the early stages of the day, early stages of the match, was kind of not the similar performance. But Necro, the thing that you have been waiting for will be on our screens, I guess, in a few short seconds. The overall rankings. Here we go. Hey, MASHROOM boys make it through. What?
Okay, even OG made it through, so at least that no name has made it. But speaking about Team Seal, oh, Johnny, they barely did not qualify because of 1 point. One more elimination, and maybe they could have made it. But still, maybe they would have not made it because the positioning points are prioritized more, so they needed 2 more elimination points. Just because 2 points. They were not able to qualify, and Claw Esports just barely hanging on to that ridge, just barely clawing their way inside the top 7. They're so lucky right now.
Yeah, but look at this. Only 3 teams out of the top 7 have chicken dinners to their name. Where are the rest? And I believe, I mean, obviously they're going to be on the next page of the rankings, but look at the surprising finishes. GENxFM finishing first, Flanker Esports on the second, and Orangutan is on the third.
No.
Did not even cross the 70-point marker, but XYLE Esports, oh no, they're out.
I thought XYLE Esports had a fair chance of actually making it inside the top 7, but unfortunately for XYLE Esports, that's not going to be the case. 28 MS2, the same thing's going to be happening with these guys.
Look at Xzor's stats. 31 finish points, the only team to go over 20 finishes on the second page.
Wow.
But it is that position points, just 10 position points secured in 6 matches. That is not enough, and even though they are not that far away from that qualification barrier, it's still the difference that's there that's going to keep them, well, they're going to be in a tough position right now after this matchup. They're going to be thinking where they went wrong, and we all know the positional play for Xzor. I mean, they could have taken a lesson away from XYLE Esports by protecting themselves in the early game stages. Maybe they could have made it through, but then again, XYLE was lacking what Xzor succeeded in.
Exactly, but not just that, Johnny. That was the last game for Group 7. That means all the other teams that were not able to make it inside the top 7, they're going to be saying a goodbyes. So bye-bye, guys. We'll maybe see you guys in the future lines. But all the top 7 teams that made it, congratulations, because you guys will be proceeding on forward inside the round 3 of the BGIS itself. So that's really good news for those guys. But I feel so bad for Team Seal that stepped up to the occasion in the last game, not being able to make it. And as I mention all the time, Johnny, The team that would always be mad more than the team that's on the bottom is the team that barely did not manage to qualify.
And it's worse if you don't make it through because of one.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
much worse. Yeah,
2 points.
2 points. Yeah, they could have gone for either things. I mean, as you mentioned, either 2 extra finishes or 2 extra placement points.
Yeah.
They had 5 other games to do that, but unfortunately, as we keep on mentioning, when you have 6 matches to qualify, you need to be as consistent as possible. I mean, one of the lessons that everyone can learn from Flanker Esports, because Flanker Esports did not do anything special at all.
Yeah.
They're just consistent every single game.
Yeah, Flanker Esports was one of those teams that played their natural game inside the lobby. They were not really being forced by any other team to play it that way. No, instead, Flanker Esports was like, no, we will play our natural game. It doesn't matter what the outcome's going to be like. It doesn't matter what the circumstance is going to be like. We'll still play the way we want to.
True.
And that's the main reason why they were also able to sort of outshine the competition. GENxFM, one of those teams. Yesterday, they did not really have that hot of a start. Yeah, they were there in the limelights too, but today, GENxFM, they exceeded the limits.
Exactly, and I think at this point, GENxFM, we need to start including him already in the Tier 1 circuit. This team is just pretty brilliant with how they approach their matches. But talk about matches, we still have a lot more remaining. And by that, ladies and gentlemen, we mean we move on to the next group, or group number 6. As that is the group that we're going to focus on now. New set of teams jumping into the battlegrounds, and they're going to play their remaining 3 matches of the day, starting off with the map of Vikendi.
Hey, you know what? Group 6, and as I see this group in front of me, I just want to ask you one thing. Now, Skulltz Esports is one of those teams that has been quite consistent inside the Group 6 itself. Any other teams that you're going to be eyeing out for? Numen Gaming cannot be an option because this team is one of the top teams, so you better not point out Numen Gaming.
I was just going to say Numen Gaming.
No
because
way.
in this particular group, unlike Group 7, there's just one name of nuisance, and that is Numen Gaming. They seem unstoppable at this point.
True.
And other than that, I think every single other team is just eyeing out for that 2nd to 7th position if they can make it through, because first is pretty much Numen dominating all the games throughout. But maybe today it will be something different. Skulltz yesterday as well, they started off quite slow, but by the end of their matches, they had a hang of things.
And not just that, you forgot to mention Villain. Another one of those teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out for, because Villains, we know what they're capable of. So far, they're inside the top 7, but barely they're inside the top 7 itself. As you guys can see, they're on the 6th spot, also on the verge of getting eliminated. Executor and Villains, they do have a stark difference, but it can be closed by one good performance.
And 2 more teams that I would like to mention, Nameless Crew. They also have been quite consistent. I mean, they like to play under the radar quite a lot, because you can see only 14 finishes on them, and those 23 placement points in the 3 matches played yesterday, showcasing that they were consistent in making it to the late game stages every single time. Blood Bashers, similar thing, but the difference between Blood Bashers and the squad of Nameless is going to be the fact that there is that one extra chicken dinner that's there from the side of Blood Bashers. They did win 1 game, they popped off quite nicely, and that was the match that got them inside the top 4.
But there's not a lot of difference from the 2nd to the 6th spot, Johnny.
True.
There's not a lot of difference. One single good game from any of the teams that is currently inside the top 7, they can propel themselves in the top 2 or the top 3. So that can be a really big bounce back for teams like Executor, who's barely sitting on the edge on the 7th spot. But then you take a look at the latter half of the board, and these are the teams that need to make a comeback happen inside the today's day.
2 surprising names on that second half of the leaderboard have to be TTRxINDIA and the biggest Error Esports. Because Error Esports during the early days in round 1 in particular, they were looking quite decent, but now it seems like all of that amazing performance, they've forgotten how to play.
Indeed, a big downfall has been there from the side of Error Esports, but let's see how things are going to be looking like in the future lines, right?
Yeah.
A really good name that you brought up was Nameless Crew, and I think so. This team has been showcasing the amount of consistency is there, and that's why there's a reason why they're still inside the top 3 sitting there. But as I mentioned, there's not a big difference. Today, they need to be even more consistent to sort of pin that spot down in the top 3.
All right, do you think one of these teams on the second page of the leaderboard will bounce back? Because I have a feeling either Error Esports will make a comeback today, because again, expectations are from them, or maybe 4 Dominators. I hope so badly that they live up to their name and dominate at least 1 game.
Johnny, look, Error Esports, understandable. They are one of those teams that we know, but I still feel like the other half of the board, we need to take a look at them a little bit more. Now, Managers of Destruction could also be one of those teams that is on the 8th spot. All they need is a little bit more points to sort of reach inside the top 7, and Managers of Destruction, they've actually shown a lot of mechanical prowess.
Yes, but that can backfire upon them, which it did in the last 2 matches. In, well, specifically game number 3 of the matches yesterday. And today they need to be a little bit more careful because they start the day off on the most trickiest map of the circuit, the map of Vikendi, which is about to begin in a few short seconds.
Exactly, and this is where Group 6 will kick things off on the map of Vikendi. This is the second map inside BGIS. Still, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flat path is going to start right underneath Dino Park towards the cement factory, and the plane flat path is heavily tilted down south. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it is Vikendi. It's quite small, just like the map of Sanhok. So it should not cause a lot of trouble for a lot of these teams. But I still have a few things to say about Managers of Destruction as we were talking about them. From the Undergod side of things, they are one of the most aggressive teams in this particular group. And that is one thing that I like about them. But then again, as the conversation again eventually moves to the fact that there are only so many fights that you can win back-to-back, Managers of Destruction today need to focus on, especially in this game number 1, to try and survive, make it at least bare minimum in through the top 3 and secure a few extra bit of placement points. Would not want to put themselves in a similar situation like Team Seal before them.
I mean, speak about Team Seal, and one team that really I get reminded of inside this group is TITANFTW. Yesterday, even this team was showcasing themselves in quite good fashion. Sometimes things were slipping down for them. Sometimes they were quite good, but as long as you're going to keep yourself inside the top 7, that's all that matters. But I would say this game of Vikendi can be a big dictator of how things might just look like in the future lines. And for the first time, we're seeing one team step their foot inside Castle 2.
Hey, yeah, it is TTRxINDIA. TTRxINDIA in the overall rankings are not in a comfortable position at all, considering they're all the way to the second page of the relay board. And even there, they are in the second half. I think the bottom 4 is where TTRxINDIA is right now. But still, it is a castle position, and it is quite close to the center of the zone. And we all know on Vikendi, you do see those early central shifts. So maybe the early game might work out quite nicely for them. But for the other teams, especially for Executors, I don't think it's going to be a nice game, since as soon as the game begins, they lose one of their players. Then is picked off.
Yeah, Executors are on the 7th spot, Johnny. They're barely there. So this game is desperately needed for the players of Executors. They need to execute as many players as possible to get those points, and also get a lot of positioning points to sort of keep their spot pinned down in the top 7. And right now, ZoDxofficials, they're doing quite nice because they were the one who managed to get that elimination point in their hands. Also kicking things off on a fantastic note. That means for ZoDxofficial, the pressure might just start to subside.
Maybe it can, but more worried about Managers of Destruction that are quite close to them. It can cause trouble for anyone they get their eyes on, lock their crosshairs on. And Managers of Destruction, they do not like to back off from those fights. Even if they are on the receiving end of the aggression, they still try to secure those finish points, which is something that most of the teams would not expect, right? You secure 2 knocks from the opposing side, and still the other 2 remaining players start pushing towards you. Yeah. That is a massive surprise that you're not prepared for. If you can deal with that surprise, you wipe them out. If you can't, they will punish you. On our screens now, those Skulltz Esports, a team that you have been quite vocal about.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been proving themselves time and time, and I think so they do deserve all the limelight they're getting so far. They're also quite in a good spot in the overall standings.
Overall, they are on the second position, and they have quite a balanced approach. Yesterday, after the 3 games were done, they had 20 finish points and 20 placement points. Thanos would be happy about it. But Skulltz Esports, what are they going to do today? Is today going to be their downfall, or are they going to be as consistent as yesterday and keep themselves in the top 3?
I think so. They've got what it takes. I think so. Skulltz Esports can definitely be a little bit more consistent compared to all the approaches they've had so far inside the game. And I also know that Skulltz Esports will dial their aggression down a little bit more. Considering they know they've only got 3 more games in their hands to sort of keep the spot pinned down. They're in the top 2. It's understandable. That sounds like a really big positioning that you've got in the overall standings. But still, you also need to understand the fact that inside the top 3, you're there. But you're still sort of in the mid-pack because there's not a lot of difference between the 2nd and the 6th spot.
Yeah. Unless they pop off as big as Numen Gaming, I think Skulltz, there will be a possibility for the other teams to actually contest them on the overall ranking, and they might not like it entirely. But let's see. I think one of the biggest threats to them is this team that's on our screen in the form of Nameless Crew. Because yes, their name is Nameless Crew, and yes, they do have a very stealthy approach in the game, but that has also led them to be absolutely phenomenal on the overall ranking. They have been next level consistent.
Indeed. Another team that is sort of there in the overall standings in the top 7 has to be Blood Bashers.
Yeah.
Yesterday they managed to get 1 chicken dinner, I still remember, but then after that, once again, the consistency did not really follow up yet. There were a couple of points here and there, but Blood Bashers today, they need to have the consistency going on. Just getting that 1 single chicken dinner isn't going to seal it.
Exactly, and that is the I think that needs to be the focus for Blood Bashers today in the entirety of the 3 games that they have. They need to make sure that every single game they're finishing in the top 3 or the top 4 or at least getting equivalent amount of points in the early match by the end of the game. In fact, early game aggression might just backfire on them because that is not necessarily their play style. But another impressive team from yesterday has to be Managers of Destruction. They popped off quite nicely in game number 1 on the match of Erangel, but unfortunately they were also forced into an early exit because of that. They tried to replicate the similar run in the matches moving forward, but that pushed them down the rankings even further, forcing them into, I think, the 6th or the 7th position is where they are at right now. And today, their focus will be to bounce back, but whoa! Roaring Lions, they haven't been performing since yesterday, and today as well, they start off with 2 players knocked out in this castle push.
Yeah, I mean, they thought, just like usual, no one's going to be stepped inside castle, but this time they've got 1 team welcoming them in the name of TTRxINDIA. And 4 roaring lions. This time, they're not exactly going to be roaring. They need to instead stay quiet. These 2 players get knocked out. The rest 2 players, they need to just run away because this castle area, it's a little bit too shady. You would not want to be over here.
We had the conversation yesterday. It's one of my favorite positions in the game. I love castles.
I mean, you are a shady person.
I know.
Yeah, that awkward silence in between sort of just speaks for what just happened between us. We're just having a straight-up eye contact for 10 seconds. But for now, TTRxINDIA. Oh no, 4 roaring lions. They're also going to start to get confirmed. At least these 2 knockouts that were there in the front, they will be swooped up and scooped up by TTR. So once again, a good way to kick things off, getting those 2 elimination points off the bat too inside the castle area. That means if you've got the castle control, you're also going to be the prince.
I mean, you can be the prince or you can be the king that gets wiped out in the late game stages. The zone moves away. I think that is the only point of concern for TTRindia. At this point, if they can protect the bridges, they can secure a lot of finishes because that is what castle position is usually utilized for. If you want to have an aggressive game and you know for a fact that it will be at the center of the zone for a long time, then you will try to take the aggressive front. But 4 rolling lions, they get caught off guard in one spot and then in the other. It's the same story. I think this team is just getting wiped out right now.
Yeah, they're just getting pounced on by every single person. They're sort of like a buffet that everyone just wants to grab. And 4 roaring lions. 1 last guy up in life. ZoDxofficial is holding the stairs with the DBS. He's just waiting for someone to step in towards that stairs area. As soon as they do, ZoDxofficial will start to pump a lot of lead in their chest. Tosses out an 8, hoping that maybe someone will try to step in. But Stellar, they're also chiming inside a third-party situation. Another team knocking on the door. Stellar Titans, they've got 2 teams to take care of at the same time. Shadow, he knows that the 1 last guy is still up in the upper lines. But as soon as that guy's position gets compromised, Clever gets knocked out. But the DBS eventually is shut down.
Well, the shutdown is going to be there, and Roaring Lions aren't going to roar anymore in this game. But look at this, Managers of Destruction managing to execute the Executors.
My God!
Or maybe not, as finally Executors, they start living up to their name and take care of the Managers of Destruction in the early stage of the game. Quite a surprising exit, I have to say.
I mean, Executor, they took an early hit inside this game as they were down with just a 3-man squad, but then they wipe out the entirety of Managers of Destruction. So that's going to give them a bit of an advantage because they now have a finish points to lay their heads back on. But as soon as I say that, they lose out another man. Numen Gaming doing a fantastic job in capitalizing on that factor and now probably also making the go call against the players of Team Executors. Johnny, I think the Executors are going to be executed.
Are we on the wrong map? Is this Vikendi or Sanhok? We never see this much aggression in the early stages of Vikendi. It's quite surprising.
Yeah, you got a point there. I mean, Vikendi, it is a 6x6 map. It is smaller compared to Erangel and Miramar, but considering teams do not really need to make a lot of moves for no reason, teams do tend to take things a little bit slow and steady. Team Executors, though, They did lose out on one of the men, but he was eventually back upon his feet. But Team Executors, for now, they're catching a bit too much heart. Numen Gaming, they're doing a fantastic job in retaliating back, but it's still not going to matter. Another knockout found. Team Executors down to just a 2-man squad, and it's also a 2-on-2 situation now.
And it's up against Numen Gaming. Numen, they do not back off. Savitar, look at him. He was trying to line up the nade, but realizes that the other man might be thinking about a similar move, so he switches up position. The nade looks good, but the Executors have moved out of the building now. And Numen Gaming, they need to refocus themselves on going for the revives. What were they doing in the corner bathroom? Were they just chatting?
Yeah, they were like, man,
what's up?
This blows, dude. We got knocked out. Not feeling too good about that. But Executors, though, I mean, as I mentioned, they're on the verge of getting executed themselves. They have managed to get their hands on 2 finish points so far. But the entirety of Numen Gaming is still standing on top of their feet. It's better if Executors do take an exit from this entire fray. It's better if they just move away from this entire fight.
No.
But the last guy, no, not exactly the last guy, the second last guy, he gives his position away with those shots that were being taken. Clutch God moves out. His position's compromised as well. Hardy now is starting to get pounced on by the entirety of Numen Gaming. Savitar in the back. What a perfect peek that was. Crores peeks out, takes him down, and now the entirety of Executors almost collapsing down. One more man to go.
Savitar, that was just brutal. He waited at the corner of that wall, realizing that the opposition was going to push towards him, and he was already scoped in to finish him off, ready with the DBS, and we all know once the DBS is aimed towards you, you are not walking away in one piece. Well, Numen Gaming, they have secured 4 eliminations from that entire fight. 4 Roaring Lions are out, Managers of Destructions are out, and the Executors as well are on the verge of getting eliminated from the game. Luckily for them, Necro, they heard your cries, and one of the players did manage to make an escape from that fight.
Oh, look at this replay, TITANFTW. This was the team that I was having a conversation about, and even they're doing such a good job in surviving the entire competition. And look at Sparky, he managed to get 2 knockouts. Valiant efforts, I would say, but considering he was pinned behind that little cover that he had, even him getting those 2 knockouts is actually quite massive. He should not have been able to get those 2 knockouts whatsoever. But once again, it's just the classic DBS. We know this gun just, I don't even know, man. It's just too strong.
Yeah, it is. You can't really do anything about it, especially in close ranges. Good for clearing position, good for clearing buildings, rooms. Anything
Good for clearing enemies.
Clearing enemies as well. But in close quarters, that's the only condition that's there for DBS. Mid to long ranges, you might be better off with something else.
True that. I mean, that's what shotguns are, right? That's why they're called shotguns. They're supposed to be short. Or meant to be for short ranges.
Yeah, they should be called shotguns.
Yeah, they should be called shotguns. You know what? That's actually a good name.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should stick with it. We might just call them shotguns from now on. What do you say?
I think we can, but a lot of people might not like it.
Skulltz Esports on our screens and speak about this team. You know what? This time I think so we should ask the viewers. Now, there's so many unknown teams, right?
Yeah.
And we have been given our opinions on these unknown teams. But what do the viewers exactly think?
Yeah, what's your favorite team? Do let us know. I mean, for the viewers on YouTube, there's the YouTube chat section where they can let us know. And for the viewers watching us on Geo Cinema, you guys can reach out to us on our socials, Craft and Esports official, and let us know over there.
I mean, even the viewers on YouTube, you guys can reach out on our socials if you guys do want. So, yeah. Let's speak about the game so far. Still teams, they're going to be in their comfort zone as usual. And whenever I see a team out in the blue inside the entirety of Vikendi, I'm just a little bit startled because you do not expect a team to be out in the open like that.
I mean, I would switch this vehicle as soon as possible.
Yeah.
It's a death trap out in the open. Luckily, it's just Avi alone, and I think he is looking for another replacement. Because his teammates are moving towards Cosmodrome. They're going to look to find an entry from the northeastern edge of the circle. And if Avi finds a vehicle, even if it's a Zima or a snowmobile at this point, because we will transition into the 3rd stage of the game, he will instantly look to join his team.
Johnny, I think so we might just see a castle circle. What if we do?
Oh, it's going to be so good.
Fun.
Yeah.
It'll be so fun. I mean, your expression in itself, I can just tell how excited you were just to listen to a cast and circle. And yeah, it actually centers on up once again onto Castle. Johnny, the dreams might just come true. A lot of teams might just start to struggle.
Lucky day, man.
Yeah.
Today we are having a pretty good day. I mean, the matches are phenomenal. Individual players popping off every single game. We are seeing squad wipe out. Sanhok was so aggressive. Vikendi started off in an aggressive manner. And Castle Zone. Can we ask for something else? Can I get an Aston Martin in real life?
Okay, that's a little bit too much. I think so. You should come back to the come back to ground.
Reality.
Yeah. You were just flying in the sky right there, my friend. But
I saw a shot. I took it, man.
Yeah, might as well, you know.
Yeah.
But Error Esports, we've got them in front of us. And Sakib, considering all the players of Error are actually alive inside the game, Johnny, it's a good day for you too. They're on the northern side of the entire circle or the entire safe zone. And so far, Error Esports, they're doing quite good in the game too. But if the circle is going to form on top of Castle, then teams will start to crack under that pressure. How do you make it inside Castle? Because there's already one team that's guarding it.
I mean, one of the best positions to play a Castle zone, if you don't really have control of Castle, is that western shoreline. But at this point, we already see, as we saw on the map a few moments ago, there's a massive cluster forming over there. So you might as well play edge to edge in a situation like this. And Error Esports, as soon as I was about to say that no errors from Error Esports have happened today, they make the mistake of overexposing themselves to the team up ahead, which is ZoDxofficial. And Zod, they don't waste the time securing that knock. Look at them committing clips wherever they see a layer of smoke.
Yeah, and ZoDxofficial is not a team you would want to go up against. They've already tasted the pleasure of getting those elimination points in the map of Vikendi. So they're, of course, now going to be addicted to that pleasure and would want a little bit more of those elimination points to feel good inside the game. But ZoDxofficial, they really needed that pressure subsided.
But what is that outside catalyst going to look like in this situation? Maybe the players from the other squad that is right next to them, Team Bots. Who can hear? I'm pretty sure they can hear all of this commotion as well, and they are going to be quite eager to be a part of it. But since they don't really see the names on the finish feed, they're going to be worried that, all right, no casualties from either side, so maybe both the teams are there with 8 players. If we run into the fight, we might get sandwiched, and it's going to be tough for us to get out. But talk about getting out, Numen Gaming, they're looking to get into the circle and into those fights.
The late breachers, Numen Gaming. And Clutch God, he knows, or at least has a little bit of hinge that there might just be someone in the front. Was eyeing out that compound. And Clutch God knows now it's time for them to make it inside the circle, because even the Wall of Death now, it's going to start to close in a couple of seconds. Actually, only 30 seconds and the Wall of Death will start to move. So it's better if you close your distance on the center side of the circle. It's going to be tough to get your hands on a castle, but at least you can try to position yourself a little bit closer to that.
Inching closer towards the players of ZoDx, Numen Gaming. We does see one of the players get inside that vehicle right in front of him. Still, trigger discipline being put on display. They do not want to take those shots and expose themselves. And look at this, again on top of circle. TTRxINDIA, for the first time in 2 days, they are going to be happy.
I mean, right now it's 50-50. We do not know if the circle's going to be shifting on castle.
It's going to be on that northern bridge.
Johnny, there's so much confusion going on. This circle has such a big anonymous aura inside. We do not know if it's going to be shifting on the left side. We do not know if it's going to be shifting on top of castle itself, or it's going to be shifting on the right side of that entire line that's going through from the center of the circle.
So since stage 4 is here, I don't think we can expect a hard shift in the next zone as well. Maybe in stage 6 we might see a hard shift later on, but I have a feeling it might just move a little bit north of castle, this zone. But Numen Gaming, they had an opening. Oh, where's the HP? How is he still alive? Wow,
boy. This guy's got the god with him. Right now, he's just safe. Somehow, the HP bar wasn't even visible, but still Paraboy was barely making it alive, and now ZoDxofficial in a big receiving lines. As usual, Numen Gaming, They're just raining down death and destruction because they've got the prime and the supreme spot inside the fight. Numen Gaming, they know they do not really need to worry about the safe zone for now. It's quite close to them, so they can focus and tunnel vision on this fight completely. One of the guys from the Numen Gaming is also driving around, making sure that he's going to be covering the surrounding lines too. But what a perfect nade that was! Savitar finds out another opening for the team, and now the players of ZoDxofficial in a big world of trouble.
Hey man, if weapons aren't gonna work, might as well use the nades, and Numen Gaming now going for the push. They have the opening for themselves, but will they be able to walk away with this fight as Avi is traded out instantly?
Yeah, they start to make that breach happen inside the house, and whoa, you blink it and you miss it. Such a quick squad wipe that was. Numen Gaming unleashing their wrath against ZoDxofficials. We thought ZoDx, they stood a chance inside this game, but Numen Gaming, they wipe him like it was nothing.
The moment Paraboy survived, I was worried so much. I got scared. If I was in the shoes of Numen Gaming, I would instantly make a run for it. I mean, as you mentioned, it felt like he had the hand of God right on top of him, protecting him, guiding him. But then again, the brilliant move from Savitar, just lobbing a nade into that room. Try and dodge this, boy.
I see what you did there, but I'm not going to focus on that too much. Numen Gaming in front of us. Once again, I mean, Avi was the casualty in that previous fight, but they managed to get 4 elimination points wrapped up. And I told you, Johnny, this circle is creating a lot of massive anonymous aura. It could have shifted on top of Castle. It could have went to the left side or to the right side. And right now, it's heavily tilted to the right side.
Is it going to just end up in that river down in the middle?
It's not exactly a river. It's a frozen river.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
there's still some solid ground to play with.
It's melted now.
Is it? Kind of. Let's see, though. I mean, around Castle, this is where things are going to be a little bit interesting. Taps, shots taken, blood bashers. Not able to find the connections. Numen. It's not Numen, actually. It's Nameless. I get a little confused between Nameless and Numen because they've got their names starting from N. But speak of that, I mean, Dominators just dominating them easily from the game.
And for the first time in 2 days, by the way. Yesterday, 4 Dominators, I mean, pretty much lost out early in every single match that they played. But today, the first squad wipe is theirs. And maybe we're going to see them climb up the ranking slowly and steadily. If this is the momentum they start the day off with, I mean, we can expect a lot of big things from them in the future. Hopefully, if they manage to be a little bit more consistent. But I don't think Nameless are going to be too worried about this bad game of theirs. Because just like Managers of Destruction, they did put in the hard work yesterday. They did bring that safety cushion in with them going into this matchup. And maybe in the next 2 games, they're going to recover.
I mean, Johnny, a team that you picked up in front of us, Esports, Yasir. Look at this. Castle now starting to get breached up. TTRxINDIA, they've got such a big world of trouble just collapsing on top of them. They need to hold down their spots and also make sure that none other teams will be pushing it forward against them. Sachin catches a bit of hurt with that utility, but still he's standing on top of his feet. Skulltz Esports in a big receiving line. Sachin is doing a great job lighting those players up on fire.
And the best part about Castle is even if you are alone in a fight, you will never be alone. There is so many third parties that attracts a lot of teams into this awkward position. And because of that, TTRxINDIA Sachin does manage to capitalize. Look at him securing those finishes for free. And there's no risk for him. There was a team, I believe it was Stellar Titans, who were trying to push that tower.
Oh, no.
But they got delayed by the players of Skulltz. And now Skulltz are completely wiped out from this match.
Johnny, what is this circle panning out to be?
Yeah,
There's
it's
not a
on
lot
that
of land.
river.
Yeah, it is on top of that river. There's not a lot of land to play with. And this is where TTRxINDIA might just find themselves in a really big advantage. But as soon as I say that, they get taken down from the backlines. And out of nowhere, the entirety of TTRxINDIA might just crumble down inside the game. Maybe there is one more player alive, but he's a little bit too far away. And out of nowhere, we thought they are the kings of the castle, but instead he was stolen away by someone else.
A massive blunder. I mean, what was he thinking, healing like that out in the open? A complete left side was exposed. The other team had line of fire. Such an easy finish to secure. Basically target practice.
Blood Bashers are the one who are currently in control of the castle. Let's see for how long these guys will be able to stay the king, because Numen Gaming, this team, they have been the kings of the entirety of the map of Vikendi. And they're probably going to step their foot inside Castle itself. Now they're starting to make their way in water lines. And Numen Gaming, they probably know it's better if we just keep our positions a little bit underneath the water lines. They're also taking those vehicles with them, so that can provide them a bit more info.
They can switch up seats and take shots on the opposition.
Yeah.
You can do a lot with vehicles underwater, but let's see what their move is going to look like.
Oh, look at him. He's taking shots against the opposition. Yeah. That's what he's doing with the vehicle, and this is an advantage if you're going to be inside the vehicle in the underneath water.
But you know what the problem will be in a position like this? First aids.
That is true. He's got his hands on 4 first aids too, and now is also starting to take a little bit of damage. Clutch got, though, he's sort of like the shark in the water. He's eating up all the rest of the fishes from the water lines itself, and also going for a couple of taps on the rest of the enemies. While the rest of the Numen Gaming is still in the back lines towards the castle side, and they're doing a phenomenal job providing that cover fire to Rex.
Numen Gaming already racking up 12 finishes to their name, and they're still looking for more. They're still hungry. These sharks that you're talking about, Necro, it feels like they haven't been fed for a long time. 13 eliminations already secured. But again, as we mentioned, first aids can be an issue. They need to make sure that they are proactively swimming towards those crates. It is a risky move, but unless they secure those first aids, they won't be able to survive in this river for long. Other option that they have is like quickly wipe out the entire lobby and secure the win.
This guy from underneath the water is just taking down everyone. Clutch God, he's a menace right now. Esports on the verge of crumbling down, and they might too. And yes, that's what exactly happens. This guy is just tapping away against his opponents with the help of Rex, and now Numen Gaming, maybe the guy who was on the edge lines, he gets taken down by the players of 4 Dominators.
I don't think that's going to matter for Numen Gaming. They already have a lot of eliminations on the board, losing players they would be okay with this. Plus, considering Clutch God and Rex were the ones who took the swan dive with those vehicles into that river, they will be able to protect their numbers. Still 2 players surviving. Look at that, 17 eliminations, and it's still 8 teams remaining.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most unique circles that we've witnessed, huh, Johnny?
Yeah. Today has been a good day overall. I mean, even in the previous group.
I mean, this circle is just fun to cast. Blood Bashers, 4 Dominators in front of us, and also considering they're a little bit in a disadvantage, but at the advantage too at the same time, considering they're also in the circle, but in the low ground. And now another team getting a little bit ahead of themselves, and also now getting picked apart by the players of Blood Bashers. They're doing a fantastic job in keeping down the players of Stellar Tides. Numen Gaming spotted Rex and Clutch got. They made their fit land on the castle side, but eventually they will also find themselves in the receiving lines of Blood Bashers.
Well, it seems like the time for Numen Gaming might just run out soon. The nade from Ava might be the end of it, waiting for... Well, alright. No confirmation on the feed.
Oh my god, he goes for another nade toss, and this is the perfect one. Finds Clutch God. Now it's all down Rex to clutch it out for his team, and also gets an instant confirmation. Awa's doing a great job. He's the solo man, and if he pulls off this 1v2, this indeed can be an iconic moment. 4 Dominators, another man who tried to close in, but his position was compromised. One single nade from Rex to seal the deal.
Yeah, 2-pointer coming in with a brilliant move, and an answer to the question that's going to be popped from 4 Dominators. They aren't the only one who can lob nades.
Oh my god, how's he alive?
Zenith! A pixel of HP, still more than Paraboy had, but the second one does the trick.
On the same spot.
Done, yeah.
On the same spot, too. It's like double tap. Oh, crazy. He might just get knocked out. That was a really big fall.
Yeah, but his name says crazy.
Yeah, he is supposed to be a crazy guy, but now he spots that player out, too. And that pre-fire around the corner to shut him down. That guy's going to keep on wondering what exactly just happened with me. I did not even see that play in front of me, and I just got surprised by a lot of bullets just shredding through my skull. And now we've got only a couple of teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Top 3 teams, from which even Numen Gaming is one of those. 4 ZODs, they managed to survive for such a long time inside the game. Blood Bashers, they're indeed on a spree.
And this should be an easy game for Blood Bashers to secure as well, considering they have the numbers advantage. It's a 3v1v1 situation. Unless they make a massive mistake, take a lot of damage from the blue, and Rex and Itachi just
just in tandem start taking players down from the opposing side. This is Bloodbasher's chicken dinner. But let's see how this story is going to unfold, because Crazy so far has been crazy with how he has been playing. Look at him. Lines up the utility towards Rex, but fails to connect. And I think they don't have no information about Itachi's position, because all their attention is just focused on that last remaining player from Numen Gaming.
Let's see. I mean, Itachi does have a really good striking point if he wants to.
But he's alone.
Yeah, he's alone. That's why he doesn't really have a lot of confidence inside the fight. He knows there's 3 players alive from one team. And how can he challenge a fight against that, especially when you know you're hearing so many footsteps just approaching you out of nowhere. Itachi having a really good striking point now. He's got one of the players right in front of him from the side of Bloodbashers. But even Bloodbashers, they're playing it quite safe and sound, as safe as possible. Itachi, he sees all 3 players in front of him. That Molotov that was tossed from the players of Bloodbasher, it was quite perfect. And I think so they've got a little clue on exactly where Itachi is too. They close in. Chiggy is going to be the man who shuts him down. And now it's all down to these final 2 teams. Numen gaining this last glimmer of hope is alive for them. It's in the name of Rex too. Let's see what Rex is going to be able to pull off against the 3 players of Bloodbasher. Finds one. Crazy goes down. Chiggy is live. He's going to be the man above him, but it's not going to matter whatsoever. Rex gets shut down and scooped up as the last elimination points be taken away by the players of Bloodbasher.
An impressive win from Bloodbashers as well, just bashing away at the competition in the end game situation, because they started off quite slow, to be fair. And after taking control of Castle is when we actually see them be a part of a lot of these fights. But still, an impressive ending from their side, especially how they were able to deal with the isolated individuals present all over the map.
I mean, let's be honest, the amount of mind games that were being played by the Circle too. Somewhere down the line, we thought, okay, the Circle might just shift on the right side of the island, but no, that was not the case. Instead, in the end, once again, it just centered on up towards the castle side.
Why are we complaining? It was fun.
It was fun. Like, I'm not really complaining, but if you are the team that's playing inside the game, Johnny, then they would definitely be complaining. They would not be happy with the amount of shifts that they saw and with how unpredictable the zone was, too.
True.
But ladies and gentlemen, after that fun game of Vikendi, for now, it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, because on the other side of the game is, of course, the post-game stats.
Yes, and the rankings as well, but after the break.
Push. Left. TKM
पीछे आ
तो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिंते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. What we just witnessed a few moments ago on the map of Vikendi was one of the most intense endings you could ask for, with blood bashers walking away with the chicken dinner no matter what stood in their path. What we have to see is, can they secure a few more by the end of their games? My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now is Salty. And what are your thoughts on that previous game? And me and Necro were having a ball casting that matchup.
To be honest, this was one of the most fun circles that I've witnessed.
Yeah.
And at one point when Necro said that the circle is going to actually end up on water, I was left wondering that is it going to be the case? Because to be honest, in my experience, I've never seen that happen. Very rare occasions. I think, Johnny, you must have seen it because you've been doing it for a long time. But I mean, it was just fun. People just using vehicles and just, you know, peeking out of their vehicles and trying to shoot people down. That was the only way, of course. Great stuff.
See, here's a little bit of a history lesson for all of the new viewers and for you as well. Now we get excited if we get a castle ending or circles like this in Vikendi. There was a time when we would get excited for land endings on Vikendi, because it seems like every single zone would just be like a water circle. The game would start with like 60 to 50% of the circle being in the water. And that is what the situation of this map used to be like, but now everything has changed. And talking about changes, I mean, Blood Bashers, they brought themselves in pretty nicely in this game.
Exactly. I mean, their final position was brilliant and they used their man advantage to utmost precision. But this game also had one stark difference, and that was the amount of aggression that we got to witness right from the very start. Because Vikendi, we generally tend to expect the slower games, no circles, no circle shifts, massive circle shifts by that I mean, and of course no action also. But this one was right off the hot. It was pretty hot in spite of being snow covered.
Yeah, usually the first fights on Vikendi break out 10 minutes into the match, 8 minutes into the match, extremely late. Not extremely, but a little bit later than usual. This one, right off the bat, started with a drop clash. We saw a few early fights, a few early exit. Numen Gaming was responsible for a lot of those early squad eliminations. And apart from them, I think we have to talk about TTRxINDIA, right at the right time, because they had such a good position for so long in the game. They were dominating that castle position, but they made the mistake of splitting against each other, and they had to pay for it, wherein we saw one of the last players was a little bit overexposed. He was healing on that bridge, castle bridge, but he got finished off from the flank.
Exactly. I mean, Itachi from 4ZODS, we just saw, was the last man standing for the sides of 4ZODS, but could not really make a difference. He was spotted and executed in brilliant fashion. Numen Gaming as well, right? Their numbers advantage always has paid them dividends, and this time around as well, they managed to have that aggressive route every single time, just getting so many finishes on board. It seems like Numen Gaming, the sort of lead that they have established, they're banking on it, and they're kind of making it even bigger.
Yeah, Numen Gaming played well. We know 4ZODS played well. Blood Bashers, they eventually won up the game. But one more team that I have to say, 4 Dominators. I was just coming to them, because for the first time we see them survive. I mean, it wasn't the extreme game, late game stages, but for the first time they made it to the top 7 with a lot of eliminations. That is the difference.
Yep. But the only reason I kind of had a big laugh over there, because as soon as you said 4 Dominators, they managed to have a good game. That is the moment when on the highlights we see them get eliminated. But of course, that is a part and parcel of the game. And here we are going to witness Bloodbash just snatching the game away from Numen, gaming 3v1. Too much to ask for.
Not even snatching. I mean, it was their win. It was a final 1v3. Rex really couldn't do much. He tried with 2 nades being lobbed, but there was like a wall, literal wall there where the nades connected and the distance was a little too much. The only thing that could have made sure that either Numen or ZODS walked away with the win was if Itachi took shots on the players of 4 Bashers when their backs were exposed to him. But he did. He was just patient. He was waiting, hoping they take down Rex, and he makes it to the top 2. Did not happen. But let's have a look at the stats. We do have the Rebel of the match in front of us, and of course, well-deserved from ClutchGod. Those moves inside the water when he was sitting in vehicles and just tapping away at the opposition was just brilliant.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I'm just happy that ClutchGod is back in his true potential, back in his form once again, because yesterday we saw ClutchGod struggling a little bit. We saw Rex and Savitar were the ones who were pulling majority of the vehicle of Numen Gaming, but this time around as well, ClutchGod coming into the picture. This just creates an even better situation for them. Look at that stat: 7 finishes, 6 finishes on Rex, and Savitar on 6 finishes. Absolutely insane.
This team is filled with 2 brilliant IGLs, Avi and ClutchGod, and now I believe the IGLing is being done by Avi. So that pressure of calling the shots and dealing with all that information dump from your players and making the calls has been taken away from ClutchGod. And I have been quite vocal about it for a couple of years now. He's one of the gifted mechanical players in the region. So you can't really say that, oh, he's an IGL, he won't perform. You take that shot calling aspect away, he's still a very good player.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we transition onto the match scorecard. And no surprises there with 19 finish points. Numen Gaming at the tippity top with 31 points to themselves. But one of the first times, closely followed by another team with 29 points, Bloodbashers. We haven't really seen this happen where the top 2 teams, they accumulate 60 points from the lobby.
Yeah, and this is going to cause a lot of trouble for every single team below them. I mean, look at the drop. We have 4 ZODs who did finish 3rd in the game, but you look at the points and it feels like they were quite low in terms of their exit. Just 13 points to them. TTRxINDIA, 11 points. Stellar Titans, lucky for them, they had the early eliminations, early finishes secured, just like 4 Dominators. But Stellar Titans have 11, 4 Dominators, they have 8 points. Villains. Now let's talk about villains for a second, and Skulltz at the same time, and the Executors at the same time. Because all 3 of these teams, I mean, we expected so much from them, but they were missing the entire time.
Exactly. The kind of performance that they showed yesterday, especially Villains with their survival play. Look at that position points that they have. 26 points in total as compared to only 14 finish points. 40 total points, they still have that 4th spot for themselves. But just like you mentioned, with the teams who are coming up and performing, there's a massive chance that their position might get stolen away. But this time around,
Managers of Destruction are not even in the top 8. What just happened?
Exactly, that is one of the reasons why I got startled, because I felt they would be on that 8th spot, but it seems like Team Executors have made the cut. 26 points on Stellar Titans, 24 points on Team Executors, only barely a 2-point difference. And now on the second page, we're going to find out how many teams are fighting for that same spot.
26 to 24 to 20 is where TTRxINDIA is, and Managers of Destruction, this game was not theirs at all. They just still have 19 points. I mean, yesterday they were looking so good, but today, not really their day, I guess. I mean, they still have 2 more maps remaining. Hopefully they can recover in the next map, which is Miramar, and they will have an opportunity to secure a lot of those long distance elimination and long distance fights is what they do like to go for. But let's see how the day is going to look like for them. Other than them, I think 4 Roaring Lions, they just straight up are not having a lot of fun in the matches. Same story as yesterday. Even in this game, they were the first team to get wiped.
You know, apart from Managers of Destruction, I think it's also 4 ZODs who is still in the competition. They can also make that comeback. 19, 17 points is still reachable. It's still attainable. 26 points is the cutoff. Of course, the tippity top, it's like way out of the picture. It's been done. It's sealed already. But that is a volatile region of the overall standings, where a lot of conversation is going to happen, where a lot of these teams will try and push up. And with 2 more maps to go, we've seen how Sanhok actually changes things up.
One last question. Predict a winner for Miramar.
I mean, should not be that difficult. Numen Gaming, they got their game
So
snatched
Numen
up.
need to be careful in the next map, right?
Okay, so this is how you're going to do to me in the death segment. Well, Johnny and Necro, they are starting to team up, but I have also decided to come up with a campaign against them, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see that pretty soon.
How are you going to rally against Necro?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but I'm going to multiply myself if I need to.
Yeah, you definitely need to multiply if you want to take on Necro. I mean, to be honest, I mean, he's quite skilled inside of the game as well, so it will be a tough match even if you decide to 1v1 him in the matchup. But for now, that's not what this is about. This is about the 16 teams that are about to drop into this map, and of course, second last game of their round 2 performance. Numen, I mean, to be fair, they're already sitting at the first position. They don't have a lot to worry about. Along with them, Blood Bashers. They are the only team to have 2 chicken dinners to their name from this particular group, so they also don't have a lot to worry about. Nameless crew. I'm going to be concerned if I'm one of the players from Nameless crew, because they started the day at the podium. They were in the top 3, but now after the last game, they have taken a drop. If they can recover in this matchup, then they will have a safety cushion to work with. Otherwise, who knows? Anything can happen in the last game of the day.
It's not just Nameless crew, to be honest, because a lot of these teams who are coming in from the break from yesterday and transitioning it to today, and the performance which they have to put up today, it's been a little bit of a problem for them. I'm not really sure if it is because of map of Vikendi, if it is because of the zone, because we can't just judge them on just one map, and that too being Vikendi might not be their preferred map. But with Miramar coming into the picture, we've always solidified that this is the map which sort of settles the dust. This is the map which kind of removes all the doubt, and we get to see that clear picture, who is actually performing and who is sort of out of form.
I mean, it is quite true, because it is one of the maps that's played quite a lot in the competitive circuit, but I believe off maps are the real test for all of these undergods. And if you can take on that challenge of Vikendi and secure that point, because that evens the grounds for you against the big known names, because even they will be stepping into this map only once. You have to win against them once, just like Blood Bashers did, and that will get you into a safe position. If you can't, then you will be struggling against teams like Numen Gaming, teams like ZoDxofficial, because they are also looking to step things up. Nameless crew might step things up on Miramar, as I expect them to. Apart from them, I think Stellar Titans is one team. It's kind of a hit or a miss with them, but hopefully they do manage to hit their shots in Miramar, so I'm going to be quite hopeful for them as well.
Just like you mentioned, I mean, Stellar Titans as well as 4ZODs, Villain as a matter of fact as well. All these teams in the mid-pack, for them it's about survival, and they would want to be inside round 3. They've done the hard work. Right, half of the job is done. They just need to carry forward that momentum. But I want to come back to you and ask you, what do you think is going to be the cutoff for the top 7?
Oh, I think it's going to be somewhere around 40.
40. Pretty high. We have 26 points right now. 2 more maps, ladies and gentlemen. And Miramar is live. Johnny, please do the honors.
I mean, it is going to be quite an exciting game of Miramar. The second last game for this Group 6, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path starting all the way from the northeastern edge of Torre Amuda, going through Junkyard, through Minas Generales, and just ending west of Porto Palacio, south of Los Leones. So this is leaning heavily towards the eastern half of the map. That means, again, anything beyond water treatment, west of water treatment, San Martin, Picado is off limits.
I mean, this flight path, we've seen it so often, of course, just heavily relying on the right-hand side of the map itself. Now, if the circle does form on top of El Pozo, that is exactly where I'm going to have a deja vu moment, because we've seen that happen. We've seen this happen multiple times in the BGIS, and I'm pretty sure might just happen a couple of times more as well. But before we actually speak of the circle itself, majority of these teams, they've taken their drop locations. Al-Azhar and the region southward is going to be rather peaceful. You've got 2 teams over there, 2 teams taking the drop locations towards Campo Militar as well. Now, they're the ones who are tasked with a much longer rotation. I want to see where the clusters are formed, rather.
I mean, I would love to see that as well. Along with that, since I've already said the cutoff is going to be 40, I'm hoping the teams on the second page of the rankings just step up quite nicely in this game. Otherwise, it's going to make me look bad. But yeah, hopefully,
Speaking of looking bad, I'm pretty sure you guys are reckless when it actually comes to me, you know, on the broadcast.
How?
Just absolutely bullying me every single time?
Nah, I mean, we just carry on our own. Are you giving too much importance for yourself?
Yeah, I think so. I'm important. At least for a lot of
I mean,
the
you are.
viewers.
So you're quite a handsome guy, but this is a much more handsome situation as your baby is going to be dropped by Clutch God. And look at this, while he's still in the air, he's going to try and take more of the players from the side of Team Bots down. Are they living up to their name?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I have absolutely no clue why that player was still up in the air, but it seems like Clutch God has decided to sort of clutch up the situation. He knows that this is his territory right now. Vulture
Yeah.
XYT. He just can't even enter that compound. It could have been a death trap for him to try and loot and try and even fight back, because the other team, Numen Gaming, they're just absolutely stacked.
Oh man, for sure. I mean, Team Bots, they don't really have any weapons to work with. I think the only thing that's working out for them is the fact that Numen Gaming does not have any vehicles to hunt them down. Otherwise, this would be the squad wipe right here. I mean, they would just drive around looking for 4 players. Look at him! He's running behind them on feet. He's on a foot chase.
I'm not really sure if he's going to find them.
And it's just with the AKM, not even a secondary weapon. Sees them in the distance. Where are you running? Why are you running, in fact? Vulture down on his knees, and there's the finish.
The confidence from last game on Clutch God.
Yeah.
Man has 45 bullets in his magazine, no
Does not
helmet,
care.
no armor, no healing utilities, does not care. If he gets a shot back, he's instantly knocked out. But just like you said, he does not care. And this is the fear which Numen Gaming has sort of instilled upon the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be afraid of them. You know how good these players are. You've seen them. You've played against them in 4 games now. And they have just run over every single team that they have come across. Sometimes figuratively, sometimes even literally. So you have to be careful every single time you see these players. And now that makes me wonder, like, why would you try and take a drop clash like that in an early stages against Numen Gaming specifically? And there were much safer positions to start the map from. Specifically, just a little bit up north, there's a spot of water treatment where you don't really see a lot of competitive teams drop in the early stages of the map.
Yeah.
But in a lobby like this, I think it can be a viable drop spot.
Exactly, and to be honest, it wasn't even a drop clash. To be fair, it was just basically just Team Bots dropping in and feeding Team Numen Gaming the initial start. And why I say this is so important is because Numen Gaming, they've either been extremes, right? They've been in the either extremes. They either get eliminated right at the very beginning of the game, or they go on to get a gigabanger of a map.
They got eliminated once in Miramar yesterday, and they came back in the 3rd map. So mad about it.
Yeah. They were the first team to be eliminated in that particular map, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That is basically their only weakness at this point, it seems like. If they do manage to survive that initial scuffle, I'm pretty sure they can go on to just create big numbers on the rest of the lobby. And maybe Team Bots, they kind of had that same mentality. Maybe they tried to win that fight, but they could not.
Yeah. Villains on our screens now. I mean, we have been waiting for them to step things up today, but to be fair, that first game wasn't really theirs. It was an extremely awkward circle for a lot of these teams to work with on the map of Miramar, and Villains, because of that, did eventually suffer the same fate as everyone else, an early exit. But now, in Miramar, they start off from Torre Amuda, extreme north, a little bit further away from the circle than you would like to be, but maybe they can work with it. I mean, the X factor about Villains has always been their rotations.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I can draw parallels between Skulltz as well as Villain in this regard, because they always prefer the outskirts of the circle itself. They do not want to be in the midst of fight right from the start of it all. Villains, as a matter of fact, they do not even want to engage up until the 5th or the 6th circle. So it's going to be interesting to find out how they find that entry point inside the circle in that 5th circle. But at least surviving with those 4 players alive, I'm pretty sure that's going to give them that added advantage of manpower in that final circle.
I mean, protecting your numbers, you can manage to do that, show up in the end game with all 4 players. That's the best case scenario for a lot of these teams. But let's see if that is actually going to happen. But we switch focus to Titans for the win. They have been quite decent in their journey so far. Started off the day in the top 5, now still in the top 7. I think they will have an opportunity to gain a few extra points from this game. They have a decent spot in the zone as well. They are just a little bit north of Los Leones. And in the early stages, if you try and enter Los Leones, it can work out for you.
Yeah.
Late game stages, that's a big question mark.
Question mark for sure, especially due to so many high grounds right across that territory, right around that territory.
Yeah.
You try and enter that particular city, you will be gate kept from multiple angles, and there are so many different buildings. Some of them being extremely high gives you that amount of vantage point to just gun you down right from the time when you are vulnerable. But speaking of teams, speaking of managers of destruction, one of the teams whom I was looking for, being extremely positive about them in the first day, today they've kind of died down somehow.
I mean, they have, but I mean, I think they are still waiting for that Erangel, map of Erangel to present itself. Oh no! Team Bots, they lose another one of their players, and this time to the lads of ZoDxofficial. It's just going around donating points at this point. But let's see, one player remaining. Maybe that lad can play for survival. We did see Jerry put off a similar move from Group 7 yesterday on this map, and he did secure a top 3 finish for his team. I mean, it was so iconic that we still remember it. And hopefully that last player from the side of Team Bots can pull off kind of something similar. Even if it's not the top 3, at least a top 4 with just a few eliminations. Even 1 or 2 can suffice at least for this game. But bringing it back to the conversation about Los Leones, and as you were talking about those buildings and those high grounds, the only place in late game from Los Leones where I believe you can play from is there are these hills just east of the city.
Yeah.
You will not be part of those direct fights because majority of the big buildings are towards the northern side. You will avoid all of those teams that are taking control of those big buildings. And that hill gives you a very nice high ground advantage. But it is very difficult to protect that position as well. You see that between Los Leones and Impala, there's a massive mountain.
Yeah.
That mountain is what I'm talking about. But the zone is not even close.
I was just waiting for you. I was just waiting for you to finish, and the zone pops out. Now, the entirety of Los Leones, not the entirety rather, it's still quite inside, but very less chances of the circle starting to form on top of the Los Leones. So maybe an urban warfare is not going to happen in this game. But if the circle does shrink in, I can see in a lot of vehicles and a lot of these cavalry just moving in. And there are dead spots. There are dead spots in the northern part of the circle towards Power Grid, towards Minas Generalis, and they can make that entry point. Luckily enough, there is nobody in Chumacera. The massive city of Chumacera has been left vacant. And in my opinion, if a hard shift takes in right at the start of it towards Chumacera, there might be a chance as well that it might come down to that region.
I'm going to say this. Someone has already cursed this entire group. Yesterday, no one went to El Pozo and the zone was of El Pozo. This time, no one is in Chumacera. And it seems like the circle is taking everyone there. It's like the game is trying to teach them a lesson. Prioritize these big cities. You never know when the zone is going to be on top of them. But Skulltz Esports, I think because of their late rotation, things just eventually work out.
Yep.
Because now they will have a free entry into that Chumacera city. But I think they also do not want to commit entirely because, you know, the problem with urban cities in Miramar is the fact it's quite easy to get in but very difficult to get out if you are being blocked.
Now, you were obviously talking about Chumacera. I'll have to say Skulltz Esports, their late rotation, of course, they did make that entry point, but finding that high ground is going to be a massive, massive objective in their arsenal because they need... They always do that, right? They find that good positioning inside the map of Miramar on Chumacera. The topography also plays a big picture. I think Skulltz Esports, they're heading towards some sort of skirmish right now, and it is against TITANFTW.
Yeah, and Nanoboy, he was like still trying to figure out how to get that Mirado across those ridges. Struggling a little bit, but he needs to be quick joining his team because Skulltz Esports, they're starting the party off with utility being lobbed towards the players of Titan, and these nades, even though they might not be securing knocks for the side of Skulltz, they're still dishing out quite a decent bit of damage. Sparky, Bijilu's nades overshoots the opposition.
Nah,
one's
there's
not gonna
nobody
do
there.
anything,
There's nobody there. Skulltz Esports, it's a little bit outside their usual gameplay. I think they did not plan this battle. They were hoping to get control of this particular compound. Gives them a lot of vantage point towards majority of the circle. But it seems like TITANFTW also have the same plans. And now these two teams, now this is what I would call a good fight, because this gives them control. A lot of rotation parts of wherever the circle does shift. So this is like a high stakes fight that we have in front of us.
It is a high stakes fight for both these teams, but let's see. 6 cents, the nade looks beautiful. Beast takes a lot of damage, but not enough to put him down on his knees. Another one in the exact same spot. Maybe this one does the trick. No, overshoots it. Waste of utility at this point, but no, Skulltz, they react, and R2 with his nade does secure the opening. Skulltz looking to go for a push. If they overcommit, if they fail to execute, this plan of theirs is going to backfire, but with the shotgun, Beast leading the charge is going to make sure his focus is on that one player in the back lines. The shots do not connect enough to dish out the knock, but still Skulltz realizing that they still have the numbers in their corner, trying to secure more finishes, do end up making a mistake as Arto is going to be knocked out. So shotgun's not really working out for them. One more player down on his knees. Phoenix overcommitting and he's down as well. Bijlu, the last player surviving for his team. In a 1v2 at this point. Nowhere left to go. I think this is done. Skulltz, they're going to take an early exit from this match.
Hopefully. TITANFTW. Of course, this was not according to plan. Skulltz, they just rushed the situation. Not just rushed, they had to panic commit into this particular fight. Everybody went in one by one. There was no proper planning. And the only way possibly Bijlu might just get the situation back under control is by getting a couple of revivals. But it seems like he's found a trade as well.
Yeah, he did find the trade and has brought the numbers down to a 1v1. Arto is back on his feet as well. All of a sudden, situation turned around and Skulltz, they have an advantage. It's the wipeout TITANFTW in a brilliant manner. What a recovery. Titan, they made a massive blunder in that fight.
Massive blunder. I mean, I don't even have words to explain. Now, you've got a fellow comrade revived in that situation. It's a 1v2 and Bijlu is stuck. Don't give him time to revive that fallen comrade back up as well. Skulltz Esports, they just gave them too much time to reset. And now they're back into the game with all 4 players.
Yeah, they should have just gone for it, Titan, when they had the opportunity, but no.
They went in with 1 player and that was the point. They should not have, right? Just do it together when you have players.
I mean, yeah, but it was a 1v1 at a certain point. When Bijlu was just there with the last player from Titan, he was just focused in on that revive for so long. Alright, even before that, actually, it was a 2v1.
Yeah.
Titan, they had the numbers advantage, and they could have actually just pushed in together, tried to finish him off, so I do agree with you. But while all of that was happening, Numen has lost players? What?
Not just players, I mean, a lot of players. They're now a one-man army at this point. It only remains to be seen who is the one who is still surviving as we witness this entire fight happen in front of us once again. Look at this, right? This is where I believe Punk is in that 1v1 situation. Phoenix is still there. Phoenix gets knocked out. It's a 1v1 right now. Punk versus Bijlu. And what Bijlu does is he still finds that knock onto Sensei, who was revived by Punk. Punk and Sensei could have worked together to take down Bijlu. The revive should not have happened. Arto came back on his feet and now they double up.
That was just a giveaway, man. They gave away their points and also allowed Skulltz to survive with all 4 players. Salty, not a single finish was secured by TITANFTW.
I mean, so much hard work, but for no rewards. You just have to be a little smart at some point, and the decision making was disastrous from this team. TITANFTW, they're going to be kicking themselves if they watch the broadcast and the stream, of course, after they're done with their...
After a fight like that, they would definitely watch what happened. What was the mistake made?
What was the mistake? I mean, what?
Mistakes.
Yeah, mistakes, exactly.
Sure.
That was my point. But speaking of the circle itself, coming back into the rest of the teams, Team Skulltz, they do manage to survive, and now they are being favored by the circle. Hardship towards them, and they have sort of a good control. We mentioned why that fight was so important. Now they have such a good vantage point.
Yeah, agreed. They have a wonderful position to work with, and also the crates that were left behind are going to help them replenish those first aids, those throwable utilities, the ammunition that they wasted upon the players of TITANFTW. But look at this. This is quite brutal, man. Please don't do this. Be nice to that man. ZoDxofficial, they are looking to hunt down that last player from Team Bot. And I think they will just... oh, they don't know where he is. They don't know he's like a part of their crew now.
Seems like that, but shots coming in from a third-party situation, it seems like multiple teams are starting to hurl up. Look at this, right? Of course, we've got the map feed for ourselves and multiple teams trying to enter from the eastern fringe of the circle. It's going to be interesting to find out, and I think it starts off from Error versus Blood Bashers. Blood Bashers, they've been hit first, Johnny.
Yeah, they are the ones on the receiving end taking, well, losing one of their players. And Error Esports, they have the opening secured, but not really in a position to do anything beyond this, actually, since all these compounds are separated by quite a decent bit of distances, and in Miramar, the rule of thumb is don't step out into the open ever unless that is the only option available to you.
Don't step out into the open, but the entire map, the entire circle is out in the open, Johnny, and this is where you are forced to do that. Yeah. Team Executors, they have such a nice little spot, but their focus is probably not on the right direction. They have multiple teams coming in from their back end, but instead, they're trying to create space deeper inside the circle, and that might come back to hurt them.
Talk about being in a lot of hurt. I think that is going to be felt by the last surviving player of Team Bots. Just saw... Yeah, I thought they were going to push upon him, but... No, ZoDxofficial, they are being kind to him, not really pushing on that first floor. I believe he hasn't moved in, so they don't really know where to check. But look at this, all of a sudden from taking an exit with 0 points, Team Bots, they have secured at least 1 placement point now.
Wow, such a massive improvement right there. Couple, of course, he is now being spammed by that M249. But it seems like ZoDx, right? What do they do right now? They've got the edge of the circle, but with 4 Roaring Lions who are just basically right next to them, it seems like their problems won't end.
Also, 2 big names have been wiped out while we were focused on the other teams. Villains have been taken care of in the game, and Numen Gaming. I feel like Miramar is just not their map. Even yesterday, even today at least they take a lot of eliminations before getting wiped out. Yesterday it was just at 0.
Yeah.
And today I think they're going to be a little bit more comfortable. All right, boys, we have a few points at least. We are going to focus on Erangel now. But let's see how that map is going to go. It's in the future. So far, Blood Bashers. After the win from the last game, I think they might have just gotten a little too overconfident. Have lost 2 players already. Last 2 players remaining. They're stuck in the small wooden shack. Nowhere left to go.
And this is what happens when you try and scramble for position. You try and follow the circle wherever it goes. I mean, they could have taken a little bit more time. Maybe gone for a late rotation, hugging the blue zone, what a majority of these teams are doing. Even as a matter of fact, Team Stellar Titans, Skulltz as well. They're not making a move right now because the zone is completely out in the open. You try and fight for those awkward positions, you will get gunned down. And this is what is hurting them. Apart from that, of course, 4 Roaring Lions, even they will try to breach forward. It seems like they've hit well, but they've also been traded in some fashion.
Well, the trades are coming in from the other side, but ZoDxofficial, they are the ones stuck outside the edge. 4 Roaring Lions, they have the advantage of being a little bit closer to the edge of the zone, so they have that positional advantage working out for them. Anki Chauhan trying to spray down inside the smokes. Ammo is running out. Needs to be careful. Needs to keep account of how many shots he's firing towards the opposition. And what was that? One of the players from the side of ZoDxofficial just stepped into the fire just as a sacrifice to allow his teammates to get the revives in, but it won't really work out for them because the blue zone is also going to dish out massive amounts of damage upon them.
Yeah, I mean, multiple teams in the fray as well. Look at this, team number 12. Team Error Esports coming into the picture. 4 Roaring Lions. For them, problems just don't seem to end. And the only piece of cover that they have is going to be those smoke clouds from the backlines. Of course, Team ZoDxofficial is also charging them, but Paraboy being the only one. Finally managed to put in the syringe right before the blue zone chimes in. But will he manage to find the finish?
How is he always so lucky? I mean, probably needs to buy a lottery ticket and scratch it. He'll walk away with well, quite a lot of money in the bag, but look at this. Again, with a sliver of HP, manages to cross the finish line, or in fact, outlast the blue zone for a second before Rapido catches him off guard, puts him out of his misery, and now Nameless crew, they show up. 4 Roaring Lions, they roars. are gonna be quiet now in this game as they get finished off by Nameless Crew, who have 5 eliminations to their name.
Nameless Crew weren't even in the picture. They heard all these gunshots, they heard all these commotion. They were like, alright, we can chime in. We can get a couple of finish points for themselves. 2 of their players, in fact, are inside the circle. 2 others, they just tried to get involved into the picture, and how beautifully they found those finish points. Speaking of finish points though, it seems like TTR India, they have got this little pocket of space, but right now being targeted by Nameless, who have the high ground advantage. It seems like their time, the clock is basically ticking against them.
At this point, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what's happening in this map. Teams with high ground advantages are getting wiped out. Teams outside the zones are finishing off teams inside the circle, inside the safer position. Man survives the blue zone. As soon as he enters the safe area, gets finished off. Like a lot of awkward moments for everyone. I mean, even for the teams and the players. But talk about being in an awkward situation, and TTR India and the players from the side of 4 ZODs are, I think they have information about each other's position. They're just wondering how to engage. All right, now 4 ZODs are distracted by the other teams up front.
It's not Team TTR who is in the world of hurt. It is going to be 4 ZODs who is in the midst of so much right now. Of course, they will try and get the first man down. First man has been knocked in. Now they have an opening. They could have potentially avoided this fight, but had they done that, they would have faced Stellar India in the process. And therefore, so they found the just an awkward rotation happening in front of their screens. The crosshair was laid upon, knock and finish.
See, man, in this game, you can't really predict how the fights are gonna go because it's all just utter chaos everywhere. And now look at this. When we think 4 ZODs, they might just survive a few extra moments, they just go for an extremely reckless push up their hill, losing 2 players. Now, Zeus is the last player surviving, but he won't be surviving for long, all alone in this map. Sachin from the side of TTR India also has been taken down. Nameless Crew, I believe, are in the perfect spot to secure the win on this game. But with how this game has been so far, I doubt myself.
Absolutely, everyone is going to be filling those shoes of doubting themselves, to be honest. But Stellar India is trying to push up, just trying to put up against so much pressure which is coming against him. Skulltz Esports, in fact, they have managed to survive. All of their players are healthy. I mean, as soon as I say that, one of their players gets knocked out, but they have finishes to their name.
Yeah, don't say anything about any team. I think that's what we need to do in this matchup so far. Bijlu was knocked out, but Skulltz, I agree, are in a phenomenal position. They can bring him back into this matchup, but before that, they have to finish off Stellar Titans. That's the first task in front of them. And if they can pull it off, if they can beat Stellar Titans, alright, they might not even need to do that, as Nameless Crew just do their job for them. So things have been made a little bit easier for Skulltz at this point, but we're down to the top 5 teams. 13 players still alive, and Skulltz and Nameless Crew, I think one of these 2 teams might just walk away with the chicken dinner. Both of them have phenomenal momentum till now. Nameless Crew, they have 10 eliminations to their name. Skulltz, they have 9.
Absolutely. To be honest, Stellar Titans weren't even a contender into this. I think they could have been a potential dark horse, could have spoiled the game for Nameless Crew as well as Skulltz from the backlines, but they never had enough map control, never had enough utility to actually make any difference in this game. And it seems like Nameless Crew, they want to assert their run of dominance. They want to spread themselves out as much as they possibly can so that they can pin Team Skulltz from every single direction. And of course, there's another complete different fight which is still happening, which we have no clue about. Gunshots being heard, but Error and Team Executors, they're just throwing jabs at each other.
Well, that's all they can do. They can't really take a fight against the players of Skulltz or Nameless Crew. But look at Skulltz. They want to take care of the biggest threat first, looking to climb up the hill, trying to deal with the players of Nameless Crew while Rapido lines up this nade, and it looks quite good. The damage was dished out to the opposition, but he switches to the AKM, takes down Beast, and now the suppressing fire from the backlines does help him out as well. Nameless Crew in an advantageous position. They have the numbers in their hands. 2v4, they're leading the charge now.
It was greedy from Skulltz. They kind of felt like Rapido was the only one who was close up, but they did not imagine that there were so many vantage points which were covered from the backlines and Nameless Crew. They had every single angle marked in, and out there, of course, the cover fire was brilliant. Skulltz did manage to reset from that retaliation, but it seems like Phoenix once again has taken the hit. Johnny, 3 teams, 10 players, and once again, that entire fight reset in front of our eyes.
The only reason Skulltz was able to reset was because Nameless Crew they had no intention for taking that fight. They were just playing those positions for information, and now they finally have no other option as Skulltz just start presenting themselves one after the other on top of that ridge. IGL will be knocked out. Rapido in a world of hurt. 3 players try to push his position, and they do eventually take him down. The DBS in a situation like this is not going to do a lot for you, and I think Skulltz winning this fight might as well also win the game, as they know where the last player from the side of Executors is. Hybrid, he's trying his level best, working with that AKM, secures the knock, and is going to secure the extra bit of finish as well. The points for Executors might also help them secure the extra added advantage for themselves. Nameless crew, in the meanwhile, are just going for those revives.
What is happening? Team Executors were uninvited into this party, and now Nitin has no visibility onto Bijlu. He's making life easier for Bijlu. Bijlu is closing in the distance, while Nitin from the backlines is denying that little bit of space and breathing room against Nameless. Now, what is going to happen? Nobody knows. As soon as Nitin peeks out, I believe Bijlu has his position marked. But for Skulltz, what a disaster it was. They had a second shot at life, but it seems like they just completely wasted it.
It's a countdown at the end of the game. 3 versus 2 versus 1. Nameless crew with a massive numbers advantage in their favor, and also the high ground that they can control so well. As you mentioned, Nitin did allow a little bit of breathing room for the players of Skulltz, but they can't really do much about it now, since all 3 players of Nameless crew are on their feet and they have their HP bars to work with in a nice position as well. Look at Kratos. He's looking for the man in the backlines, looking for Nitin, but Nitin just staying behind that ridge is keeping Nameless crew at bay with that added little bit of extra pressure. The timing on that first aid was a little bit off, and now we're finally down to the top 2 teams. Nameless crew with the numbers advantage. Astro and Bijlu, can they pull off this win for their team? They've reduced the numbers down to the final 2v2. The push, it looks quite good. IGL trying his level best is going to be knocked down. Kratos, last man left standing. It's not going to matter. Skulltz securing the win for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, the tension was palpable inside that final circle, but I love the way Skulltz handled it. And to be honest, it kind of felt like a tag team effort between Team Executors and Skulltz. They wouldn't have been able to do it without Team Executor and Nitin's heroics in that situation, because Nameless crew, they almost got Skulltz down right up front in that first fight, but then Skulltz managed to reset and then came back into the picture, hitting them hard, but Nameless crew began to reset.
I do agree with you 100%, because had Executors not been there, Nameless crew would have just, it would have been very easy for them to secure this win for themselves. But Nitin just surviving, just knowing that there's one lad behind the ridge will sometimes deter you from pushing on the other team. And that is what happened.
Exactly. You know, sometimes we say that a ridge is actually a good thing. It always, majority of the time, is a good thing. But this time, maybe it was one of the reasons why Nameless crew could not win, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, of course, a lot more number crunching is going to come, because this matters a lot. Overall standings on this other side of this very short break.
Push. Left. EKM
पीछे वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ डम डम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो खत्म कर दो
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS 2023. Of course, an Indian faction is getting added to Road to Valors, which is going to make the game pretty interesting, to be honest. So you have to check it out. We are doing it ourselves as well. But with that, a small change in the panel. Mr. Necro is going to join us at the desk. But I have to come to you with that last game itself. It was so exciting.
Especially that push that was being made from the players of Skulltz Esports against Nameless crew. It was an uphill battle. I genuinely thought that Skulltz Esports might just be picked off just like that, but no, that was not the case. Instead, it was Skulltz Esports who found the first two initial knockouts against Nameless crew, and then later on, unfortunately for Skulltz, it was a whole nother story that came into play. EXECUTORS pushing in from the get-back, third-partying everything, and that's why Skulltz Esports wasn't really able to come out on top in that fight initially, but still later on, that 2v3 execution against Nameless crew, once again, Skulltz Esports winning that entire thing.
Exactly. I mean, they had so much advantage, or rather, the upper hand in that particular fight, even though the numbers was on the side of Nameless crew. But we'll have to come to this fight once again. Skulltz getting their winner chicken dinner, which could have been snatched away from them by TITANFTW, Necro.
Oh my god, TITANFTW. This fight just kept me on the edge of my seat. I genuinely did not know which team could be the one to come out on top, and in the end, I would say what was the biggest mistake that was being made from the side of TITANFTW. As soon as they got that resurrection onto one player, that player pushed in all by himself, even though he had 1 HP just left over. Doesn't make any sense. He should have tried to play a little bit laid back with the rest of his teammates, maybe provide a bit of cover fire, because the rest of his teammate was actually going for the resurrection onto the second player. So that could have been a little bit better if only a couple of more patience would have been showcased in that scenario.
Exactly. These micro decisions, they just completely overturned the game. Could have been a chicken dinner for TITANFTW, maybe if Skulltz Esports weren't able to survive, of course, but all those ifs and buts, it's not going to work. And ladies and gentlemen, they lost the game, and Skulltz Esports, they took massive advantage from it. But this circle, in fact, was so crazy. So much ambiguity was there that who is going to be inside the top 3, who is going to find their pocket of space. Nameless crew, for sure, they had the advantage right from the beginning of it all. But apart from that, the way Skulltz Esports made their entry, in spite of disturbances from Stellar Titans as well as other teams, it was fabulous.
Exactly. I mean, Nameless crew from the top, they had such a perfect positioning too. But then later on, Skulltz Esports, these were the two openings that I was talking about. But then later on, instantly, the players of EXECUTORS pushed up against them from the back lines, and things just sort of started crumbling down for Skulltz Esports. They were down to just a two-man squad, and as I mentioned, in the end, it was a 2v3 situation against the Nameless crew themselves, and still Skulltz being able to pull themselves back in that scenario, hands down one of the best moments I've witnessed so far inside the game.
Exactly. I mean, when you get so many lifelines inside just one particular map, you have to pull it off and go all the way. And Skulltz Esports, they've definitely done that. And this kind of helps them establish that lead up top, kind of go closer to Numen Gaming. But as we all know, no extra brownie points for being at the tippity top. You just want to look at the volatile part of that overall standing, because that is where all the action is happening. I am so excited to find the overall standings, where the teams are lying. But of course, production is not going to give us that one.
Exactly. Top 7 is the way to go, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, nothing's going to be given to you if you're somewhere in the top 3 or even in the first spot in the overall standings. The only thing that's going to matter is you need to position yourself somewhere in the top 7. Now, as we move on forward and take a look at the rebel of the match, it's of course going to be Artev from the side of Skulltz with 5 elimination points wrapped up.
Yep, I mean, good performance from this lad, getting knocked out multiple times, but whenever he was on his feet, this man was lethal, taking his shots, working alongside his teammates. And it's not just Arto. If you see the top 5 rebels, it's going to be majorly his teammates as well. Bijlu, this man was the last man standing for Team Skulltz in several occasions, but in spite of that, he just never really lost his confidence.
I mean, these two guys together managed to accumulate 10 elimination points and also add on 15 placement points even more, and the rest 2 players too, just getting a couple more elimination points.
Yeah.
That's going to give them so many points in the overall table. That's a massive leap once again taken by Skulltz. And we knew that Skulltz Esports, as they started the day off, they were in the top 2. And now I just want to take a look at the overall standings, which is not going to happen, of course. So for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the match scoreboard.
At least, right, the match scoreboard is going to be given to us, ladies and gentlemen. Skulltz Esports at the very top, 29 points for them, 14 finish points to work with, 15 placement points. Nameless crew closely falling by. They had 12 finishes to work with. I think they made really good usage of that little bit of a real estate which was given to them. They tried to establish that map control. They tried to get that chicken dinner. It just kind of slipped their way. But this time, probably for the first time, we have Team Executors in the picture who are in the top 3. Rare occasion, but for sure a good attempt. They still might manage to sneak their way inside if they have a good map of Sanhok.
That is true. I mean,
Erangel.
for a lot of the teams on the latter half of the board, my eyes are going to be locked up on villains now, considering so far things aren't really looking that great for them. Numen Gaming, they're completely fine. Yeah, this previous game wasn't really too hot for them, but still they're somewhere in the first spot or the second spot in the overall standing. So Numen Gaming, they're going to be chilling whatsoever. Blood Bashers, same thing. But teams like Team Bots, they need to start stepping things up. This is where it's all going to come down to. This is like the decider game.
Exactly, and it's not just bots as well. 2 teams that I'm going to name whom I think has not showcased their true potential. Number 1 has to be Managers of Destruction. This team was absolutely fabulous yesterday, but today, so far, they were rather invisible, and we saw how close they were, and this game was so important for them. They just got 4 points out of this, and now they only have got 1 map left. Necro, we had this conversation during the grind as well. You don't really want to delay the inevitable way too long. Try and get yourself as many points as quickly as possible.
That is true, but as we move on forward and take a look at the matchup in the upcoming game, these teams will once again duke it out in the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Skulltz Esports, they've been doing a phenomenal job. Numen Gaming, though, in that previous game, not really the best of the outcome we can ask for, but maybe they can try and amp things up a little bit more. TTRxINDIA, one of the teams that I'm in quite a shaky mindset. I'm not sure if they're inside the top 7 or not, but they've had a little bit of consistent performance today.
I mean, decent performances if you put it together, to be honest. But how many points did they accumulate and where they are in the overall standings, we have absolutely no idea. Villains, as a matter of fact, is going to be another team who are sort of in the brink of getting eliminated as well. Now, Johnny mentioned the cutoff is going to be upwards of 40 mark. I want to know from you, of course, where do you think is that cutoff going to lie?
I don't exactly know, man. Listen, I'm not too good at calculating, bro. I mean, the mid-pack was looking a little bit too close. I don't know exactly what the cutoff's going to look like.
I'll give you a reference, right? So the last time we saw the overall standings, the cutoff was at 26. But right up top, the team was at possibly like a high 30 or 40 points. So no real clue where the cutoff is going to lie, of course, in the overall picture. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, who are watching from the YouTube stream, let us know in the comment section. Let us know in the live chat. Who do you think is going to qualify? Which are the 7 teams who you think are going to qualify? But now coming back to you again. Give me one team you're sure that they're going to make through, but they're not in the top 7.
I would say maybe 4 Dominators. I'm not sure. They're definitely trying their best today. Things have been sort of stepped up from their side. Yesterday, they were not really having that good of a start, but maybe 4 Dominators today. This time, inside the last game, they definitely need to step things up a little bit more, and they need to keep that consistency aspect going on.
Exactly. And for me, honestly, it's going to be Managers of Destruction. Hands down, this team showcased so much true potential yesterday. Their gun game is brilliant. Their movement is brilliant. It's just a matter of time, maybe on the map of Erangel, they can actually do it once again, pop themselves back inside the top 7. We're going to be hopeful because as gamers, we know as long as you still breathe, there's still hope, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. Managers of Destruction is one of those teams that definitely do pack a massive punch. But speaking about the future lines too, right? There's quite a lot of teams that are going to be eyeing out for that. Team Bots. Unfortunately for them, the run hasn't really been that smooth for them. They still need to struggle up a little bit more. They need a nuclear performance inside the last game, which might just be a little bit too much to ask for. But which team do you think sort of is on the bottom half and that you think might have a chance to get a nuclear game in their hands?
Interesting stuff. I think Villains can be one of them. Villains, they are in the bottom half. They are somewhere in that 7th or the 8th position, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure what the overall standings looks like, because of course nobody knows. Even the audience does not know. I'm pretty sure it's only few people from production who know what the entire picture looks like. But Villains, somewhere in that mid pack, I think they definitely have potential, and the Erangel game is pretty strong. Their movements are precise. If they find that good position inside the map, they can convert it. They know how to convert a good position into a big chicken.
That is true. Speak about converting a good chicken. I mean, so far, Numen Gaming, they've been one of those teams that has been doing a phenomenal job in converting that good game into a massive chicken dinner. And maybe Numen Gaming would want to close things off on a fantastic note as well. They would have a good night's sleep.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the tier 1 teams that we have seen today so far, Orangutan could not actually close it out in such fashion, but hoping that Numen Gaming might. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the day, Erangel is live, and the flight, the big bird, has taken it to the skies, Necro.
Exactly, and the plane flat pad starting all the way from military base towards the shooting range area, heavily tilted on the left side actually. So if the teams do want to move on forward towards the extremities of the map on the right side, they're going to have a big struggle.
Exactly. Regions which are going to be out of reach, of course, will start off from the top, of course. Severny will be in reach, but Stauber, Yasnaya, Mansion, Prison, Lipovka, any of these regions, if you want to try and drop in, those are going to be not reachable by any means. If you want to go to those drop locations, you'll need to find the intermediate vehicles. Now, this is where the problem does arise. When a flight path heavily restricts and limits a team's gliding potential, then there are awkward fights in awkward compounds where the team does not have any awkward loot. So I'm going to be watching out for those early skirmishes, because this flight path does sort of, instigate one of those situations.
Speak about instigating one of those situations. I mean, right now in the military base, we've got Nameless crew dropping right next to the players of Numen Gaming. This is where things can definitely be spiced up a little bit more. I want to see these two teams duke it out. Who wouldn't want to? Nameless crew, they've been doing phenomenal inside the game so far. Numen Gaming, they've been doing pretty good inside the game so far as well. And if these two Goliaths, they collide, how much damage will be dealt equally? That's what I'll find out.
I'm actually more interested in what Team Villain is doing right now. They are definitely not in the military base. They are definitely not towards Nova Rupnoyo, but they've got those isolated compounds near the shorelines. Now, this is going to be an exciting drop location, because the circle has just popped out in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen, and it does favor the military base quite a lot. Of course, is it going to come down south? Is it going to go towards the mainland? We don't know, but at least they have good map coverage for now, though.
That is true. And speak about having a good map coverage, we've got the players of Executors in front of us in Team Execute. So far, this team has been doing quite phenomenal inside the game. At least in the previous game, they were there somewhere in the top 3, and this time they would want to replicate the same thing if they do want to bounce back once again in the top 7. Maybe after that previous game, they could have got a really big catapult too.
18 points was really important for them. I'm not really sure if Executors had good performances before that. My memory is kind of weak. But Team Executors, I kind of felt like that game was so important in this team's success. And now that they have got a platform, I'm pretty sure they don't want to throw it away. They've got a good drop location towards farm. They don't really have multiple teams quite close to them. So the option of just being able to survive till the late game stage is still there. And we know, as a matter of fact, if their placement is good, they will get those top 3 finishes. We've just seen that on the map of Miramar.
Speak about the top 3 finishes, and Villain, it's one of those teams that maybe they're looking to pin their spot down inside the top 7 itself. Yesterday they had a decent start, but today it's not really carried on forward for them. So Villain, they need to have a good start whatsoever inside the round 2. I mean, the start is not far away because we're almost close to the end, so hopefully Villains there can have a good ending.
Exactly, and I'm looking at 2 players because of which. Hitler as well as Tyke. These were the 2 players who kind of held that mantle and took this team forward in multiple situations when they were about to get eliminated. Right now, those are the players who have sort of underperformed a little bit, but at least they've got the majority of Nova Rupnoyo to themselves. This was the intermediate drop location which I was talking about. They took a vehicle from the shoreline and now moved towards Nova Rupnoyo. They're going to feast the benefits. There's going to be a lot of loot for them to feed upon. So they're going to be stacked up to the brim. But will they be able to utilize it? That is a big question. We know Villain do like to kind of drop far away from the circle itself, take those long rotations, and make those late entry inside the circle.
That
it
is
does.
true.
It does pan out majority of the times, but sometimes they get gate kept. This is one of the situations I feel there is a high potential or a high probability they might be bridge camped or gate kept.
Never know what's going to happen considering the circle 2 is formed in such an interesting fashion. Half of the circle's up north, half of the circle's down south. You never know. Maybe it can take a drastic shift down south, and once again, we might just see another military-based circle. Yesterday, too, I mean, we kicked things off with the military circle and ended things off with the military circle, too. Or maybe today the same things can repeat as well.
Yeah. I'm actually more surprised with the split which is coming in from Nameless Crew. Of course, we've got the map feed for us, and we can see the Nameless Crew, they're trying to spread themselves out massively on that military base island. It's extremely exciting to find out what they're trying to do. Are they playing that heal battle? Of course, just trying to scramble for as many first hit as they possibly can. But even if they're not, they might be trying to just block off every single exit points for Numen Gaming as well. I mean, of course, all of this is theory crafting. But coming back to what's on the picture, TTRxINDIA. So far in front of our screens right now, we were discussing about this team in the pre-game segment. Definitely in the mid-pack, but they know how to pack a punch.
That is true. They know how to pack a punch. And TTRxINDIA, considering how they're moving to inside the game, quite safe for now. There are a couple of more teams towards the ruin side, considering they are going to be a little bit far away, but TTRxINDIA, nothing to worry about just yet. They are in the safer shoes. And speak about being in the safer shoes, another team that's actually quite safe inside the game towards the Severny side. This is your pick.
Yeah, Managers of Destruction. You know, I don't call it my pick because, you know, at this point, I'm just scared that I'm just going to curse another team to destruction. Of course, their name is Managers of Destruction. I hope they're going to perform well. But, yeah, I mean, let's just keep it that way. Let's just not call it my pick.
I mean, their name is Managers of Destruction. They managed to destroy their teams, right?
At least they're named that way. I'm not sure if they function that way, at least what we've seen so far today.
But maybe you might just manage to destroy them. You never know. That's what you've been doing so far. In the previous game, you predicted Numen Gaming. They got eliminated quite early inside the game. Now you've predicted Managers of Destruction. There's a chance they might be destroyed once again.
Yeah, I mean, this has been happening with me, to be honest. I'm getting bad dreams because of it, nightmares, to be honest. And for sure, these players are grinding hard. I just don't want to spoil their run inside the tournament. But, you know, it's all fair. I mean, it's all happening inside the game, and we're just doing fun banter. But speaking of banter, it seems like Numen Gaming, they're doing no fun here. They're here for serious business, and they're up against Nameless Crew.
Yeah, Nameless Crew, one of the teams that have been doing so good inside the games too. Really gets spray taken from Savitar, finds the opening, shuts down a man, is also knocked out for now. The confirmation will be there, no problems whatsoever for Numen Gaming. They've already kicked things off on a fantastic note.
Absolutely. Finding that knock was important. Now, we talked about how Nameless Crew were trying to go in on a split. This sort of backfired because Numen Gaming, they spotted that isolated player and they took him out. Rapido being kicked off the picture means that Nameless Crew, they won't really have that entry into different fights. The rest of the three players, they're stacked in one corner. I believe that they have their fort set up. Will Numen Gaming try and breach that fort though? That is a big question.
Speak about them actually wanting to breach things, right? I mean, Numen Gaming, with how they've started things off against Nameless Crew, it's better if Nameless Crew just start to move away from this fight if they do want to secure that throne in the first spot in the overall standings. Because Numen Gaming, they had quite a rough game in the previous one, so there's a chance Nameless Crew can be really close to that first spot.
Oh no, he has actually spotted IGL, and Gil is chasing them. Now, this is such big contrast to the last game of the previous group that we just witnessed. Of course, that is a topic of conversation which we'll have later on. It seems like Blood Bashers, they found someone in front of their crosshairs.
Yeah, and Blood Bashers, they've lost out on one of the players themselves. Lover is knocked out for now. But still, them having an advantage inside this fight. This is where they've sort of surrounded the foes quite nicely, but there might just be a third party entering inside the fray too. Esports in a big receiving lines for now. Sakib in the front, ults out in the open, taking a lot of shots against himself.
Wow!
Crazy! He finds that connection. What a perfect spray that was, and that too with a barrel.
Exactly, an M762, which does have so much recoil. This man just managed to land so many shots. Blood Bashers, absolutely brilliant. But just like you mentioned, there is another team in the picture, and that is going to be 4 roaring lions. They'll have to loot up the crates immediately and move on the run because they cannot afford to be in this open lands, at least for a long time though. A lot of distance which they need to cover, and it seems like 4 roaring lions, they're here, and this might just be their den.
Yeah, they've got a really good advantage too inside the fight, Salty. 4
Yeah.
roaring lions. With this high ground,
Spotted.
they're going to have the live coverage of every single movement the opponent's going to try to make on the board. And somewhere else too in the elimination feed now, you guys can see Blood Bashers as well chiming inside a fight. 4 roaring lions. They came here to third party, but it seems like they're going to be the one to put themselves on the receiving end instead. And one of the men's already knocked out. This is not a good news for the players of 4 roaring lions.
This is not a good news, but it seems like Negi is in the back lines. But no, wait, it's actually HP, not OP, who is trying to push up. It's a 1v2 situation, and Negi will have so much pressure from the back lines. Another one in the picture as well. I'm pretty sure the team number 9, they had a lot of damage dished out against them, but 4 rolling 9s, they are just being absolutely ripped apart from multiple angles.
Blood Bashers doing such a great job inside this fight, and considering 4 roaring lions, they came here to third party. They came here with a big advantage, but now the script is being flipped against them.
Script definitely is being flipped at this point. Blood Bashers will look to try and get every single finish from this particular fight, but it seems like 4 roaring lions, they were just so much out in the open. They did not have enough visibility. Now, we saw one player having that high ground advantage, a couple of players inside that flank situation as well. But this is the trade-off, Necro. Every single time you go in for a flank, your infantry is weakened. Your front line of defense is weakened. And this is what Team Blood Bashers use to breach them. Take them down, try and double down on the players, 1v2 every single fight. And that is how they win the trades on the positive side of it.
Speak about being on the positive side right now. I mean, we've got a couple of teams now just breaching in from the right side. 4 Dominators, one of those teams that I went with. Villains, too, is on the same vicinity. But Villains, they're going to spot the players make a rotation, not taking any shots just yet. They're just gaining information.
Gaining information for sure. Now, both these two teams, now it seems like they are on the right end of the map. That is on the mainland itself. But if the circle does decide to make a hard shift, that is when things are going to be so much more difficult. But this is where things just absolutely erupted for Blood Bashers. They got involved in multiple collisions, one against Esports, one against 4 roaring lions. And 4 roaring lions, their strategy, just their approach to this entire fight was brutal. They did not, or they could not execute it to perfection, coming in from multiple angles. Brilliantly done by Blood Bashers, who retain every single player in the process.
They indeed did. We've got TITANFTW on our screens, and this team, too, is one of those teams, a name to be feared inside the entire vicinity. And Managers of Destruction now colliding against one of the big lights inside the lobby. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Blood Bashers so far. These guys have been out for blood against any other team that stands against them. And Managers of Destruction, this is going to be their first ever fight. They're looking forward to engaging.
And it's going to be crucial for them. Boxy OG quite close. The nade coming in from Atom does find the first knock, and it seems like Boxy OG, he's going to push up. Brilliantly set up Managers of Destruction. They have the advantage.
Yeah, pushing up close and personal against the opponents. And Atom actually going for the pan for the confirmation too. Blood Bashers, that's a big disrespect being put on their name. But Blood Bashers, they're going to be the one to make a wise decision to move inside the circle first. Not really going for the challenge just yet. Shots taken against them, crazy, and the entirety of Blood Bashers is on the massive receiving end, and Nasty is the only man left alive for the entirety of Blood Bashers, the last guy with a final glimmer of hope alive to keep the Blood Bashers alive inside the game, and the next circle shift 2 comes into play. It's actually quite a drastic one too, but the last guy from Blood Bashers, he's putting up to the performance against the opponents. Managers of Destruction losing out on one of the crucial players. He's at least knocked out for now. But now another player starting to push up, wanting to give the cover fire to the rest of his teammate, and that's what he does, perfectly given out to him.
Managers of Destruction, I mean, they almost lost this entire picture. The spray down was brilliant, but the second person who was knocked out from the vehicle was by the play zone. It kind of felt like it could have gone south, especially when the final player was knocked out, Boxy OG. But it seems like we have another fight brewing up for ourselves. It seems like Skulltz Esports, they spotted Team TTR India. Now this fight is extremely important, not for Skulltz, but for TTR India, who need to survive.
Skulltz Esports way too close inside the vicinity against the opponents. It might as well find the advantage because one guy's quite isolated. That Molotov might just be tossed to perfection, but Lucky pushes up now against the entirety of Skulltz. A really good nade, actually. Just tossed on his Lucky. He's taken down, he's softened up so much. And his teammates too, they're not really able to find a good accuracy with the utilities that they're tossing in. Beast tosses up another nade, just wanting to find that initial opening. Skulltz Esports, they're so desperate to find that opening because the opponents are now starting to push up slowly and steadily. TTRxINDIA, this is one of those teams that has been doing so phenomenal inside the game. Skulltz Esports, both these teams in general, they've been looking good so far.
Absolutely, but I love what Skulltz is doing right now. The 2-2 split. Beast as well as R2 are looking to wrap them around from the left-hand side. Meanwhile, the other two players will just hold down the back lines. We wanted to get that first initial confirmation from the nade itself, but it seems like that was unsuccessful. Even TTRindia, as a matter of fact, their utility usage has been brilliant, being able to hold down so much pressure coming in from Skulltz.
TTRxINDIA, they know they're starting to get surrounded by the entirety of Skulltz. They need to spread themselves out in this scenario. But how can they exactly do so? That's the question. Even the wall of death now starting to move up. Both these teams do realize they need to make this fight quick because it's going to turn into a stalemate if not.
It already is a stalemate, Necro. And it seems like Skulltz, they're going to make the wiser choice. Already trying to embark on the weakest. Now this is TTRindia's moment to strike. And that is exactly what they'll do. They might actually confirm a couple of knocks, drop down a couple of bodies.
Nope. It's a little too tough.
Yeah.
Skulltz Esports, they make a brilliant rotation happen. They knew that that side, there's going to be the maximum amount of cover which they can strap themselves behind, and that's what they did. They moved behind the solid cover, and that's why now they're alive with all the players up inside the game.
Yeah, but Zayden needs to patch himself up quite a lot. And Skulltz will, of course, make that long rotation now. The circle shift has been a major talking point, and it seems like it is giving me Vikendi vibes, Necro, because we saw on the map of Vikendi there was massive water coverage, and this time as well, it seems like the circle is going to play a spoiled sport, ladies and gentlemen. If, of course, production can show us the map feed, it's going to be brilliant because Circle will be the MVP for this one.
All the 4 Erangel games that we witnessed, all of them have ended on the military island inside the round 2.
Oh, wow.
This is insane. And even this one taking such a hard shift, it's caught every single team off guard that was on the northern side that thought the circle is probably going to be forming up on the northern side, but now all the teams starting to make that desperate rotation inside the circle, and one of those is right in front of us, straight up just booking it for the bridge. Do not even care. TITANFTW, this is quite a bold rotation they're trying to make happen, and one of the players actually pushes up close to the opposition as well, pulls out the shotgun for the close, goes for a couple of jump shots, and no boy Bay finds that. Oh, this is a little bit too awkward, but eventually finds that connection to shut the player down.
Team bots, they wanted to bridge camp this region, but they've already lost a player in the process. Now they might actually lose 2, but retaliation was absolutely brilliant, and another player from Titan has been shut down, Necro.
Yeah, this is not really that good for the players of TITANFTW, but it's complete fine though. At least he managed to get that trade against the opponents, right?
Yep.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. He managed to get that elimination point racked up. So that's a good news. But on the military island itself, there's the players of Numen Gaming going up against the players of Titan. Now this fight erupts. Numen Gaming, one of those teams that really hasn't had a good game in the previous one, but this time looking to name it on themselves. And they're getting bounced up by the entirety of TITANFTW. Savitar way too low for comfort. One single shot and Savitar might just be knocked out, and that's what just happens. The entirety of Numen Gaming, a finished blow given to them.
Absolutely. It was a 2v4 in that situation. 2 players being completely eliminated in the early game. And the way Sensei as well as Spunk executed them, it was absolutely brilliant. The last remaining player who was taken down in that bridge camp from Bot Forest, they're going to be missing that player right now, because had there been 3 players surviving from TITANFTW, this game could have been easy for them. They have control over the northern shorelines of the military base island, which is rather the central spot of the circle. A lot of compounds to work with as well. Every single team is going to approach them from their circumference. Multiple teams might also swim across their way. A huge opportunity for them to bag those finish points.
Nameless crew in front of us. And IGL actually going for that patch. He knows the team in the front's not to be taken lightly. And that's why he's waiting for the right opportunity to bounce. A lot of shots missed. And IGL, he's definitely going to be kicking himself after that one. That could have been such an easy knockout too. Once again, the opponent moves out in the open. Now he's found himself a solid cover to play with. IGL's position, on the other hand, though, this man is desperate to make it inside the circle, because at this point in time, even the Blues dishing out so much damage. He needs a couple of more first aid, but he's got none.
Absolutely nothing on this man. And of course, he is not going to live long enough to tell his tale at this point. Nameless IGL Just fires up a couple of shots to the air, just giving us that little bit of an ending for themselves. But it seems like Skulltz Esports, they ended the picture and they completely wipe off the bridge camp.
Too easy for the players of Skulltz. They're here lining up Skulltz now. Easily just taking down the opposition, no matter what team standing up against them. For Skulltz Esports, we are seeing zero struggle from their side. And even 4 roaring lines right underneath the players of Skulltz, and that could have been a really phenomenal knockout, but the guy managed to just squeeze himself back inside the cover in the nick of time.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like for Skulltz right now, the whole job has been made so much more difficult because the circle takes a hard shift towards the island. And the entire bridge region has been left isolated. They have 4 rolling lines right in front of them. They have to breach past them to enter the circle. Of course, it's completely out in the open. It's going to be difficult. But right now, it seems like team number 10, team ZoDxofficial, they are under heavy fire.
And look at 4 Dominators. Mayank easily just lining up those bodies. This guy's the fisherman. He saw those fishes sailing in, and he easily just collected them and devoured them instantly. 4 Dominators, one of those teams that I am booking on. And I think so this team, all they need is one good game to bounce themselves back inside the top 7. And there's a chance they can get their hands on that good game. So far, they've only managed to get 2 finish points. But a couple of more to add on and maybe a chicken dinner too. That can be a date with destiny for this team.
What is this movement, to be honest, from 4 Dominators? They try and breach past the center of the circle and they station themselves there. We can see it from the minimap itself. That movement was really optimistic. But are they, or rather, will they be able to survive in that situation? I have no clue. 4 roaring lines, in fact, they are under heavy fire from Skulltz Esports, being spotted out in the open. Zayden and Arto were definitely hurt in this situation, but 4 rolling lines, they did not have the numbers to make this happen.
I told you, 4 roaring lines is right underneath the players of Skulltz Esports. And as Skulltz Esports knew that there was someone underneath them, instantly just made that pounce happen. Sorum Negi way too low, going for the patch-up. Man does not even have any first aids. He's going for the bandages at this point. And yeah, eventually also gets claimed by the players of TITANFTW. Too easy for them.
For 6th, actually, this man managed to rack up 3 finishes for his team in spite of being a 2-man team. TITANFTW, they're doing so much good work. They still have control over the northern shoreline of the circle. Just have to take control of the right-hand side where Skulltz Esports might approach them. They might have a little bit of compound control to work with, but it seems like 4 Zods, they're the ones who they'll be fighting against first.
Skulltz Esports with these 3 players that they've got inside the final few moments. It's only top 5 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which Stellar Titans is one of those 2. And Stellar Titans, they've got all the 4 players up. Just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and as soon as that happens, teams will once again be desperate to reposition themselves inside the circle. Xanis tossing out a couple of utils. He knows there's someone in the front lines, but for DTR, they're doing a great job in keeping themselves safe for now.
I'm not really sure if they're actually safe because that massive rotation which they made, that has been dished out. 2 players who made that rotation, they're down and out, and now there's only 1 player who is still surviving. Monster is barely inside the circle. He's quite far, to be very honest, but this time it's Skulltz Esports who are raining death and destruction on top of TITANFTW and doing a very good job, actually.
Yeah, Skulltz Esports find themselves in a big advantage. But one of the players was knocked out and finished too, but it's completely fine though. Skulltz Esports, once again, they can try and get things back in their favor because TITANFTW, this is one of those teams that has been causing problems for them since they try to enter through the bridge. Skulltz Esports, they're here to get their revenge, and the last man spotted out too. The nade's actually going to blast quite close, pulls out the UMP for the close, and that's it. Skulltz Esports, they reign supreme inside the fight, and so far they've managed to get 8 finish points. But Stellar Titans, they are in the prime positioning inside the final moments, and for DTR, even the last guy knows where exactly the players of Skulltz are.
Exactly, Stellar Titans, to be honest, they are getting to the prime position inside the circle, asserting their domination. Look at that minimap right here. They have got such a massive spread, and they will try and prevent 4 Zods to try and even enter the circle. Even Skulltz Esports, it seems like it's going to be extremely difficult. 3 teams and 9 players who still survive, and Arto will make that big rotation, will try and run over midway.
Oh my God.
What was that?
He jumps over that buggy. This guy's Neo from Matrix, dodges that buggy so
What?
quick. What? Arto, he ejects out of that buggy and gets both of them down. Skulltz Esports. Some heroics being showcased from this entire team. And now it's the final two teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Stellar Titans making that push happen against Skulltz. They know it's the best time to bounce up against the opponents, and that's what they do. Trades happening back and forth, but Shadow now once again in the front lines, trying to lead the pack. Beast position compromised, pulls out the shotgun for the close, but unfortunately for the Beast, it was still a mid-range engagement, and the opponents, they come out on top in that situation. Stellar Titans, what a way to close things off.
Dude, Stellar Titans for sure. I mean, well-deserved winner chicken dinner, getting that man advantage, getting control of that hill. But what did R2 pull off?
I don't even know. I legitimately thought R2 was screwed up massively, but still somehow just clutching that situation out for Skulltz Esports. I don't know what that was. It's like God just gifted him another lifeline, and he was like, all right, go to Arto. You got this. I know you're going to be a massive tank. You can absorb a lot of bullets.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, when I thought that this man is actually on a suicide mission, he took his buggy and ran straight towards 4 ZODs. But then we saw that moment happen, the player jumping on top of the buggy as well. This man just barks it. He's like, I'm going to spray you down. You can't do me dirty like that. And he found his revenge as well in such brilliant fashion. But of course, at the end of it all, it was Stellar Titans who got the winner chicken dinner. How many points did they acquire? We're going to find out on the other side of this very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया? पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that very short break to BGIS 2023. Of course, we just witnessed a brilliant commercial from Road to Valor where an Indian faction is getting added to it. This game is getting crazier day by day, so you have to check it out, of course. But coming our conversation back to the day and back to that last game, it was heavy. We all felt like it was Skulltz Esports who had a massive advantage, especially those shenanigans. But Stellar Titans, what a brilliant showing it was in the final circle, no?
Stellar Titans, as usual, just having a really good position inside the game. Not exactly as usual, because in that previous game, they were sort of, you can say, even the BGMI gods just graced him with its presence, with the circle just forming right on top of them. And Stellar Titans, them having the high ground too. At the same time, it's like an icing on top of the cake for them.
Exactly. But we have to talk. Let's just talk a little bit more about what Arto did right there, right? With the buggy, just running in at them. ZODS were actually a contender for the chicken dinner. They had a good position. But who would have thought that a single man would be able to take down two players all by himself?
Exactly, that 4x spray in the clotheslines. I mean, I personally thought that Arto was going to panic in that situation. But still, he manages to hold himself together, takes both those players down, and then later on, instantly that third-party pounce that came into play from the opponents.
Exactly. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, of course, a massive early game collision that we got to witness. It was from Blood Bashers, two teams which they took in some fashion. Error Esports as well as 4 Roaring Lions.
Exactly, and not just that, speak about this fight too, right from Numen Gaming. This fight against the players, the Nameless crew, I genuinely wanted to see this sort of entire kerfuffle happen in front of us. We did see that happen too, but Numen Gaming somewhere down line, it's understandable. They were able to survive for a decent amount of time inside the game, but still not able to get that chicken dinner. That sort of hurt me. But hey, maybe the future lines we can see them perform even better, because I'm pretty sure they're inside the top 7 whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Numen Gaming, they've already sort of secured their position inside the #1 spot. In fact, not even in the top 7. And of course, in the future lines, we are hoping that they'll get a lot of chicken dinners and a lot of points. This time, we've seen their weaknesses being exposed. Teams coming in from the backline who are trying to, or rather able to, finish them off the bat. But this region, that is where a lot of action happened. The bridge camp situation, I expected it to happen, and it did happen, Necro.
I mean, look at this entire scenario that's happening in front of us. Stellar Titans, as I mentioned, they were just in a really good position whatsoever. They had the high ground to play with, and all they were doing was just raining down terror and fear on the entire lobby. But I still like the approach that the players of Skulltz Esports was taking. They knew that, okay, we've got the bridge lines for ourselves. It's better if we just try to clear the surroundings, and that's what they did. Right underneath were the players of 4 Roaring Lions. They took him down, instantly moved on forward towards the compounds as well. They took another team down in those compounds, pushed against the opponents, which were 4 ZODs, and then even took them down. Skulltz Esports, they were sort of like the cleanup crew.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? The beautiful drift. That drift was sort of actually made it even more crazy. It kind of felt like a sequence from the Fast and Furious movie series. But, of course, we've talked enough about the players and enough of the teams. But one thing which is for certain, you mentioned it during the cast as well, every single Erangel and the circle on military base. What is up?
I don't know, man. Today, or in general, it's at the round 2. The circle has been playing a lot of mind games. It's been the MVP so far. Even the first Erangel game that we kicked things off inside the route 2, it was all the way down south towards the military base. In this circle, we thought that maybe there's a chance it can shift up north, but no, once again, down south on the military base. But hey, I like the action. This is what I like to see. I want to see these teams sort of struggle initially, but then later on, once they do start to clinch their fists, that's where things get even more spicier.
You know, one of the very key points about a military-based circle is the fact that teams who are only getting those early rotations, who cross the bridges up early and acquire those real estate, they're the only ones who actually have a little bit of a breathing room. The others, they're basically swimming. They're trying to cross in by anything. They're walking in right underneath the bridge. A lot of random things just happen. But this is what you love about this game, right? Especially in circles like this.
This is what I mentioned, right? Everyone thought that the circle was going to shift up north. But then a drastic shift came down south, and every single team was just caught off guard. Everyone started to reposition themselves on the northern side. But that circle shift was something that just threw everyone out of the line, and they needed to make it inside the circle. One thing was for sure, that the bridge lines are going to be camped, so you cannot try to eye out for the bridge lines, and that's why those teams started to swim inside the military island.
Exactly, but even that was completely dished out, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of dished out, the rebel of the match dished out the most amount of damage, and that's going to be Skulltz Arto with 5 finishes. What do you have to say about this, man?
I mean, Skulltz Arto, all I can say is this man is an absolute god. This guy was just lining up skulls on top of each other's, the enemy skulls that I'm talking about. And then you've also got Beast from the side of Skulltz, another player. And then you've got another team who got the chicken dinner right there. Stellar Titans with 4 finish points. It's Shadow who managed to get those. And even Managers of Destruction with 4 elimination points wrapped up. Finally, your pick doing a little decent inside the game. How do you feel?
I feel really good, Necro. I am honored. I'm so thankful that I finally did not curse a team to extinction, at least in the early stages. But we'll find out how much did they actually score inside the game when we transition to the scorecard, of course, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things get interesting. Skulltz and Stellar Titans tied up at 24 points.
Yeah, even though Skulltz did not get the elimination points or the maximum amount of positioning points, but they're still tied up with the first spot, and they managed to get 12 finish points wrapped up. This is insane. But then right underneath them are the players of TITANFTW, for ZODS, for Dominator, another team that I really wanted to see succeed in that previous game, but unfortunately for them did not really have a lot of points.
Yeah, for 4 Dominators, when they made that crazy rotation towards the central part of the circle, I was surprised. Like, what is the team trying to do?
Yeah.
You don't try and take your vehicle out in the open when there's a circle, especially out in the open. You don't try and capture the central spot. They were gunned down from multiple angles. And that is one of the reasons why I felt like 4 Dominators, their sort of survival was cut short.
That is true, but then you know what? It's time for the icebreaker, Salty. Enough talks about all the other teams. It's time for us to break the ice, even for the viewers and for ourselves. Let's move forward and take a look at the overall scoreboard. The top 7 are in front of you. Villains not qualifying. This is a big shocker. I thought Villains was one of those teams that packed a massive punch inside the lobby, but this time falling short.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I did not expect this to happen.
Look at the cutoff, 48 points.
48 points. Johnny was actually right in that regard. High 40s is where our cutoff lies. Now, when we last witnessed, I saw that the cutoff was 26. We were having this conversation. But look at this, 45 points is just not enough to make you qualify.
I feel so bad for the players of Villains. This team's been trying so hard to make their name inside the entire round 2, but unfortunately for Villains, them not being able to qualify just because a couple of points, this is going to sting them, that's for sure. But you know what, let's move forward and take a look at the second page. One thing is for sure, I'm quite happy for all the teams that made it inside the top 7. Numen Gaming, as expected, they did. Nameless crew, though, definitely one of the diamonds that we're searching for.
Yeah, for sure, right. Of course, Managers of Destruction also could not make the cut for ZODS.
I think so you picked them, man. That's why that just happened. If you didn't pick them, maybe they could have got the chicken dinner.
Hey,
maybe
you
that
also picked 4 Dominator, as a matter of fact. What are you talking about?
Listen, it is what it is, man. Sometimes.
See, I mean, I told you, we're both not lucky at this point.
That is true.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just have that conversation sideline, at least for now. The TTRxINDIA as well as 4 Roaring Lions, not just qualifying. This is sad. But do you know what's surprising? Numen Gaming have been dethroned from the top, and it's Skulltz who actually made that happen.
It's completely fine, though. Numen Gaming, no, they've got nothing to lose anyways. Even the first spot taken away, it's completely fine. It's not like they're going to get extra money for that. As long as you're going to make it inside the top 7, that's the way to go. It's a Numen Gaming. They will still have big smiles on their faces. That's what the main thing was, to qualify inside the round 3. But we all know inside the round 3, top 32 teams will be joining in from the grind.
Exactly, and that is where the competition just becomes so much more intense, ladies and gentlemen, because, you know, these teams like Numen, Orangutan, they're friendly foes. They're waiting for them in the next round. They are going to be welcoming them with open arms, like, just come at us, you know. We had already qualified for round 3. They're going to have their chests out as well with pride, and I'm pretty sure when there is going to be these collisions happening, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some fireworks. But I want to know from you, what did you think of this entire performance from Group 6 as well as Group 7?
Look, from Group 7, legitimately, the teams that wanted to perform, they performed. We saw a lot of underdog teams making a name for themselves. Inside Group 7, a lot of the teams that I wanted to see perform were not able to perform. So, once again, things were quite back and forth from both the groups, but I would say the Circles being the main MVP for today's day.
Exactly. I mean, every single time, be it on Erangel, be it on Vikendi, we've seen a massive water coverage. On Miramar, I think, at least for now, the BGMI gods are resting a little bit. They're like, Miramar, it's way too hot. Let me just not act up over there. Let the circles take their default rotation. But on the maps of Erangel as well as Sanhok, in some certain cases, we've seen the circle just play so much shenanigans. And the players, in some cases, they've been able to use to it. But in some cases, the underdogs, they've just completely outshined.
I'm glad that you brought up Sanhok, man. We saw so many interesting moments in the map of Sanhok. One guy just pulling off a 1v4 from Demon Gods. That was one of the most iconic moments that we witnessed from all the other teams that were so desperate to sort of qualify Team Seal. They managed to get the chicken dinner in the last game. They desperately needed that nuclear performance too, but shy because of 2 points. Maybe 2 more elimination points in that last game, and they could have actually propelled themselves in the top 7.
You know what's going to sting them so much? In round 1, we had an overall standings as well of our top 96. Now, that sort of enabled a lot of teams to qualify towards round 2. But this time, if you don't make it inside the top 7, there is no other safety cushion. The entire journey from in-game qualifiers to round 1 to round 2, all of that will be nullified. It's kind of stings a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that it's a learning experience for majority of the underdogs who came in, who showcased. For the big names as well, who could not qualify, I'm pretty sure it was a learning experience. The entire community is going through a shift, and a lot of new strategies are coming up. You just have to get used to it to actually evolve.
But hey, once again, just to let you guys know, these were the last games for the Group 6 and Group 7. Now tomorrow, we're going to see Group 23 and Group 24 duke it out inside the Battlegrounds itself, Salty. Now, as we know, Group 6 and 7, they have given us a lot of entertainment. Tomorrow, maybe the Circle can start bringing up some new stories.
Exactly. I mean, every single time it's the Circles who are dictating the stories, and the teams, they're just massive, just characters inside of their story, ladies and gentlemen. But, of course, the plot remains the same. Top 7 to qualify for the next round itself, where there are going to be 256 teams. But once again, I'll have to remind you, if you have been enjoying the show, go make sure that you follow all our socials. It's Crafton Esports India on Instagram, as well as on YouTube, as well as on GeoCinema. Do make sure that you follow our socials as well. If you have to hit us up with something, make sure that you do that. But with that being said, Necro, I want to know any final words before we close the show from you.
Genuinely, I've got no final words. Today's day has been such a phenomenal day, action-packed and quite fun.
Absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I'm going to see you tomorrow, same place, same time, with new matches. So, take care and bye-bye.